Chapter 410. Deep within the palaces, there was a heavily guarded training chamber. At this time, the stone door quietly opened and a young man stepped out. He stood tall and straight, his appearance dignified. He wore a long black robe, making him seem even more extraordinary. This man was naturally Qin. Cultivation knew no day or moon. In the blink of an eye, winter turned to summer. This was his 7th year in the immortal sect, and his cultivation of the primordial singular energy art could only be called unexpectedly smooth. Although he didn't know what his cultivation speed was like in the history of the immortal sect, he could tell from the subtle expressions on Great Elder Purple Moon's face that his cultivation speed wasn't too bad. After leaving seclusion today, he had reached the 7th level of the primordial singular energy art. Within his Dantian Sea, the blue sun phantom was incomparably solid. The 5 nascent souls bathed within it were able to absorb the blue light and cultivate on their own. Moreover, their cultivation speed wasn't slow at all. In these 7 years, Qin Yu had unknowingly reached the 6th level of Divine Soul. Although he had a deep foundation after breaking into Divine Soul and his strength had rapidly increased, the most he could do was reach the 4th level. The remaining 2 levels were what Qin Yu had cultivated for 7 years. It had to be known that from the 1st level to the 2nd level and from the 2nd level to the 3rd level, although the increase in combat strength was the same, the difficulty increased to a crazy degree. It was like building a tall building. The lower levels were simple and fast, but the higher one went, the more difficult it would be. Moreover, a single mistake could cause the foundation to become unstable, leaving behind massive hidden dangers. Although this analogy wasn't too appropriate, this was the general meaning. In 7 years, he had broken through 2 levels of Divine Soul, and they were at the 5th and 6th level at that. Even in a top sect, this speed was extremely rare. A smile lifted the corners of his lips. He looked up at another tightly shut chamber not too far away. Ning Ling was currently cultivating inside. In the first 2 years, Ning Ling was worried about him and couldn't concentrate on cultivating. But afterwards, she was left speechless to discover that the primordial singular energy art that was filled with countless dangers and difficulties for others was surprisingly obedient in his hands. His cultivation gradually returned to the right track. And Qin Yu finally experienced just how tyrannical the bloodline of God that the immortal sect placed so much importance on and even regarded as the successor of 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace. Apart from the first 2 years, Ning Ling had only been cultivating for 5 years. But in these short 5 years, her cultivation had broken through 5 levels and she had reached the 8th level of Divine Soul. A small boundary a year. There was almost no sign of her slowing down. Although the 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace provided her with a complete set of cultivation resources, this cultivation speed was still unimaginably fast. Every time Great Elder Purple Moon came, she was always icy to Qin Yu. But when she saw Ning Ling, she couldn't stop smiling. As he thought about how he had been complacent about his cultivation speed just now, compared to Ning Ling, he was nothing but trash. Luckily, he still had the primordial singular energy art. Once he reached perfection of the 9th level, he would be able to fuse them together. At that time, his strength would inevitably rise, otherwise facing Ning Ling would truly be a great pressure. He revealed a helpless smile and turned to leave. In normal circumstances, after he left seclusion, Ning Ling would stop cultivating for 2 or 3 days. But today, it was clearly a different situation. Hearing movement behind him, Qin Yu's face lit up with joy and he quickly turned around. The closed stone door opened and Ning Ling stepped out. Her expression was calm and tranquil. As her cultivation rose, she became even more beautiful. Each and every one of her actions possessed an indescribable charm. Just a single glance was enough to cause one to be mesmerized. As she saw Qin Yu, her eyebrows arched and she revealed a smile. At this moment, it was like 100 flowers were in full bloom. No words could describe it. Qin Yu was stunned. After several breaths of time, he was awakened by Ning Ling's rebuking voice. He dryly smiled. This was awkward. Nearly every time he left seclusion and saw Ning Ling, he would be frozen. He had clearly prepared himself just now, but it still didn't work. He bitterly smiled inwardly. He could only attribute this to Ning Ling's charm growing greater and greater. As the saying goes, demons grow 1 foot taller, while demonesses grow 10 feet taller. Cough cough. It was impossible for his mental state to catch up. After being stunned by Ning Ling's charm, Qin Yu carefully looked at her several times. Then, his body shook and his mouth fell open. Divine soul perfection. Ning Ling's aura faintly blended in with the surrounding world, as if she were one with the world. This was the sign of perfection in perceiving the rules of the world. Taking another step forward, she would be able to walk down her own road within the rules, control the power of the rules, and step into the blue sea realm. Everyone else's cultivation becomes slower and slower, but why is it the opposite for you? In the past, it was 1 step a year, but I haven't even been in seclusion for a year and you've already jumped 2 levels. How can others live like this? Ning Ling's calm and tranquil demeanor was easily exposed in front of Qin Yu. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Speak properly. How come I find that you're becoming more and more different from before? Although she said this, the smile on her face indicated that she was in a good mood. Qin Yu forced a smile. What I said is the truth. Ning Ling smiled. In 7 years, you managed to reach the 7th level of the primordial singular energy art. Although teacher didn't tell me, your speed should be extremely fierce. Of course. I am destined to become the man of the palace master, so how could I lose face for you? Qin Yu laughed, as if he were unrivaled in the world. Ning Ling blushed red before immediately composing herself. She turned and walked away. Let's go. I haven't eaten your cooking in a long time. Let's go now. Behind her, Qin Yu knew that his thoughts had been seen through by Ning Ling. He forced a smile. Why is it always me who cooks? I can also do it. Don't leave my big sister to me. Because of Ning Ling's cultivation method, the higher her boundary was, the more indifferent she became. Besides revealing her emotions when facing Qin Yu, she was also indifferent towards Purple Moon. Qin Yu was worried about this state, so whenever he had a chance he would think of a way to tease her. He thought he was being careful, but it seemed he wasn't able to hide it from Ning Ling's eyes. 2 hours later, in a small pavilion at the summit, Qin Yu dismissed all the maids and sat down. Come, fill this uncle's cup. Ning Ling humphed but still filled his cup. Their cups touched and they drank it all in one gulp. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying with it the scent of fresh vegetation. He tasted the wine in several dishes, occasionally looking up at Ning Ling, who seemed as if she would fly away at any moment. Qin Yu felt that his life had never been so perfect before. If he could, he would rather this sort of day never be broken. It would be best if it lasted until the end of time. Ning Ling helplessly laid down her cup. Qin Yu, have you seen enough yet? It's been several years and you're becoming more and more unsightly. How can I see enough? Even if it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, it still won't be enough. Qin Yu smiled. Ning Ling was silent for a moment. She said in a soft voice, I also hope that I can always be together with you. But who knows what the future will be like? Qin Yu turned and looked into the distance. I have always believed that man can conquer the heavens. As long as you and I work hard, there is nothing that can separate us. I have already cultivated to the 7th level of the primordial singular energy art, and in 3 years at most I can reach perfection of the 9th level. Once I transform my undying true demon body into the ancient chaos body, you can ask Great Elder Purple Moon to accept me as your personal guard. At that time, I will follow you wherever you go and you won't be able to shake me off. Ning Ling seemed to think of the state she couldn't escape from Qin Yu's grasp. She smiled, extremely light but beautiful to the extreme. Qin Yu licked his lips. Ning Ling's complexion changed. But before she could run away, Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and a gentle breeze was summoned, turning into a wall of wind that covered the small pavilion. After a moment, the wall of wind dissipated. Qin Yu stood in his original position, a smug smile on his face. Across from him, Ning Ling still had a faint blush on her face. She subconsciously traced her lips and hatefully said, "You are becoming more and more insolent. You actually dare to reach your hand in." Qin Yu arched an eyebrow. "I didn't go against Great Elder Purple Moon's warning. I still have my pure yang body." "You!" Ning Ling blushed to the extreme. She stood up, her figure disappearing with the wind. Qin Yu laughed. He watched her leave. This wasn't the first time, but this girl was still so shy. After they were married, what would she do? After a long time, his smile faded away. Qin Yu looked down at the scenery below, his eyes flashing. Ever since he entered the immortal sect, no one had shown him any disrespect. Although Great Elder Purple Moon's attitude was poor, she never lacked any supporting treasures, and the quality she used was the best. All of this proved that the immortal sect had no ill intentions towards him. But for some unknown reason, deep in Qin Yu's heart, there was always a trace of restlessness. Qin Yu let out a light breath and said in a soft voice, "I hope I'm just overthinking things." On the fourth day, Great Elder Purple Moon delivered the treasures needed for the 8th level of the primordial singular energy art. Seeing that Qin Yu had indeed reached the 7th level, a complex light flashed in her eyes. After throwing down the treasures, she didn't hold on to Ning Ling's hand and instead turned to leave, as if she weren't in a good mood. As usual, Ning Ling inspected all the treasures. After determining that there were no problems, she returned them to Qin Yu and asked, "When will you continue cultivating?" "I've been cultivating for 7 years and I'm a bit tired. I'm planning on resting for several more days. What about you?" "I'll wait for you." Qin Yu smiled and invited her. "On this mountain, the little pavilion has the most beautiful scenery. Let's go there again today." Ning Ling blushed red. "I'm not going." She turned and walked away. Qin Yu chased after her. "If you don't want to go, then don't go. Where do you want to go?" Purple Moon returned to her palace, her eyes dignified. Not long after she sat down, a man's gentle voice echoed in the hall. "What, you don't want to part with me?" "Humph." Purple Moon's complexion turned cold. "To directly break into my palace, Han Qingping, you are becoming more and more insolent." From a corner, the phantom of a man walked out. He faintly smiled and said, "It's best to be a bit more careful about our agreement. If you don't like it, then I'll pay attention next time." Purple Moon's complexion relaxed. She paused for several breaths of time and said, "In 7 years, he managed to cultivate the 7th level of the primordial singular energy art. This boy Qin Yu's talent has far surpassed my expectations. If it weren't for the fact that things couldn't be salvaged, I really would have thought of making this a reality." Han Qingping smiled. "It's good that Great Elder understands." He slowly sighed. To cultivate the 7th level in 7 years, what a heaven-gifted genius. Unfortunately, the primordial singular energy art's 9th level outline is missing. If he cultivates it to the end, all that awaits him is death. Moreover, now that he has cultivated to the 7th level, it is already too late to turn back. Purple Moon's eyes were cold. "I don't need you to remind me. How are the preparations going?" Han Qingping cupped his hands together. "I've already prepared everything. There won't be any problems. Great Elder, please rest assured." "Humph. Let me remind you, if even the tiniest bit of this matter is leaked out, I will never forgive you," Purple Moon shouted out. The phantom of a man was silent for several breaths of time. He slowly said, "I understand." Chapter 411. The Immortal Sect was the strongest sect in the land of divinity and demons. There were countless powerhouses in the sect, and there were even several supreme elders that stood above the highest heavens. Even the demonic path, which had been hostile to them for generations, didn't dare to cause trouble at the immortal sect headquarters. Thus, in the endless years of peaceful life, the inspection of the immortal sect became increasingly lax. One day 2 streaks of light flew over. One was tall and sturdy with a yellowish complexion, while the other was as thin as firewood with a face as black as iron. They landed on the ground far away. The several immortal sect cultivators guarding the entrance glanced at them. As they saw that their cultivations were ordinary and that they had flown out from within the sect, they didn't care too much about them. One of the cultivators said lazily, "Who is it? Where are you going?" The tall cultivator cupped his hands and saluted. "Senior apprentice brother, the 2 of us are the logistics disciples of High Heaven Peak. We were ordered to go out and purchase some items. This is our warrant." As he spoke, he took out a jade slip. The inspecting cultivator took it. After scanning it with his divine sense, he confirmed that it was indeed a purchase warrant. He casually tossed it over and said, "All right, you must return within a month. Hurry up and go." "Thank you, Senior." The tall cultivator cupped his hands and flew out of the mountain gate with the skinny cultivator in tow. With a few flashes, they disappeared from sight. Since when did Ling Tian Peak accept these 2 weirdos? They look so strange. Who cares about others? But these 2 are indeed a little ugly. Haha, especially the skinny one. Even hanging it on the door can ward off evil spirits. A moment later, 2 streaks of light flew out of the immortal sect's periphery and descended into a valley. The skinny cultivator snorted coldly. His voice was completely different from his appearance, and his voice was exceptionally melodious and pleasant to the ears. "It's all your rotten idea. It's good to just stay in the sect. You just had to run out." The tall cultivator turned around and laughed. "If you really look like this, you might really be able to ward off evil. You." The skinny cultivator panicked. His body flashed with light and Ning Ling's angry face appeared. Across from him, there was a loud crackling of bones and a tall yellow-faced cultivator. This was Qin Yu. Let's go. I've been in the land of divinity and demons for all these years, but I've never seriously looked around this world. You should be about the same as me, right? Let's take this opportunity to relax." Ning Ling lightly snorted. She turned and walked away. "Hey, wait for me!" "I won't wait." As they bickered, the 2 figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Not far away, on the branch of a thick tree, the emerald bird that was watching the 2 of them leave had a flash of inspiration in its eyes. It flapped its wings and followed after them. Purple Moon sat in her palace. She looked up at the screen of light in front of her. She could see Qin Yu and Ning Ling walking away hand in hand, her eyes cold and indifferent. "Honorable Master, do you need me to arrange for junior apprentice sister Ning Ling to return as soon as possible?" the female cultivator respectfully asked. Purple Moon lightly said, "Look after Ning Ling. As long as she doesn't go too far, let her do as she pleases. Consider this the last memory I will leave her." "Yes, Master." Where the immortal sect was located, there were no other powers. All the cultivators that lived here had some sort of connection to the immortal sect. Thus, this place was extremely peaceful, and there were almost no battles between cultivators. It was like a pure land, a paradise. Qin Yu found it hard to believe that such a suitable place existed in the land of divinity and demons. After he and Ning Ling changed back into their true selves, they put on some simple disguises in order to avoid trouble. Even so, Ning Ling's charm still brought them a little trouble. However, with their current cultivations, it was easy for them to deal with this. They only treated it as a small interlude in their play. After being teased by Qin Yu a few times, Ning Ling simply asked for the black robe from Qin Yu. She covered herself in it and finally obtained some peace and quiet. Next to a small mountain stream, they lit a bonfire. They caught several fish and shrimp and roasted them with branches. They ate a mouthful of the delicious flavor and breathed in the light breeze. Night fell. Beneath the twinkling stars, they used the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed. They quietly lay down together, head to head, listening to each other's quiet breathing. In a peaceful little town, they sat hand in hand under a tea stall, watching children play not too far away. Sweat dripped down their heads, leaving behind a string of tinkling laughter. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Qin Yu and Ning Ling adapted to their circumstances and followed their heart. There weren't any wonderful experiences, but the dullness of their lives made them feel increasingly real. Unknowingly, their hearts drew closer and closer. Underneath the tea stall, Qin Yu drank a mouthful of coarse country tea, savoring the roughness and bitterness of the tea. He smiled and said, "Senior apprentice sister, we should go back." Ning Ling said in a soft voice, "Time passes so quickly, then, let's go." He stood up and laid down the tea money. Qin Yu grabbed Ning Ling's hand and the two of them stepped forwards, instantly soaring into the horizon. "It's an immortal. Immortal, please accept me as your disciple." The tea stall owner grabbed the silver on the table, his face flushing red with excitement. It seemed that he had already decided to treat this silver as a family heirloom. High in the clouds, Ning Ling looked down at the final stop of their journey. She had a lost expression on her face. "Qin Yu, will we ever return?" Qin Yu held on to her and smiled. "When we return to the immortal sect, I will cultivate the primordial singular energy art to large success in a single go. From now on, you and I will never separate again." Ning Ling nodded. A day later, the two of them changed their appearances and smoothly returned to the immortal sect with fake identities. As for what happened afterwards, they were two people that didn't even exist, so who wanted to investigate them? You can do it. I hope that by the time I leave seclusion, you will have reached the Blue Sea realm. Qin Yu smiled as he spoke. He turned and walked into the training chamber. The stone door quietly closed, blocking Ning Ling's gaze from the outside. Her heart trembled. As she looked at the closed stone door, she didn't know why, but she felt a bit restless. After hesitating again and again, Ning Ling didn't go into seclusion. Instead, she sat down cross-legged outside Qin Yu's training chamber. "Mountain Lord, do you plan on cultivating here?" The maid revealed an awkward expression. Ning Ling lightly said, "I will explain this matter to Honorable Master. You can all leave." "Yes." The maid turned and left. Soon, Purple Moon's avatar arrived. "Disciple, your cultivation has reached a critical juncture. How can you waste your time here?" Ning Ling stood up and bowed, her expression light. "The 8th level of the primordial singular energy art is incomparably crucial. After cultivating it, I will be able to directly attack the 9th level with a single breath of pre-celestial energy. This disciple is worried, so I ask Honorable Master to agree." Purple Moon frowned. Just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by Ning Ling. "This disciple has already made up her mind. There is no need for Honorable Master to say anything further." Purple Moon sighed. "Very well, do as you wish." Schwa, her figure scattered. "Thank you, Honorable Master." Ning Ling turned and sat down. She looked at the closed stone door and slowly closed her eyes. 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years, soon, it was the 3rd year of Qin Yu's seclusion. Ning Ling sat outside the training chamber. Her white dress was untainted by even a speck of dust. Her beauty was soul-stirring. Suddenly, her eyes opened. She looked up into the skies, a look of pleasant surprise on her face. Rumble, rumble, between the heavens and earth, the sound of roaring rivers rose up. Endless heaven and earth spiritual strength gathered from all directions. There was so much of it that it completely condensed into essence. It was like countless rivers had appeared beneath the vault of heaven. These rivers of spiritual strength gathered in the skies, turning into 2 giant lakes. The lake on the left was pure white and the lake on the right was pitch black. Both lakes had monstrous waves that tumbled and roared, shaking the heavens. These waves and even the lakes themselves were formed from the purest heaven and earth spiritual strength. Black and white were polar opposites, but they also attracted each other. Ning Ling's eyes became increasingly bright. This was the sign that she had reached large success in the 8th level of the primordial singular energy art. Once the black and white lakes fused together, that would represent the perfection of her pre-celestial energy and large success of the 9th level. This was also another strange aspect of the primordial singular energy art. The first 8 levels were all about preparation, accumulation, and gathering potential. Once one reached the 9th level, it would be like a volcano erupting, instantly pushing one into the 9th level. But at the same time, the 9th level was also the most dangerous part of the entire primordial singular energy art. A single mistake would cause the yin and yang energies to become unbalanced, causing a terrifying collision to occur. The strength of that collision was enough to instantly tear apart a cultivator that practiced this cultivation method, destroying their body and soul. Qin Yu, you can definitely do it. I will wait for you to leave seclusion. You can definitely do it. Ning Ling's voice was so low that only she could hear it. Shua Purple Moon's figure appeared in midair. She stepped forwards and landed in front of Ning Ling. Good disciple, you do not need to worry. In 10 years, you will be able to cultivate the primordial singular energy art to perfection. Qin Yu is extremely suited to this cultivation method. Fusing yin and yang energies to reach the 9th level shouldn't be a problem. Ning Ling bowed. I hope it is as Honorable Master says. Purple Moon looked at the incomparably massive lake formed from yin and yang energies in the skies. A complex light flashed in her eyes, but it soon turned icy cold. Qin Yu's fate could no longer be changed. She did feel some regret, but what she did wasn't wrong. Ning Ling was destined to become the master of 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace. It was impossible for her to have feelings of love. Her only mission was to live for the sect. The changes occurring in Ning Ling's cave dwelling attracted countless gazes from the immortal sect. They were all inexplicably shocked, not knowing just what this woman with the divine Dao bloodline had done. Dozens of miles away, on another tall mountain peak, Wenren Dongyue stood behind a middle-aged man with his head lowered. This person had a dignified appearance and his sideburns were a bit white, but it didn't affect his temperament at all. It only made him seem a bit more experienced and full of the vicissitudes of time. It's begun. The middle-aged man sighed. Dongyue, you should know that this child managed to cultivate the primordial singular energy art in 10 years and has already surpassed all records in the sect. He is truly a heaven-gifted genius. Even if you were to compare with him, you would still be a bit lacking. Purple Moon has already grown remorseful, but what a pity, the primordial singular energy art is already incomplete, so she can only walk to the end. In the end, this junior's luck is bad. But to you, this is an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. If you can obtain Ning Ling's favor, then 1,000 years from now, there will surely be a place for you in the immortal sect. Wenren Dongyue bowed. This disciple will do everything in his power to obtain junior apprentice sister Ning Ling's approval. I will not disappoint teacher's training. The middle-aged man smiled. I, Han Qingping, have limited lucky chances in this life. It is impossible for me to peer into higher levels. Dongyue, you have an advantage over me. Remember to grasp every opportunity you have. If you fail in the end, the one you will disappoint will not be me, but yourself. Wenren Dongyue respectfully nodded. Take a good look. This is the fall of a star that could have illuminated an era. I hope that his death can become a stepping stone for you to ascend to the heavens. Chapter 412. Beneath the skies, the yin and yang energies converged to form a lake. With loud rumbles, it began to approach. Faint traces of black and white energy fused together, turning into a hazy blue color. In a way, this was chaos energy. In the legends, before the world was formed, the endless nothingness was filled with this sort of mystical strength that could evolve all things in the world. Of course, this hazy blue energy only contained a small portion of the chaos energy attribute. Ning Ling gripped her fist. The yin and yang energies began to fuse together. This was the sign that Qin Yu had entered the 9th level of the primordial singular energy art. He had taken the final step and was beginning to attack the highest boundary. Looking at the speed at which the yin and yang energies fused together, his control was perfect. Up until now, he hadn't made a single mistake. This was already half the battle. The first step of fusing yin and yang energies was the most difficult. As long as he smoothly completed it, then as the two sides fused together more and more, a powerful inertia would form. This inertia would push the yin and yang energies to completely fuse together in a short period of time. Qin Yu, you've done well. If you continue like this, you'll soon succeed. Bang! With a heaven-shaking rumble, the black and white lakes truly touched together. The edges of the lake violently trembled, and then began to slowly fuse together. Everything proceeded smoothly. An hour later, the yin and yang energies had nearly fused together. Even with Ning Ling's indifferent personality, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement. As long as he took another step forward and the yin and yang energies fused together, the inertia would gradually appear and the 9th level of the primordial singular energy art would be completed. But just as the black and white lakes were halfway fused together, there was a sudden tremor, as if a powerful repulsive strength were forming. Ning Ling stiffened and panic filled her eyes. Without waiting for her to respond, the fused yin and yang energies in the skies began to collapse and collapse. Purple Moon's complexion changed. She grabbed Ning Ling and drew back, appearing dozens of miles away. A black and white mushroom cloud rose up from Qin Yu's seclusion. Space fluctuated, visible to the naked eye, and then, like a giant hand swiping past, everything within 10 miles was instantly turned to powder. Ning Ling watched helplessly as all of this occurred. All of the blood drained from her face and her body shivered. All that was left in her eyes was a deep despair. Qin Yu failed. How could he fail? Purple Moon's complexion was heavy. Ning Ling, I am very sad that something like this occurred, but since it has already happened, I hope that you can hold on. Puff! Ning Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body wavered and the light in her eyes rapidly dimmed. Purple Moon was shocked. She could feel the incomparably chaotic strength within Ning Ling's body that was on the verge of collapse. She lifted a hand and pointed several times, forcefully sealing away her cultivation. Ning Ling, you are insane. Quickly retract your strength, or you'll die. Honorable Master, cough cough. Qin Yu has died and this disciple does not wish to live alone, please allow me to go with him. This disciple begs Honorable Master. Purple Moon hurriedly said, Good disciple, I know that you have deep feelings for Qin Yu, but you don't even know why he died. Do you want to commit suicide? Seeing a flicker in Ning Ling's eyes, she continued to say, Think about it. Qin Yu's cultivation of the primordial singular energy art has been incomparably smooth. Today, the yin and yang energies have fused together without any problems at all. He was halfway through, so how could he have suddenly failed? I suspect that someone tampered with it. Ning Ling clenched her teeth. I ask Honorable Master to bring me there. All right. Shua, the two of them instantly arrived at the area where the yin and yang energies had exploded. The outside world was still tumbling with a terrifying strength, but in front of Purple Moon, it wasn't able to touch them at all. It was just that, within the raging yin and yang energies outside, there was a faint trace of pure demonic energy. Purple Moon coldly said, Demonic path. That's right, they must know that Qin Yu was brought back to my 9-heaven Mirror Moon Palace to cultivate the primordial singular energy art. The demonic path cannot sit idly by as a demon son who has cultivated the undying true demon body joins my immortal sect. Thus, they must kill Qin Yu no matter the cost. Ning Ling, I have been negligent in this matter. I never thought that the demonic path would be so rampant as to kill people in my 9-heaven Mirror Moon Palace. But you can rest assured that I will give you an explanation for this matter. Ning Ling whispered. Demonic path. Her breathing deepened, a bone-chilling coldness in her eyes. Black fog lingered on a mountain peak. Now, sunlight recklessly sprinkled down, easily scorching some of the black plants growing on the mountain peak to death. It was clear that a powerful protective array formation had condensed this black fog. Now, it had been torn to pieces and thoroughly destroyed. Flames burned. From deep within the palace, heaven-shaking rumbles echoed out, accompanied by the miserable screams of death. It was clear that a battle of annihilation was occurring here. Without warning, at the edge of a half-collapsed palace, space suddenly trembled. Then, a crack split open. A figure bathed in blood, and with an extremely weak aura flew out from the spatial crack, falling into a mess. In the next moment, the spatial crack closed and vanished. High in the skies, a black-clothed old man suddenly frowned. He looked towards a certain part of the ruined palace. He seemed to have sensed a spatial fluctuation just now, but that place had already been sealed off by spells. It was impossible to activate a transmission array. Elder Wang, what is it? A cultivator beside him frowned. The black-clothed old man hesitated for a moment. It's nothing. Perhaps I sensed wrong. He turned and coldly ordered, Search. We must find the monster-raising mystic art. An hour later, the disciples from all directions had gathered together, but none of them had found anything. Elder Wang sneered. From the start of the operation, we have sealed off the space. There is no one from the giant monster sect that can escape. Someone must have hidden the monster-raising mystic art somewhere. We cannot stay here for too long. Capture all the captives and thoroughly destroy the giant monster sect's entrance. Then, we can slowly interrogate them about the location of the monster-raising mystic art. A moment later, a group of cultivators searched through the collapsed palace. The leading cultivator lifted a hand and pointed, There's another one here. Take him away. The unconscious man that appeared from the spatial crack was violently taken away by several cultivators. He was thrown into a giant prison cart that howled into the skies. After another period of time, the ground shook with heaven-shaking rumbles. Raging flames erupted, covering the entire giant monster sect's entrance. Everything was burned to ashes and all traces of the sect were destroyed. The endless darkness was like a heavy and icy sea, constantly submerging his consciousness. Although he didn't feel suffocated, he could feel endless fear and despair. After struggling for an unknown period of time, Qin Yu's consciousness finally regained a trace of clarity. He forced his eyes open and discovered that he was in a crowded and bumpy environment. The blinding light and the buzzing in his ears made it so that he couldn't see anything further away. Suddenly, the bumpy ground stopped. Qin Yu tumbled around and his head struck something hard. With a loud bang, a sound passed through his skull and into his brain. His vision darkened and he fell unconscious once more. You giant monster sect trash, get out of here. I advise you not to have any thoughts, otherwise you will definitely hate your parents for allowing you to be born into this world. You pig, hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, it won't be as simple as a whip. Several purple-robed cultivators had evil expressions on their faces as they chased away the cultivators that came down from the prison cart. These people had their cultivations sealed away and their faces were pale with fear. There's another one? Don't pretend to be dead, hurry up and get out of here. It looks like he really fainted. Fuck, if it weren't for the higher-ups saying that no one can die for no reason, I would have already fed him to the dogs. 2 people, carry him down and see how his injuries are. Don't let him die under our hands. 2 giant monster sect cultivators who were in slightly better condition carried Qin Yu, trembling with fear as they followed behind the long line of people towards the bottomless dungeon. His injuries are heavy, he won't survive, treat him, do what you can, the higher-ups should be blaming us. Let's go, then. He felt a pill violently shoved into his mouth and a stream of clear water gushed in. Qin Yu choked on his windpipe, but he couldn't even cough. When he regained consciousness a second time, he fell into darkness once more. When he woke up a third time, it was already 2 days later. His ears were filled with miserable screams. "I don't know, I really don't know. I beg you, please kill me. Just kill me. Ah, you black demon sect bastard, if I can get out, I will definitely kill your entire family." There were men and women, all of them filled with pain and despair. Those with weaker wills would tremble just by listening to these words. Qin Yu opened his eyes with difficulty. His blood-stained eyes were finally able to clearly see that he was in some sort of dungeon. The miserable screams in his ears and the pungent smells in the air indicated that his current situation wasn't good, but at least he was still alive. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up with both joy and hatred. He took a deep breath, suppressing his tumbling thoughts. He constantly called out to Undying, but this strange summoned life form didn't respond at all. It was clear that its current condition wasn't too good. He probed with his mind. The Nine-Realm Holy Land's Saint Sun token was normal, but his divine sense was sealed away, and he couldn't activate it. He couldn't even summon Tuba or Tutu. For the time being, it seemed he could only rely on himself. Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to inspect his condition. His body seemed to have been sealed with some sort of powerful spell. His originally withered magic power had been completely locked down, making it impossible for him to summon even the slightest bit of it. As for his injuries, Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He was surprised that he was able to survive until now. His magic power had been sealed away, his mortal body had been severely wounded to the point of collapse, and he was unable to absorb the spiritual strength of the heavens and earth. Forget about recovering from such serious injuries, he feared they would gradually worsen until he finally died. This sort of condition wasn't something that an ordinary pill could save him from. He should have died in a coma, so how could he wake up? His cultivation was sealed and he couldn't use his divine sense. But Qin Yu focused his senses and faintly sensed two abnormalities. In his mind and Dantian Sea, there seemed to be two masses of strength. One was cold and the other was warm, constantly releasing faint traces of strength that nourished his soul and body. Almost instantly, Qin Yu thought of the purple moon in his soul space and the blue sun in his Dantian Sea. It seemed that the strength brought by these two things was currently alleviating his injuries. Unfortunately, this sort of recovery speed was far too slow. If he wanted to make a full recovery, he had no idea how much time it would take. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He opened his eyes, revealing a bit of helplessness. It was useless to think about these things right now. He could only take things one step at a time. Perhaps it was because his injuries were too heavy and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to withstand the interrogation and die. Thus, in the dungeon, all the cultivators were taken away to be tortured. Luckily, Qin Yu hadn't been one of them. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. The Black Demon sect cultivators who had restrained themselves during the interrogations had clearly become violent and cruel because they hadn't obtained any harvest. In a short 3 days, 17 giant monster sect cultivators had been turned into corpses. Then, in front of all the other prisoners, they were thrown into cages where they could only watch helplessly as their corpses were torn to shreds by hungry dogs. Qin Yu didn't fear this sort of bloodshed, but he began to worry. The Black Demon sect's actions were becoming increasingly cruel. He didn't have much time left. In a quiet room in the dungeon, although it had been cleaned up, it was still illuminated by a dim light. The smell of blood from 2 people filled the air. It's been a month and we still haven't had any harvest. The sect lords are extremely dissatisfied. We need to speed things up. Humph, the thing must be here. I don't believe that they can resist our interrogation. All right, there's no need to say any more. Those people that were secretly selected should have watched a good show for so long. Their wills should have loosened by now. Starting tomorrow, we can begin interrogating them. I will immediately arrange it. The person stood up and left, revealing a pale face. This person looked very young and his fingers were clean and slender, without a speck of dust on them. Just where is it hidden? Haha, I'm a little interested now. A low and hoarse laugh echoed out in the quiet room, leaving one's hair standing on end. The interrogation continued. Finally, after another 7 days, the door to Qin Yu's cage was violently pushed open. A black demon sect cultivator's eyebrows arched up. I didn't think a brat like you would have such a tough life. You actually managed to survive such heavy injuries. Let me advise you, if you know anything then hurry up and say it, otherwise you will regret being alive. He waved his hand. Bring him out and send him to Lord Evil Ghost's interrogation room. Behind him, the pupils of the 2 black demon sect cultivators shrank, a bit of fear in them. Behind Qin Yu, he clenched his fists within his sleeve. But in the next moment he relaxed them. He put on a panic-stricken expression as he was carried away by the 2 black demon sect cultivators. After leaving the cage, they didn't walk too far before the leading black demon sect cultivator respectfully stopped outside an interrogation room. Lord Evil Ghost, today's criminal has arrived. Send him in. A light voice echoed out. There was no ghastly or ghostly intent in it. Rather, there was a bit of warmth in it. But this warmth caused the complexions of the 3 black demon sect cultivators to change. The leading cultivator squeezed out a smile. Yes. He turned and said, You too, send him in. He had already flashed to the side. They cursed in their hearts, but at this time they didn't dare to hesitate. Otherwise, if they angered Lord Evil Ghost, they would all die. They pushed open the door in fear. What entered Qin Yu's line of sight was a middle-aged man behind a plain wooden table. He wore pure white robes and was currently smiling as he sipped tea. His manner was calm and his eyes were warm and gentle, giving him the appearance of a gentleman. Oh, today's criminal seems pretty good. For some unknown reason, the eyes of the middle-aged man who was called Evil Ghost brightened. He put down his teacup and walked over. He approached Qin Yu and sniffed him several times, excitement in his eyes. What a rich blood vitality. Not bad, not bad. He rubbed his hands together. You can all leave. If there isn't anything else, don't bother me for the next 2 days. If I can interrogate him and bring him in, I will inform you. If there isn't any result, you don't need to bother with him. The 2 black demon sect cultivators hurriedly excused themselves and closed the door behind them. Their eyes were filled with joy as well as sympathy. This giant monster sect remnant had actually caught the eye of Lord Evil Ghost. Whether or not he knew anything, his fate had already been decided. Thinking of that fate, even though they could be considered cruel and merciless people, they still couldn't help but shiver, fear filling their eyes. In the interrogation room, Evil Ghost grabbed onto Qin Yu. Although his body seemed thin, his strength was astonishing. His hands were like iron hoops. Brat, even if you know something, don't confess too easily. I want to have some fun today. With 2 deep chuckles, he picked up Qin Yu and walked to a corner of the interrogation room. With a step, a hidden door opened and a thick smell of blood wafted out. Behind this hidden door was the true execution ground. All sorts of terrifying torture tools had been cleaned clean and hung on the walls. Beneath the bright spirit lamps, they shined with an icy cold metallic luster. In contrast, there was a thick layer of blood on the ground. It was several feet thick, and what was even more terrifying was that in this pile of blood, one could see some hair as well as some bone fragments of unknown origin. The wooden torture rack no longer had any trace of its original color. The bloodstains on its surface were still fresh. It was clear that the last person to be tortured hadn't been gone for too long. A wild dog was tied to a corner of the torture room. It was blind in one eye and its fangs were yellow and incomplete. It was clear that it was very old, but the cruel and bloody light in its remaining eye left one's heart cold. At this time, the wild dog crawled up and began to spin around in circles. Its tail swung back and forth as it emitted low howls. Evil Ghost smiled. You can also smell his scent. It really is good, isn't it? Don't worry, when have I ever eaten alone? There will definitely be a share for you. His eyes fell onto Qin Yu's face, incomparably gentle. Then, let us begin. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yu flew forwards. The chains on the torture rack automatically flew up and tightly fastened him to it. Evil Ghost licked his lips. Originally, I liked to play a little game before interrogating someone. But I don't know why, but when I face you, I find it unbearable. Then, let me have a taste of what you taste like first. He turned and looked around. Then, he took a knife from the corner of the wall. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. Evil Ghost walked to Qin Yu's side and the knife fell down like lightning. Qin Yu's body shook and a thin layer of flesh and blood was directly cut off from his arm. Evil Ghost held the knife in front of him and smelled the fresh flesh and blood. His throat rolled and he placed the knife in his mouth, slowly chewing it. After several breaths of time, his eyes flashed open, filled with a burning heat and excitement. I have never seen such delicious blood energy before. It is so powerful that it makes my entire body tremble. Woo woo, the wild dog in the corner began to howl. Evil Ghost turned and angrily shouted, "Shut up!" He licked the blood from the corners of his lips. He is mine, his entire body is mine. Don't think about dividing him, at most, I will give you a few bones with meat. Chapter 413. Qin Yu finally understood why this scholarly and gentle middle-aged man in front of him was called Evil Ghost. As he looked at the blood and flesh that leaked out from his mouth, killing intent surged in his heart. Wait, I know where the monster-raising mystic art is, don't kill me! Qin Yu's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. His body shivered, but there was no flaw in his words. Evil Ghost frowned. He forcefully suppressed his bloodthirsty desires and coldly snorted, "You had best not lie to me, otherwise my desire to eat will be affected and I will be in a bad mood." He laid down the knife. "Now you can speak." Qin Yu's voice trembled. "The monster-raising mystic art is where?" Evil Ghost subconsciously leaned closer to listen. The Black Demon sect hadn't hesitated to take risks and brazenly destroy the giant monster sect. From this, it could be seen just how much they valued the monster-raising mystic art. If he could find it, that would be a great merit. The moment Evil Ghost approached, a cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. With a loud bang, the chains around his arms shattered and a fist smashed into his chest like a bolt of lightning. With a loud crackling sound, Evil Ghost's ribs shattered and his entire chest caved in. Evil Ghost's eyes widened and blood gushed out from every orifice of his head. His body flew backwards and smashed into the stone walls of the torture chamber. This place had clearly been supported by an array formation. Even after such a violent impact, there wasn't the slightest crack. Evil Ghost's eyes widened. He struggled to get up. Not too far away, there was an alarm bell on the wall. As long as he pressed it, someone would immediately come. But at this time, a foul wind blew past him. A wild dog in the corner howled and bit down on his neck. Then, it violently shook its head and tore apart a large piece of flesh, revealing a white windpipe and throat bone. Blood wildly gushed out from his blood vessels. The struggling Evil Ghost uttered several syllables with difficulty. Then, his taut body went limp and he was dragged to the corner by the wild dog. Qin Yu's face was deathly pale. His body was completely devoid of strength. It was only because he was bound by chains that he didn't fall to the ground. This strike contained all of the strength he had accumulated. Now, it had affected his internal injuries, and he couldn't even move a finger. Qin Yu only had the strength to attack once. If it weren't for Evil Ghost expressing the terrifying thought of eating him alive, he would have rather endured the torture than rashly attack. But since he had already attacked, there was no point in thinking about this. Qin Yu closed his eyes and tried to calm his breathing. His ears were filled with the wild dog's excited howls and the sounds of flesh being torn and chewed. The air was filled with the smell of blood. This scene was like an azure battlefield. Qin Yu's thoughts gradually blurred and he fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, of him of Qin of him, he fell into a deep sleep. After a brief moment of confusion, his eyes regained focus. He looked at the wild dog that was violently struggling to break free from the chains. He frowned and muttered, "Your appetite is quite good. Evil of had disappeared. All of him of ghost C of C." Qin Yu's lips twitched. This might be good news. At the very least he would be able to live a little longer. The wild dog seemed to be frightened and its violent struggle slowed down. But soon, this cruel beast discovered Qin Yu's weakness. It roared and probed. After determining that Qin Yu couldn't move, its eyes became even more bloodthirsty. It continued to struggle. The chains that it pulled on emitted loud banging sounds. The iron pillar that was inserted deep into the ground rubbed against the chains, causing sparks to fly out. Qin Yu took a deep breath and closed his eyes once more. He was too weak right now. Even opening his eyes consumed a great deal of energy. In the torture chamber, the wild dog was spurred on by an increasingly intense hunger. It erupted with an even greater strength. Small cracks began to appear in the ground where the iron pillar was buried. According to this trend, it wouldn't be long before it would be able to pull out the iron pillar and enjoy a delicious feast of flesh and blood. Licking its lips, the wild dog howled and tried its best to rush outward. But it was pulled back again and again by the taut iron chain, its bones creaking. More and more cracks appeared on the ground, and they became larger and larger. Suddenly, with a loud bang, an entire block of iron flew out from the rubble. The wild dog, whose neck hair had been polished off and whose flesh and blood had been torn apart by the iron chain, finally regained its freedom. It roared in excitement and leapt high into the air. It opened its stinking mouth and bit down at Qin Yu's neck. Countless hunting experiences told it that this was the weakest part of its prey. As long as it tore it open, a massive amount of sweet blood would flow into its mouth. Then, it could enjoy a meal of flesh and blood with ease. Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. With his free arm restored, he fiercely swung it like an iron pillar, sending the wild dog in front of him flying away. Kacha of the wild dog's back snapped at an exaggerated angle. After its body crashed into the wall, it fell to the ground and turned into a pile of rotten meat. Qin Yu closed his eyes. It was like he had just been fished out of the water. His tattered robes were stuck to his body, soaked in sweat. He gasped for breath. Every time his chest rose and fell, it was like countless knives were slicing through it. The pain caused his consciousness to blur. At this time, the secret door leading to the torture chamber suddenly opened from the outside. A trembling voice sounded out, "Lord Evil Ghost, the monster-raising mystic art has been found. Lord Su has other matters that he needs you to deal with." After waiting for a moment and not receiving any response, the Black Demon Sect cultivator summoned up his courage and walked into the torture chamber. Then, he cried out in alarm. As Qin Yu heard this, he felt a wave of dizziness and he fell unconscious. But this unconsciousness was soon broken by ice water being poured over his head. Qin Yu coughed and woke up. "You were the one who killed Evil Ghost?" The young cultivator was fair and clean. He was trimming his clean and neat nails with a knife, his expression calm and indifferent. Qin Yu's first thought was that the Black Demon Sect's interrogators were all such perverts. Then, his complexion turned ugly. This was because being eaten by someone wasn't a happy ending at all. The young cultivator smiled. "My name is Su Xing, one of the stewards of the dungeon. You can call me Steward Su. Don't worry, I'm not a pervert like Evil Ghost who has no interest in eating human flesh. But I advise you to answer my question as soon as possible." Qin Yu didn't doubt that this person who could become a steward of the dungeon would have many despairing methods. He directly said, "I was the one who killed him." These words caused his ears to ring and his thoughts to tremble. His injuries weren't healed yet, and he had forcefully stimulated his mortal body to erupt twice in a row. His current condition was much worse than when he first entered the dungeon. Su Xing smiled. Very good. Since you are so straightforward, I won't waste any more time. He lifted his hand and 5 knives howled into the air, each one circling around his fingertip. Although Evil Ghost is a pervert, he is still my disciple. Since you killed him, I can't do nothing as his teacher. Evil Ghost likes to eat human flesh, but I like to dissect him. Don't worry, I will do my best to speed things up. An hour from now, you will be free. The 5 knives hummed and released a faint silver light. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Su Xing frowned and lightly said, What is it? Steward Su, Grandmaster Yao from the alchemy chamber, has sent someone here to find 10 people to test medicines. The dungeon is short on people right now, so we need you to make a decision. A cultivator outside respectfully said. Su Xing's pupils shrank. He waved his fingers and the 5 humming knives gradually quietened down. He smiled and said, Brat, your luck isn't bad. Since Grandmaster Yao wants people, whether or not you can live will depend on your luck. Come in. Take this prisoner away and hand him over to Grandmaster Yao. A black demon sect cultivator pushed open the door and entered. He held on to Qin Yu and respectfully bid his farewells. A moment later, Qin Yu and the other 9 prisoners were taken away from the dungeon. Among them was a white-haired and wrinkled cultivator. As he heard that he was going to test medicines for Grandmaster Yao, his originally dull eyes were instantly filled with fear. I won't go. I won't go. I beg you, kill me, kill me. I won't test medicines. The miserable shrieks were filled with despair and fear, causing the bodies of the other test subjects to tremble. A black demon sect cultivator coldly shouted, Make him shut up! Someone immediately punched out, breaking the prisoner's teeth and even shattering his tongue. The prisoner whimpered as he struggled, but he was dragged forwards, leaving behind a series of crimson footprints on the ground. Soon, 10 prisoners were brought to a remote courtyard. There were 10 iron cages in the courtyard, and several gloomy cultivators were waiting here. The black demon sect cultivator hurriedly said, Everyone, we have brought the prisoners. Beside the iron cages, the blue-faced cultivator frowned. He gloomily said, How come they are all old and weak? This sort of experimental data can't be counted at all. Your dungeon actually dares to disregard Grandmaster Yao's orders in such a perfunctory manner. I will definitely report you. The escorting cultivator bitterly smiled. It's just that there has been a shortage of prisoners in the dungeon these past few days. It took a great deal of effort to gather these 10. As he spoke, he casually handed over a storage ring. I ask Senior Apprentice Brother to put in a good word for us in front of Grandmaster Yao. Don't make things difficult for us poor little people. The blue-faced cultivator swept out his divine sense and took the storage ring. His complexion relaxed. Since there is a reason, Grandmaster Yao should be able to understand. All right, it's getting late. Let's hurry up and begin. Yes, send the prisoners in. Hurry up. The escorting cultivator was overjoyed. He turned and shouted. Qin Yu was pushed into the cage. After the cage was closed, the blue-faced cultivator lifted a hand and took out a jade bottle. Everyone, take a pill. Be obedient and eat it. It's best if you don't cause us any trouble. Qin Yu looked at the black pill in his palm and his eyes flashed. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. There were many others who did the same. But there were also 3 people who struggled and cried, unwilling to cooperate at all. But soon, after these 3 people paid the price of a mouthful of blood and a mouthful of teeth, they swallowed the pill into their stomachs. As the pill fell into their stomachs, it quickly turned into an icy cold strength that penetrated through their flesh and blood and swept through their entire bodies. It was like they had fallen into an ancient cave of ice. Then, without any warning, This icy cold strength turned into countless icicles that pierced deep into their flesh and blood. Pitiful screams echoed through the entire courtyard. The escorting Black Demon sect cultivators had already retreated, leaving behind several blue-faced cultivators who were nervously observing the effects of the pill and making all sorts of detailed record. The moment the pain erupted, a warm current gushed out from Qin Yu's limbs and bones without warning. It wrapped around all of the toxins and poured them into his right index finger. After several breaths of time, all of the toxins were dispelled. Qin Yu's eyes lit up with joy. As he thought, even after the little blue lamp had transformed into a great sun, it was still able to maintain a connection with him. And dispelling toxins had always been its specialty. But on the surface, he continued to howl in pain in the cage, no different from the other 9 mortals who were testing the pill. Gradually, the miserable screams began to subside. Some people were barely alive, and some people had already turned into cold corpses. Chapter 4:14. Of the 10 prisoners, only 3 were still alive. Looking at how skillful these people were at checking, it was obvious that they had done this many times. Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded. "Senior Brother Fei, come quickly!" The azure-masked cultivator frowned. "What's with all the shouting?" The examining cultivator hurriedly said, "There's no poison in this prisoner's body at all. It's like he didn't eat any pills at all." Fei Jin's expression changed slightly. "Get out of the way." He squatted down and cut open Qin Yu's skin with his finger. He placed a drop of blood under his nose and sniffed it. His eyes brightened. With a flip of his hand, he took out a special round stone and smeared the blood on it. The blood was immediately absorbed by the round stone, but there was no reaction. Fei Jin's heart surged with excitement, but he maintained his composure. He said in a low voice, "This person's body is a bit strange. Continue to examine him here. I will bring him to see Grandmaster Yao." With that, he grabbed Qin Yu and strode out the door. After walking out of the courtyard, Fei Jin was unable to restrain his excitement any longer. He strode forward swiftly, and he soon arrived at a huge palace. There were spell fluctuations at the entrance of the hall. Fei Jin took out an iron tablet and shook it, causing a black light to shoot out. The spell immediately parted to the sides, and he rushed in without hesitation. He urgently said, "Grandmaster Yao, Fei Jin wishes to see you for an important matter." After a long while, a figure shrouded in a black robe and exuding a cold aura walked out from the depths of the great hall. His voice was sharp. "Fei Jin, you should know that when this old man is refining pills, no one is allowed to disturb him. Since you dare to barge in, you better give me a satisfactory answer." Fei Jin's body shook. If it weren't an urgent matter, this junior would not dare to disturb Grandmaster Yao. He carefully placed Qin Yu on the ground. "Grandmaster, please take a look. This junior suspects that this person is the one you have been searching for all this time, the one with the innate ability to purify all poisons." "What?" Grandmaster Yao shouted out loud. His figure flickered and he arrived in front of Qin Yu. He grasped Qin Yu's wrist and black energy gushed out, directly invading his body. One could clearly see black threads like a spider web appear from his wrist and rapidly spread throughout Qin Yu's body. But right at this moment, the spreading black threads began to rapidly melt as if they had encountered their natural enemy. Grandmaster Yao stuffily coughed. His palms emitted a sizzling sound as large tracts of flesh began to rot away. But his voice was filled with ecstasy. "Pure body. It really was a pure body. Ha 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 ha, good, really good." Fei Jin quickly fell to his knees. "Congratulations, Grandmaster Yao. Congratulations, Grandmaster Yao." Grandmaster Yao laughed for a while and barely managed to calm his excited emotions. His eyes flickered as he said, "Who else knows about this besides you?" Fei Jin's heart skipped a beat and he said honestly, "There are a few others who are from the same sect as me, Grandmaster, to help you test the medicine." Grandmaster Yao said indifferently, Fei Jin, since you can find a pure body, I will keep my promise and give you a chance to become my disciple. Fei Jin was overjoyed and repeatedly bowed his head. Disciple greets teacher. From now on, I will be loyal and devoted and will never be disloyal. Grandmaster Yao smiled. Very good. Now go and bring your fellow disciples here. They are considered to have done a meritorious deed, so I will reward them accordingly. Fei Jin said respectfully, Yes, teacher. I will go now. After Fei Jin left, Grandmaster Yao quickly squatted down. He pointed a finger at Qin Yu's body and furrowed his eyebrows. His injuries are actually so serious, but luckily this person's foundation isn't bad. He should be able to recover with a bit of effort. With a flick of his sleeves, an invisible strength wrapped around Qin Yu. Grandmaster Yao turned and walked deep into the hall. He opened several hidden doors, and after many twists and turns, he arrived at an absolutely hidden chamber. He placed Qin Yu on a stone bed. This stone bed was very strange. It was incomparably cold, but this cold strength wouldn't harm a cultivator. Rather, it could suppress internal injuries and even speed up the recovery of the mortal body. Grandmaster Yao lifted a hand and pointed between his eyebrows. A blood-red chain stretched out from between his eyebrows. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this chain was formed from countless tiny runes and emitted extremely cryptic fluctuations of strength. Pulling out the blood-red chain seemed to cause a great deal of damage to him. Grandmaster Yao paled and his eyes dimmed. He lifted a hand and the blood-red chain instantly fused into Qin Yu's body. In the next moment, Qin Yu's mortal body's injuries began to recover at an astonishing speed. It was as if the blood-red chain contained an incomparably formidable strength. Grandmaster Yao sneered. I know you've woken up, but I must remind you to behave yourself, otherwise you won't like the consequences. As he spoke, his thoughts stirred. On the stone platform, Qin Yu's eyes shot open. His body tensed and blue blood vessels protruded from beneath his skin. He was in excruciating pain. Humph! Grandmaster Yao lightly said, This is only a small punishment. Don't try anything. With just a thought, I can make you suffer a fate worse than death. Now, you should behave yourself and stay here. Once I finish dealing with some trivial matters, I will come and have a good chat with you. Grandmaster Yao turned and left. On the stone platform, Qin Yu frowned. He closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings for a long time. A strange light flashed in his eyes. This time, it seemed, he had obtained a blessing in disguise? Indeed, after being unlucky for so long, his luck had finally begun to turn. After determining that there wouldn't be any problems for the time being, Qin Yu closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. During this time, although he had fallen asleep many times, his subconscious had been tense and his mind was exhausted. Now that he relaxed, he soon fell into a deep sleep. Grandmaster Yao was filled with excitement. He took several deep breaths before he barely managed to calm himself down. I never thought I would find a pure body in this black demon sect. The heavens really haven't forsaken me. However, there are still some loose ends to this matter. I must completely deal with them before I can prepare with peace of mind. Soon, Grandmaster Yao returned to the main hall. After waiting for a moment, Fei Jin arrived with several Black Demon Sect cultivators. Greetings, Grandmaster Yao. Fei Jin bowed first. Grandmaster Yao revealed a look of appreciation. This boy was quite clever. He faintly smiled and said, Today, you have found a very good candidate for me to test my medicine. He will be of help to me when I refine pills. I am a fair person when it comes to rewards and punishments. The reason I had Fei Jin bring you here is to give you some rewards. He flicked his sleeves and several jade boxes fell in front of everyone. These are Star God pills. They were refined by me using many treasures and contain the blood essence of a jade toad. They can greatly increase the intensity of your mortal bodies. Fei Jin respectfully bowed in thanks. He opened the jade box and took out a pill, swallowing it down. With him as an example, the other Black Demon sect cultivators didn't dare to reveal any doubts, even though they had some doubts in their hearts. They all obediently swallowed the pill. Grandmaster Yao's smile widened. The medicinal efficacy of this pill will spread out slowly. You can all refine it here. His eyes fell on Fei Jin. Come here. There are some things I need you to do. Fei Jin hurriedly nodded and ran to catch up. The Black Demon sect cultivators all revealed looks of envy. As they thought about how Fei Jin had brought this person here, he would definitely obtain the most benefit. Jealousy filled their hearts. Honorable Master. Fei Jin respectfully bowed, a bit nervous. Grandmaster Yao lightly said, "It seems you have good eyesight." He took out a pill and tossed it to him. "Eat it." Fei Jin swallowed the pill and felt a warm current spread through his body. His spirits rose and he quickly bowed. "Thank you, Honorable Master, for your generous gift." Grandmaster Yao said, "If you work hard, I won't treat you unfairly. Later, clean up the hall. If there is any trouble afterwards, just say that they angered me and I personally killed them. The high-level figures of the Black Demon sect won't make things difficult for you." "Yes, Honorable Master." Fei Jin bowed. When the sound of Grandmaster Yao's footsteps faded away, he looked up, excitement in his eyes. He had already heard that although Grandmaster Yao was ranked near the bottom of the sect's several alchemy grandmasters, his origins were extremely mysterious. Even the high-level figures of the sect dreaded him. Now it seemed that this was true. Otherwise, even if he was an alchemy grandmaster of the Black Demon sect, he wouldn't have dared to casually execute these sect disciples. Fei Jin secretly shook his head. Among these cultivators, there were some that had a close relationship with him, and he was able to order them around. Unfortunately, Grandmaster Yao had already decided to silence them, so there was nothing he could do. He might sympathize with them, but even more than that, this was fate. There was no one to blame. After all, if their statuses were reversed, Fei Jin felt that they would also sell him out without hesitation. As he walked back to the front hall, he could already hear pained howls. Fei Jin sighed. He stood where he was for a moment, waiting for all the sounds to disappear. Then, he stepped in. The several Black Demon sect cultivators didn't even have their bones left. They had turned into puddles of incomparably smelly mucus on the ground. Fei Jin was expressionless. He first took away their storage rings and then waved his hand. Wood powder fell onto the mucus on the ground, and it rapidly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, the ground was completely clean without a single smell left behind. He flicked his finger and a black flame fell onto the swollen wood powder. It immediately began to burn, turning everything into ashes. All traces of these people in the world had been thoroughly erased. Fei Jin hurriedly left Grandmaster Yao's dwelling. He reported that several disciples had offended him and were killed by Grandmaster Yao. As he looked at the gloomy external affairs elder across from him, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. But soon, he received a reply. Looking at the external affairs elder subconsciously open his mouth, Fei Jin felt a burst of excitement. He had really latched onto the right thigh. And at this time, Grandmaster Yao had already returned to the chamber where Qin Yu was. He lightly said, "I am obsessed with researching the Tao of poisons. I need to conduct a massive amount of experiments to obtain data to aid in my pill research. But this method has a high cultivation requirement for the person testing the medicine, and the consumption is far too great. But your appearance will change this situation." Grandmaster Yao continued to say, "Help me research pills and I guarantee that in 10 years at most, I will return your freedom. I might even take you in as a disciple and give you a good future. Otherwise, this old man has many ways to destroy your consciousness and turn you into a walking corpse." He cupped his hands together and bowed. Disciple Ning Qin greets teacher. Grandmaster Yao paused for a moment and then laughed. "Not bad, you are indeed worth teaching." Since that's the case, I will accept you as my disciple. Disciple, your body is weak right now. Rest well first. Once your body recovers, it won't be too late to help teacher test medicines. Qin Yu respectfully said, Disciple obeys. Grandmaster Yao clapped his hands and a beautiful maid walked out. But she didn't have the slightest aura of life. She was only a refined puppet. Take Ning Qin away and arrange a place for him to stay. Ning Qin, this place is filled with toxic poisons. Don't casually walk around to avoid any accident. I will provide you with everything you need to recover from your injuries. You just need to rest and recover in peace. Qin Yu's face was filled with gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Young Master Ning Qin, please follow me. The puppet maid spoke out in a pleasant but hollow voice. Chapter 4:15. Immortal Sect. Purple Moon furrowed her eyebrows, as if she were thinking of something. At this time, faint ripples appeared in the space in front of her. Han Qingping's phantom walked out. He cupped his hands together and smiled. Greetings, Great Elder. Humph, what are you doing here? Purple Moon asked without expression. Han Qingping's smile didn't diminish. Now that the great calamity has been eliminated, I have come to remind Great Elder that our agreement should begin. Purple Moon's eyes were icy cold. I naturally won't go back on my word. But, do you think Ningling has the mind to care about such things right now? Her voice slowed down and became increasingly indifferent. Every syllable was filled with a thick chill. I don't need you to remind me, and I also don't want you to threaten me with your words today. Do you understand? Han Qingping cupped his hands together. How could I dare to threaten Great Elder? It's just that my heart is restless. Since I obtained Great Elder's promise, I will patiently wait. He took a step back and continued to say, Since that's the case, I will no longer disturb Great Elder's rest. I bid my farewells here. Just as he was about to leave, his complexion suddenly changed. Across from him, Purple Moon's eyes shook and she vanished from sight. Outside the stone chamber, Purple Moon's figure appeared. She flicked her sleeves and shattered the stone door, flying straight in. Ningling sat down cross-legged. At this time, her aura was in chaos and a wild strength was tearing apart her body. Her boundary was about to collapse, and she would suffer a backlash from cultivation deviation soon. Ningling, what are you doing? Purple Moon shouted out loud. She lifted a hand and forcefully suppressed her cultivation that had gone out of control. Ningling opened her eyes, her expression empty and faint. Honorable Master, this disciple wishes to take revenge for Qin Yu, but I cannot control my heart. Every time I think of him dying, I feel despair towards this world. The longer I live, the more pain I have to endure. This pain is almost tearing my heart apart. I beg, teacher, please do not save me. Let me follow Qin Yu in death and be free from this. Purple Moon's face was filled with anger. What nonsense! Ningling, wake up for me. Qin Yu is already dead. Do you want to kill yourself for a dead person? Even if you don't take revenge, have you forgotten that person beneath Torment Pagoda? She already knows that you have arrived and is looking forward to meeting you. Ningling bitterly smiled. In truth, this disciple has already begun to regret leaving the land of exiles and coming to the immortal sect. I had never seen my mother before, so my memories of her were completely blank. For her, I had abandoned Qin Yu and had already let him down once. But now, Qin Yu chased me all the way to the land of divinity and demons. For me, he didn't hesitate to take the risk of cultivating the primordial singular energy art, and in the end he gave up his life. I have worked hard for my mother, I have tried everything I could to repay her for giving birth to me in the past. But I will forever owe Qin Yu a debt I will never have the chance to repay. Now, all I want to do is accompany Qin Yu as he leaves this world. Perhaps he is somewhere, waiting in despair for me. At this point, her eyes flashed with anticipation and determination. Like an arrow, it pierced through Ziyu's heart. She never imagined that Ningling's feelings would be so deep. All of her preparations were useless. Han Qingping's avatar appeared behind Ning Ling. He lifted a hand and she closed her eyes, falling unconscious. Purple Moon angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" Han Qingping fluttered backwards, avoiding the wild strength that surged towards him. He said, "I am only letting her sleep for a while, otherwise there is no way for us to talk." After a pause, he continued to say, "Great Elder, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but Ning Ling has already decided to die. You can save her once, twice, or even 3 times, but will you be able to stay by her side every day?" Purple Moon coldly said, "What method do you have?" Han Qingping said, "I remember that in 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace, there is a supreme soul sealing treasure that can extract a cultivator's memories and seal them within." Purple Moon's complexion changed. "You want me to erase Ning Ling's memories? This is the only way to save her. If she forgets, she naturally won't be heartbroken and she definitely won't commit suicide." Han Qingping's eyes flashed. After experiencing these twists and turns, although Ning Ling has lost her memories, her mind has been tempered. There is an extremely high chance she will be able to cultivate 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace's strongest cultivation method, the Sublime Lost Emotion Code. Purple Moon was silent for a long time. Then, she flicked her sleeves and brought Ning Ling away. She stepped forwards and shot into the skies. 3 months later, a white-clothed female cultivator walked out from the gates of Purple Moon Palace. A gentle breeze blew past her, causing her dress to flutter in the wind like a fairy. She looked up at the bright sun in the skies and narrowed her beautiful eyes. "Shen Yuanin, even this name feels strange to me. It's like I've been dreaming for a very, very long time, and now that I've awoken from my dream, I've forgotten many of the stories I experienced in my dream, but what I've forgotten shouldn't exist. It was only a dream, so let it be. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Sister Yuanin." Several female cultivators respectfully bowed as they passed. Shen Yuanin nodded. She stepped on the void and flew away. After several flashes, she flew away from the mountain. In the next moment, black clouds surged out from the skies. Countless bolts of lightning appeared and rumbling sounds filled the heavens. Shen Yuanin looked up, her eyes indifferent and without expression. She lifted a hand and grasped forwards. A pure white sword appeared and she slashed towards the heavens. Thunder trembled and the thunder that filled the skies vanished. In the next moment, the endless black clouds were split in half. They were incomparably neat, as if they had been cut in half by a single sword strike. Sunlight sprinkled down and bathed Shen Yuanin in it. She was like a goddess descending from the highest heavens. Her dress fluttered without wind and her aura rose at an astonishing speed. She instantly broke through the limit and stepped into the blue sea realm. But, her rise didn't stop until she reached the 4th level of the blue sea realm. Only then did she slowly calm down. A loud voice sounded out, echoing through the entire immortal sect. 9 Heaven Mirror Moon Palace disciple Shen Yuanin has broken through to the blue sea realm. She will be conferred the title of Young Palace Master. Her status will be revered and endless, and she will be worshipped by 1 trillion lives. Greetings, Young Palace Master Shen Yuanin. Countless immortal sect cultivators fell to their knees, all of them expressing their awe towards this peerless figure that stood in the skies. Qin Yu's mind fluctuated. He opened his eyes from his cultivation. He frowned, but he couldn't find the reason. He slowly suppressed the confusion in his heart and sensed his current condition. A smile lifted the corners of his lips. He had to say that this cheap master of Grandmaster Yao had been extremely diligent in helping him collect treasures. Even with such a serious injury, he had nearly completely recovered in a short 3 months. But what a pity, he didn't have good intentions. Moreover, Qin Yu had experienced this before. Thinking of Purple Moon, an icy cold killing intent flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. His memories returned to the past. He had been preparing to rush into the 9th level of the primordial singular energy art in a single go. Everything had been going smoothly, but at the critical moment when he revolved his cultivation method, his mind had gone blank. It wasn't that he had been absent-minded, but that the revolutions of the primordial singular energy art had suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the yin and yang energies that had been peacefully fused together had gone completely out of control. In that moment, Qin Yu was suddenly enlightened. The primordial singular energy art that Purple Moon had given him was incomplete to begin with. In other words, the so-called helping him cultivate and reversing the undying true demon body had been nothing but a lie from start to finish. The yin and yang energies had gone out of control. A terrifying destructive strength had been enough to instantly tear Qin Yu to pieces. If it weren't for Undying suddenly helping him repair the incomplete primordial singular energy art and then using some unknown method to tear apart space, he would have already turned to ashes. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt even more hatred towards Purple Moon and the Immortal Sect. In particular, he thought of Ning Ling. Seeing the yin and yang energies being destroyed outside, she must have thought that he had died. With Ning Ling's feelings for him, she must have been in so much pain that she wished she were dead. The only thing that left Qin Yu at ease was that since Purple Moon dared to scheme against him, she must have made a backup plan ahead of time to ensure Ning Ling's safety. Immortal Sect. Qin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his icy, killing intent. In front of that colossus, he was as weak as an ant. In a short period of time, it was impossible for him to take revenge, and he definitely couldn't expose himself in front of the Immortal Sect. Otherwise, in order to silence him, the Immortal Sect would not hesitate to pay any price to kill him so that Ning Ling wouldn't know the truth. Purple Moon had taken a roundabout route, not hesitating to spend countless treasures to send him into a desperate situation. This meant that the Immortal Sect valued Ning Ling far more than he originally thought. Unfortunately, no matter how they schemed, the people of the Immortal Sect never imagined that Undying had actually grasped the complete primordial singular energy art. Not only had he not died, but he had actually successfully cultivated the primordial singular energy art. There would be a day when he would return to the Immortal Sect and tell Ning Ling everything. Then, together with her, they would make the entire Immortal Sect pay the price. There was a knock on the door. Qin Yu composed himself and said, "Come in." The puppet maid pushed open the door, a warm smile on her face. "Young Master Qin Yu, Grandmaster Yao requests your presence." Qin Yu looked at the beautiful but lifeless maid in front of him, a trace of pity in his eyes. This sort of lifelike puppet was originally refined from a living person, and the process was incomparably painful. After the refinement was completed, the puppet's soul would still remain, but it would be controlled by someone else for the rest of its life. In particular, the one it served was the person who refined it into a puppet. It had to suffer constant torment. The pain was unimaginable. "I understand. Wait outside the door for a moment." The puppet maid respectfully nodded and left. Qin Yu stood up, a cold sneer on his face. Seeing that his injuries were nearly healed, he really had lost his patience. "Then I'll deal with you first." Qin Yu straightened his robes and pushed open the door. "Let's go." The puppet maid led the way. Qin Yu discovered that she seemed to want to say something, but in the end she remained silent. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the chamber that Qin Yu had been placed in. Grandmaster Yao was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed. He opened his eyes and faintly smiled. "My good disciple, your body should have recovered by now, right?" Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "I must thank Honorable Master for providing me with so many treasures." As if his goal was about to be achieved and everything was within his grasp, Grandmaster Yao cackled several times. "There is no need to thank me. I also have a goal for helping you. As long as you properly repay me, that will be enough." Qin Yu smiled. "I wonder, how does Honorable Master want this disciple to repay you?" Grandmaster Yao's laughter became even sharper. "Simple. Offer your soul and body to me." He flicked his sleeves and a layer of light lit up, blocking out the entire chamber. Chapter 4:16. In the corner of the chamber, the puppet maid revealed a look of struggle, but it quickly turned into pain. She let out a muffled groan and lowered her head, grief filling her eyes. She had been personally refined into a puppet by Grandmaster Yao and had followed by his side for all these years. She had been used as a tool to vent his frustrations. After others learned that she was a puppet, they also treated her with indifference, as if she were nothing more than a tool. Only Qin Yu, although he hadn't had much contact with her, had always regarded her as a normal person. Unfortunately, her life was being controlled and she could only watch helplessly as he was harmed. After waiting for so many years, I have finally found a pure body that can dispel the soul curse. I will be reborn, and I will take back everything I lost. With a loud shout, the black light that shot out from Grandmaster Yao's eyes vanished, drilling into Qin Yu's eyes. His pitch-black eyes dimmed and his aura dissipated. And at this time, the true battle occurred in Qin Yu's soul space. All of the dark light gathered there, forming an incomparably old figure. This was Grandmaster Yao's true self. He looked at Qin Yu's soul that had its eyes closed and the blood-red chains that wrapped around it. He let out a strange and smug cackle and threw himself at it. As long as he swallowed Qin Yu's soul and fused with all of his aura, he could obtain the recognition of his mortal body and thoroughly control it. But at this time, Qin Yu's soul suddenly opened its eyes. As it looked at the approaching Grandmaster Yao, its lips curved up in a mocking smile. Grandmaster Yao was shocked. Then, he viciously smiled. "It's useless. You can't resist at all." "Really?" With a thought, a crescent purple moon appeared above his soul. It sprinkled down a pale purple light that covered the blood-red chains. This object was formed from countless blood-colored symbols. Now that it was enveloped by the purple moonlight, all of the symbols suddenly stiffened, frozen by an invisible power. Qin Yu lightly said, "Everything should end now." Whoosh! A beam of purple moonlight shot out, instantly piercing through Grandmaster Yao's soul. With a miserable cry, his soul exploded into countless fragments. In the chamber, a wisp of dark light escaped from Qin Yu's eyes, rapidly escaping into Grandmaster Yao's mortal body like a bolt of lightning. Grandmaster Yao's body trembled as he regained his senses, fear filling his eyes. "Quick! Activate the alarm! This kid wants to kill me!" Shua Qin Yu lifted a finger and pointed it between Grandmaster Yao's eyebrows. A transparent hole appeared and red and white matter splashed out. The dark light flew out, wanting to escape. But in the blink of an eye, it was sucked into Qin Yu's eyes. Faintly, one could hear Grandmaster Yao's roars of despair and unwillingness. Qin Yu let out a long breath. He thought to himself that it was a close call. He never thought that Grandmaster Yao would have such strange methods. In that sort of environment, he was actually able to escape. He turned and looked at the puppet maid in the corner. Her eyes were filled with relief. She faintly smiled at Qin Yu and then fell backwards, her aura rapidly dissipating. When the master died, the puppet would die with him. But just now, she clearly had the chance to activate the alarm, but after Master Yao screamed, she kept silent. He cupped his hands together towards the puppet maid's corpse. "I don't know your name, but I must thank you for today's matter." He stood up and waved his hand. Grandmaster Yao's robes flew over and fell into his hands. This robe was cool to the touch, and its surface was clean without a single speck of blood. It was a good treasure robe. As Qin Yu wore the black robe, he suddenly exuded a much more gloomy aura. He was overjoyed. It seemed that Grandmaster Yao had also used this treasure robe to change his aura. This would save him a great deal of trouble. Qin Yu's bones crackled. With a loud crackling sound, Qin Yu's body shrank and his appearance became exactly the same as Grandmaster Yao's. He took several steps in place, carefully recalling Grandmaster Yao's actions. Soon, the way he walked became vivid and lifelike. That's right, before he killed Grandmaster Yao, Qin Yu had already thought of his next plan. Grandmaster Yao had an eccentric personality and rarely came into contact with outsiders. In the Black Demon sect, he only had a single disciple, and they rarely came into contact. This gave Qin Yu a chance to substitute himself. After killing Grandmaster Yao, he would disguise himself as him and then look for a chance to quietly leave the Black Demon sect. This was Qin Yu's original plan. But after swallowing Grandmaster Yao's soul, Qin Yu learned many things. One of these things was that the Black Demon sect belonged to one of the 13 branches of the demonic path. After a short period of thought, Qin Yu decided to change his plan. He would continue to stay in the Black Demon sect with the identity of Grandmaster Yao. This was because if he wanted to retaliate against the Immortal sect, he would have to rely on his own strength to do so. But the demonic path was a transcendent influence that could stand toe-to-toe with the Immortal sect in the land of divinity and demons. If he joined the Black Demon sect and waited for a chance to enter the demonic path in the future, he would have a chance to borrow the strength of the demonic path to make the Immortal sect pay the price. Moreover, he had cultivated the undying true demon body, so joining the demonic path was the best choice to begin with. There was a high chance that he would be valued. At that time, not only would he be able to be raised, but his own safety would also be guaranteed. Of course, before he had enough strength, Qin Yu absolutely could not reveal his identity. As for how long he could stay in the Black Demon sect without being discovered, Qin Yu faintly smiled. He said in a soft voice, "Grandmaster Yao, I really must thank you." By swallowing his soul, Qin Yu naturally obtained all of his memories. This Grandmaster Yao's name was Yao Quo, and he was a wandering old demon cultivator. At his peak, he had a powerful 6th-level blue sea cultivation. Unfortunately, after refining some forbidden pill, he suffered a mysterious curse that invaded his soul. After that, he struggled to survive for over 1,000 years. His cultivation fell, and he was betrayed by his subordinate. In fact, Grandmaster Yao was a true Grandmaster-level existence when it came to alchemy in the demonic path. According to his memories, when he was at his peak, he had even helped a Calamity Immortal Realm existence refine pills. That Calamity Immortal Realm existence had gifted him a powerful treasure as repayment. Unfortunately, when he was betrayed, the treasure had been taken away by his subordinate. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for Qin Yu to kill him. These were all minor details. What was important was that after swallowing Grandmaster Yao's soul, all of Grandmaster Yao's lifetime of alchemy had become Qin Yu's. The demonic path's alchemy methods had opened his horizons. So pills could also be refined from a living being's flesh and blood, essence, inner core, and so on. It could be said that although Qin Yu hadn't refined any pills of the demonic path, he was already a theoretical Grandmaster-level demon. As long as he experimented a few times, then with the little blue lamp and 9th province furnace in hand, disguising himself as Grandmaster Yao wouldn't be a problem at all. Qin Yu flicked his fingers and a fireball appeared, burning Grandmaster Yao's corpse to ashes. Then, he temporarily put away the puppet maid's corpse and sat down cross-legged on the stone bed. Although he had obtained Grandmaster Yao's memories, they still didn't belong to Qin Yu. He needed to look through them in order to ensure that nothing unexpected happened. In particular, he needed to carefully ponder the alchemy portion of the memories before he could use them for himself. Fei Jin had an anxious expression. He paced back and forth in the hall. He didn't know what Grandmaster Yao was doing, but he knew it was an incomparably important matter. Over 10 days had passed and there hadn't been any movement at all. How could he not be worried? If something were to happen to Grandmaster Yao, then all of his previous efforts would have been wasted. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed out from deep within the hall. Fei Jin was overjoyed. He fell to his knees. "Disciple greets honorable master." He was familiar with these footsteps. It was Grandmaster Yao. Qin Yu looked at the humble Fei Jin on the ground, his eyes cold. This person had forced them to test medicines, and his methods were ruthless to the extreme. Moreover, this Fei Jin was the only Black Demon Sect cultivator that had come into contact with Grandmaster Yao. It could be said that he was the greatest uneasy factor in Qin Yu's disguise. The sooner he eliminated him, the better. His thoughts stirred. Qin Yu pretended to be Grandmaster Yao and coldly said, "You came just in time. I have something I need you to do." As he spoke, he turned and walked away. Fei Jin's heart skipped a beat. Grandmaster Yao seemed to be in a bad mood. He didn't dare to delay and quickly followed. Soon, Grandmaster Yao stopped outside a chamber. "Take away the corpse inside and carefully deal with it. Don't let anyone see it." Fei Jin was startled. It was just a corpse. Did he need to do anything? Doubt flashed in his mind. Fei Jin didn't dare to anger Grandmaster Yao while he was in a bad mood. Although they were master and disciple, Grandmaster Yao was a temperamental person. It was best to be a bit more cautious. Fei Jin respectfully bowed and walked into the chamber. He was startled. Besides a stone bed, there was no corpse at all. His heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to turn around, he discovered that the entire chamber had been sealed off by the strength of an array formation. Fei Jin was panic-stricken. "Honorable Master, what is the meaning of this? This disciple has always been loyal and devoted to you." Qin Yu coldly sneered. "Say those words to Grandmaster Yao in the underworld." Fei Jin had a panic-stricken expression. "It's you, save me! Save me!" Black poison gas gushed out from a corner of the chamber. Fei Jin held his breath, but it was clearly useless. Soon, he fell to the ground, twitching. His face was covered with purple spots and his body swelled up. Finally, with a loud bang, he exploded. As the stench of corpse fluid touched the air, it began to burn until not a single ash was left behind. Qin Yu coldly snorted. He didn't feel any mercy towards this person's fate. It was unknown just how many innocent lives had been stained by Fei Jin's hands. Those who killed should be killed by others. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu had already used Grandmaster Yao's identity to live in the Black Demon Sect for over 2 months. He intentionally kept a low profile, and in addition to Grandmaster Yao's originally eccentric personality, there weren't any problems. It was just that in the dungeon, the cruel and savage Grandmaster Yao hadn't experimented with any prisoners in 2 months, so they were puzzled. Of course, no matter how much courage they had, they still wouldn't dare to ask why. In the alchemy room, Qin Yu lifted a hand and slapped the 9th province furnace. This pill furnace that seemed tattered but actually possessed heaven-defying functions opened on its own. 7 blood-red pills were wrapped in an invisible strength and flew out from the mouth of the pill furnace. Unfortunately, just as 3 of them flew out, they flew back into the 9th province furnace. With several chewing sounds, they vanished without a trace. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. The 9th province furnace's habit of intercepting pills hadn't changed. Now its attitude was a bit better. At the very least, it would let him take a look at how many pills he had refined. With a wave of his hand, he took the remaining 7 blood-red pills. He lowered his head and sniffed them. Then, his lips curled up in a satisfied smile. Spirit Blood Pill, a 6th-grade demonic pill. It could supplement a cultivator's blood vitality, and also had the effect of strengthening the mortal body. This was also the reason why Qin Yu was an alchemy master to begin with. In addition to the 9th province furnace, it was impossible for anyone else to refine a 6th-grade demonic pill in 2 months. It had to be known that there were differences between memories and things one possessed. He casually put away the spirit blood pills and then closed his eyes for a moment. Then, he flipped his palm and a jade bottle appeared. This was the blood marrow he obtained from the infinite realm. Chapter 4:17. In the chamber, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. A faint purple-gold light circulated in the depths of his eyes, adding a touch of demonic charm to them. In his eyes, the array formation that Grandmaster Yao laid down in the chamber was completely visible. If he wanted to, he could casually break through the array formation with a finger. This was the bloodline ability he obtained after swallowing the blood marrow pill and awakening his bloodline. Qin Yu called it the spirit eyes. By activating the spirit eyes, he could obtain the ability to break through illusions, and seals. According to his experiments, he could see through the vast majority of arrays. Although Qin Yu had always wanted to study the path of arrays, he never had the chance to truly devote himself to it. Now that he had awakened the spirit eyes, he had made up for one of his shortcomings. In the future, when he walked through the land of divinity and demons, he would have some confidence he could protect himself if he encountered any arrays. But this wasn't the full ability of the spirit eyes. With a thought, the purple-gold light in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes faded, turning into a faint blood-red color. Then, a blood-red light howled out, submerging into nothingness. When Qin Yu swallowed the blood marrow pill and successfully activated his bloodline and awakened the spirit eyes, he naturally sensed something. When he killed the blood-eye beheading ape in the past, he obtained the soul eye between his eyebrows, and it was directly broken down into blood energy that was absorbed by his eyes. Thus, Qin Yu obtained a supernatural ability similar to the blood-eye beheading ape. However, compared to the blood-eye beheading ape, this supernatural ability was even more strange and unfathomable. Once it left his body, it would submerge into nothingness. It was impossible to guard against. As for how strong it was, he would have to find a chance to test it out in the future before he could be sure. After dispersing the power of the spirit eyes, Qin Yu's eyes soon returned to normal. He frowned, a thoughtful look on his face. Ever since he was a child, he discovered that his 5 senses far surpassed those of ordinary people. Now that his bloodline had awakened to the spirit eyes, it seemed this was because of his bloodline. All life in the world originated from ancient inheritances. It could be said that whether it was a cultivator or a prisoner, all of them had the bloodline of an ancient being flowing through their bodies. Unfortunately, some people's bloodlines were too thin and couldn't be activated. As for others, their bloodlines were too rich and they could obtain formidable strength after awakening. If Qin Yu could activate his bloodline, that proved that his bloodline shouldn't be a mediocre existence. But he had been abandoned when he was young and could only struggle to survive on his own. Perhaps if he started from his bloodline, he might have a chance to investigate his past in the future. Of course, Qin Yu had no intention of recognizing him as a relative. Since he had abandoned him in the past, there was no longer any connection between them. He only wanted to ask just why. Qin Yu suppressed these thoughts and began to think about his next arrangement. According to Grandmaster Yao's memories, the Demon Ascension Gate would open in another 4 years. Only then would he have the chance to enter the demonic path. Now that Qin Yu had successfully grasped the pill-refining method of the demonic path, there were no longer any flaws in his disguise as Grandmaster Yao. For these next 4 years, he would have to diligently cultivate and increase his own boundary. After all, the more one walked in the cultivation world, the more one understood that the only thing one could truly rely on in this world was one's own strength. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. The phantom of a towering mountain appeared in his mind, as if it were the dwelling place of ancient life forms. It emitted a dreadful pressure. Within the mountain phantom, 5 nascent soul phantoms sat cross-legged. They cupped their hands together and smiled. Fellow Taoist, we meet again. In the 9-realm Holy Land, Qin Yu had obtained the 5-element mountain cultivation method from Black Lake. After obtaining it, he hadn't had a chance to carefully perceive it. Now that the hidden dangers of his identity had been resolved, he could use the 4 years he had to wait for the Demon Ascension Gate to open. From Black Lake's words, he knew that the 5-element mountain was a cultivation method obtained by the master of the 9-realm Holy Land after he slew some formidable existence. It was likely extraordinary. If he could successfully cultivate it, his strength would rise dramatically. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. His mind instantly fused into the mountain phantom. The 5 nascent soul phantoms all laughed together. We finally have a descendant. This meditation lasted for an entire month. Qin Yu didn't move at all. His body was like a piece of dead wood, and even the aura he emitted gradually weakened. On this day, a month later, his body shivered and his eyes slowly opened. His pupils were dim, revealing a deep weariness. I was too careless. I never imagined that the 5-element mountain would be so broad and profound. Just meditating on it once almost exhausted my divine sense. Qin Yu muttered to himself. But even though his eyes were tired, they were filled with excitement. Although he had suffered some hardship this time, the 5-element mountain's profound boundary and formidable might left Qin Yu ecstatic. This cultivation method required one to be at the peak of divine soul. By perceiving one of the 5 elements, one could step into the blue sea realm. By perceiving 2, one could reach the peak of the blue sea realm. By perceiving 3, one could contend with a calamity immortal. By perceiving 4, one could break through to become an almighty being. By perceiving 5, one could perceive the heavens and earth, touch upon the source of the great Tao, and wander the world unhindered. After that, the 5-element mountain had no boundaries. But, after meditating on it, Qin Yu understood that although it was named after the 5 elements, this cultivation method was all-encompassing. The 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other, and they were compatible with each other, producing variations. Variations and variations could continue to mutate. There were simply endless variations. It could be said that there was an infinite future and infinite possibilities. Qin Yu took a deep breath and calmed his surging emotions. Although the future was beautiful and bright, he still needed to work hard to achieve it. The Great Wall of 10,000 miles began beneath one's feet. Cultivation had to be done one step at a time. There was no room for reaching beyond one's grasp. Qin Yu took out several pills and swallowed them. In a short hour, all of the divine sense and magic power he had consumed were restored to their original state. In his soul space, he still didn't know the true function of the purple moon. But, at the very least, he knew that it had a tremendous effect on the recovery of the soul. The blue sun in his Dantian Sea, only when he truly cultivated the primordial singular energy art would he realize that the immortal sex understanding of it was simply wrong. Indeed, it could instantly transform the attributes of one's magic power. But, using it like this was a great waste of the blue sun. Its true function was similar to the purple moon. It could accelerate the growth of a cultivator's magic power. Or one could understand the blue sun as a converter that constantly absorbed heaven and earth spiritual strength, constantly sending pure magic power into his Dantian Sea and fusing it into his cultivation. Moreover, as the purple moon and blue sun condensed, Qin Yu could faintly feel that there was some special connection between the two. If he kept them, there was a chance that he could obtain unexpected harvests in the future. Of course, there was no need for Qin Yu to use the blue sun as the price to transform the undying true demon body into the ancient chaos body. To cultivate the 5-element mountain, I should choose one of these paths as the beginning of breaking through. I have cultivated the undying true demon body, and I also have the purple moon protecting my soul. The undying true demon body has fused into my shadow, so my defensive abilities are sufficient. The only thing I lack is my own attacks. Then, I will choose the path of metal as my first path. I hope that I can inherit the incomparably sharp and tyrannical attributes of metal of the 5 elements and smoothly open the first step in my cultivation. In Qin Yu's mind, a radiant silver light appeared. Although it was incomparably dim, it emitted a horrifying aura that could split apart the heavens and earth. Meditate on metal of the 5 elements, open. Cultivation knew no time. In particular, after reaching the divine soul realm, a cultivator's lifespan would greatly increase. If one carefully controlled their lifespan, living for over 2,000 years was normal. There were even some forbidden methods that could be used. For instance, transforming one's own life form or placing down forbidden seals could allow one to live for even longer. Thus, the higher one's cultivation was, the less sensitive they were to the passage of time. Qin Yu completely immersed his mind in perceiving the path of metal. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Cultivating the 5-element mountain involved divine soul, blue sea, calamity immortal, and even higher realms. It naturally wasn't something that could be cultivated through pure hard work. It required a cultivator to have an extremely deep understanding of the world's rules. These understandings were like a foundation. Only by laying down a solid foundation could one construct true supernatural powers on top of it. After Qin Yu stepped into Divine Soul, he had been constantly on the run or had to deal with many twists and turns. He hadn't had the chance to focus on perceiving the rules at all. It could be said that his accumulations in the field of rules were basically blank. The 5-element mountain required one to be at the peak of Divine Soul. This proved that it had extremely high requirements for perceiving the rules. If one cultivated with a blank foundation, there was no chance of success. But in this aspect, the greatest difference between Qin Yu and other cultivators was that he had his own small world. For instance, while Qin Yu seemed to be in seclusion in his chamber, his divine sense had already passed through the sealed dimension ring and arrived in the distant space of nothingness. With the rest loam fusing into the collapsing space, it began to repair itself at an astonishing speed. Even the world's rules began to become complete. Although there were still many flaws when compared to the complete world's rules of the outside world, it was still extremely helpful to Qin Yu in perceiving the rules. This was because in this space, with the approval of the little blue lamp, Qin Yu was the master of the world. Everything was under his control. The rules were also included. At this time, Qin Yu's divine sense body was sitting cross-legged in a pitch-black sphere. This sphere was 100 miles in size and completely isolated the outside world. No matter how fierce the destruction was, none of it was able to pass through to the outside world. Naturally, it wouldn't affect the rapidly repairing world outside. Within the pitch-black sphere, countless beams of silver-white light howled through the air like fish. They were as fast as lightning, so fast that it was impossible to catch sight of them. But even though there were so many of them, and they were so fast, there wasn't even the slightest friction between them. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged, as if he were the ruler of all. All of the silver-white light revolved around him, flowing according to his will. This silver-white light was condensed from the rules of the metal path of the 5-element. Although it seemed like a simple silver-white light, it actually contained thousands of different rules. When these rules perfectly combined together, they revealed the incomparably powerful metal attribute. Unfortunately, although Qin Yu could directly command the metal path to appear, he didn't know what the various rules contained within it were. Because he didn't know what they were made of, once he commanded the metal path to break them down, the silver-white light would directly collapse. This was like a complex and intricate toy. You had the remote control to control it, but you didn't know what it was made of. If you wanted to disassemble it, the only fate that awaited you was destruction. Of course, compared to other cultivators who perceived the metal path, Qin Yu was already far, far happier. This was because he had a sample toy that he could slowly dismantle. Even if he made a mistake, he could immediately adjust the plan and proceed to the next time. As a result, Qin Yu's cultivation speed in the Tao of metal had reached a terrifying level. As his understanding of the metal path deepened, he gained more and more experience in dismantling it. It was only because the more he delved into it, the more complex the rules became. This was why Qin Yu's cultivation speed didn't seem to rise or fall at all. But in truth, his growth speed was enough to make countless jaws drop. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation swept through the entire world. Within the black sphere, Qin Yu's divine sense avatar opened its eyes, a look of pleasant surprise on its face. He stood up and all of the silver-white light around him instantly vanished. The black sphere vanished along with it. He looked up at the great sun in the skies. At its core, the little blue lamp was emitting a deep blue light. And the area covered by this light actually broke through to 3 feet. It was clear that after fusing with the rest loam, the little blue lamp had obtained considerable benefits during the world's restoration. The world will be rebooted, you leave first. A disjointed divine sense transmitted out. Compared to before, the little blue lamp's ability to express itself was much better. Qin Yu's divine sense avatar smiled. All right. I hope everything goes smoothly. Whoosh. Chapter 4:18. Black Demon Sect. In a training chamber, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a look of anticipation on his face. After fusing with the rest loam, the space within the nothingness had finally been repaired. He just didn't know what degree it would reach. This time, he waited for a full half a month. When Qin Yu discovered that his connection with the sealed dimension ring had been restored, he sent his divine sense into it without hesitation. There seemed to be an invisible strength that covered his divine sense. The numbness and discomfort of the descent were completely blocked out. Moreover, the speed was much faster. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu's divine sense smoothly arrived. After fusing with his blood and forming his divine sense avatar, Qin Yu swept his eyes around. Shock gradually filled his eyes before finally turning into pleasant surprise. After the space was completely repaired, it could truly be called a small world. There were mountains and rivers, plains and valleys, and faint traces of spiritual strength drilled out from the earth, constantly fusing into the world and causing the richness of the spiritual strength to constantly rise. And at the ends of this world there was a hazy gray color. Tumbling air currents spread outwards at a slow but steady speed. This was the opening of a world. In other words, this small world that Qin Yu possessed was constantly growing. After 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even longer, there was a chance that it would become like the land of divinity and demons, a true great world where life could live, reproduce, and cultivate. The ground suddenly shattered and a giant blade of grass drilled out from deep underground. It tenderly and intimately wrapped around Qin Yu's divine sense avatar, as if it were acting like a spoiled child. This was a leaf of the star grass. Now it had completely drilled into the depths of the world. As the world was restored and restarted, it experienced destruction, rebirth, and a new beginning. It seemed to have undergone some sort of powerful mutation. Now it was more than 10,000 feet in size, and the veins on each leaf had turned a faint golden color. Qin Yu could clearly feel the terrifying strength contained within the blade of grass that wrapped around him. He feared that just the slightest movement would completely destroy his divine sense avatar. He reached out a hand and patted the blade of grass. The star grass uprooted from the ground and lifted Qin Yu into the air, allowing him to clearly see this small world. Qin Yu faintly smiled. Since the world has formed and there is heaven and earth origin energy growing here, you should be able to grow precious spirit plants from the outside world, right? Yes. The little blue lamp's divine sense fluctuations were much clearer than before. Qin Yu was overjoyed. In these past years I have obtained some spirit plant seed. You should have a way to bring them here. The identity token can't be opened. Qin Yu was startled. He remembered that he had placed the storage ring in the space of the 9-realm Holy Land's Saint Sun token. He never thought that even the little blue lamp wouldn't be able to open it. It seemed that the 9-realm Holy Land was far stronger than he had imagined. Whoosh, the divine sense avatar scattered and returned to his body. Qin Yu lifted his hand and a storage ring appeared in his palm. The great sun phantom descended. The surroundings were wrapped in nothingness, isolating its aura from the outside world. The deep blue light shone on the storage ring, and after a few flashes of light, a number of items were taken out. There were precious seeds from the Southshine Nation's treasury, precious spirit plants from the infinite realm, the core of the eternal primordial fruit, branches of the sky-thunder bamboo, branches of the radiant redwood, and 2 great sun mulberries. Under the dim blue light, the jade boxes containing the seeds and the spiritual plants seemed to have fallen into the water. Layers of ripples appeared as they slowly sank into it. You can search for more. After leaving behind a simple divine sense, the great sun phantom vanished from sight. Qin Yu smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation. The little blue lamp had turned into a great sun. If he planted the spiritual plants in this small world, they would surely grow at a satisfactory rate. As long as he had enough seeds, Qin Yu would have a terrifying medicine garden in the future. All sorts of rare and precious spiritual plants wouldn't be a problem for him at all. Without a doubt, this would have a formidable effect on his future cultivation. It had to be known that once a pill broke into the 6th level, it was no longer purely increasing one's strength. Rather, it began to involve the rules of the world. This would be of great assistance to a cultivator in perceiving the world laws. More spiritual plants and seeds? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He stood up and walked out. He smiled. Grandmaster Yao has been in seclusion for over 2 years. It's about time he went out and exercised. Grandmaster Yao finally emerged from seclusion. This caused many Black Demon sect cultivators to bitterly smile. They cursed inwardly. How come this vicious old bastard hadn't died yet? In particular, the several stewards of the dungeon hurriedly discussed the matter. Finally, they came to the conclusion that their days of leisure had come to an end. However, what surprised the dungeon was that, after Grandmaster Yao left seclusion, he didn't immediately ask them for prisoners to experiment on. Soon, news arrived that Grandmaster Yao had gone to the alchemy division. This caused the dungeon to suddenly realize that Grandmaster Yao must have spent a considerable amount of money in seclusion. Now that he came out, he naturally went to ask for 2 years' worth of offerings. This was indeed what Qin Yu did. With the reputation of being a ruthless and eccentric Grandmaster Yao, the entire process went smoothly. The outer court elder responsible for handing out offerings didn't dare to make things difficult for him at all and directly handed them over with both hands. After receiving the offerings, Qin Yu casually placed it in the token space. Since he knew that not even the little blue lamp could open it, Qin Yu felt much more assured in using it. In a side hall of the alchemy division, this was where all alchemists of the Black Demon sect issued missions. Of course, it was also where the sect cultivators exchanged for and bought pills. A black-robed Qin Yu arrived with a cold and gloomy aura. The originally lively side hall fell silent. Those that recognized Grandmaster Yao revealed expressions of awe and quickly bowed. "Greetings, Grandmaster Yao." Those that didn't know him knew that he was the infamous Grandmaster Yao who killed people like flies. They paled and lowered their heads. Qin Yu coldly humphed. He casually found a place to sit down. The surrounding 100 feet was swept clean and no one dared to approach. Many Black Demon sect cultivators had already begun to stealthily leave. There were only some cultivators that had important matters to attend to and had to stay behind. All of them prayed in their hearts that this old devil wouldn't target them. For instance, in a corner of the side hall, several Black Demon sect cultivators were preparing to sell a batch of materials. Some time ago, they had inadvertently obtained a great deal of spirit plant materials. Unfortunately, the Black Demon sect didn't have any alchemists that were skilled in refining spirit plants. If these materials fell into their hands, they wouldn't be of any use to them at all. The only method they could use was to trade these materials and then buy what they needed. They had already inquired about the price of spirit plant materials, but when they came to trade today, the price had been pushed down by a great deal. They were annoyed, but there was nothing they could do. If they took these spirit plant materials to trade, they would indeed be valuable. But the Black Demon sect was one of the 13 subordinate branches of the demonic path, and they were like fire and water with the immortal sect. To trade precious spirit plants to them was no small crime. As for trading with other demonic cultivators, not only would it be troublesome, but the price might not be suitable. Moreover, if they weren't careful, they might provoke trouble. The leading black demon sect cultivator clenched his teeth and said, "Whatever. If the price is low, then it's fine. It's better than letting them rot in our hands. We should leave as soon as possible." As he spoke, he glanced towards a corner of the side hall where Qin Yu was sitting. The several black demon sect cultivators bitterly smiled. Although they were unwilling, they had no choice but to nod in agreement. Behind the counter, the cultivator responsible for purchasing materials smiled. "Fellow sect members, have you all decided? Then let's begin the trade." As he thought about how he would be able to obtain a commission once this trade was completed, his smile became even brighter. "Hold on." A low and deep voice sounded out. Before the person arrived, a chilling intent rushed out. The cultivator behind the counter stiffened. His voice trembled as he said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Yao. What orders do you have?" Qin Yu didn't look at him. He said to the several black demon sect cultivators who had nervous expressions, "I want these materials. The price will be 30% higher than the current price." As the several panic-stricken people heard this, their eyes brightened. The leading cultivator said, "Grandmaster Yao, are you serious?" Qin Yu coldly coughed. "When I say something, I am a man of my word." He lifted a hand and took out a jade bottle. "There are 10 soul ghost pills inside. Give me the materials." The several people were startled. They quickly took out some materials. Qin Yu looked over them and nodded. "Very good. If you have any more spirit plants in the future, especially seeds, you can look for me. I will give you a satisfactory price." He flicked his sleeves and walked away, leaving behind a stunned crowd. They were all wondering when the eccentric Grandmaster Yao had become so easy to talk to. "Hurry and inspect the soul ghost pills." Several black demon sect cultivators gathered together and carefully opened the jade bottle. A rich infernal energy surged out and the several nervous people's eyes brightened, revealing looks of ecstasy. "High grade. Let's go, let's leave this place first." The several black demon sect cultivators hurried away. But this scene had already been seen by many people. Soon, news of what happened in the side hall began to spread. Grandmaster Yao had used 10 high-grade soul ghost pills to exchange for a batch of spirit plant materials. Although the quality of these spirit plants was good, 10 high-grade soul ghost pills was still a great deal. If this was only an occasional occurrence, then everyone would talk about it. After all, Grandmaster Yao was a temperamental person and no one knew just what he was thinking. But the key point was that on the second day, the Alchemy Division issued a long-term mission to purchase spirit plant materials, in particular all sorts of precious spirit plant seeds. The rewards were extremely generous, and the one who issued this mission was the Grandmaster Yao, who had stirred up a small storm yesterday. With Grandmaster Yao's reputation, even if he issued a mission, it would be a long time before anyone dared to risk their life and come to his door to trade. But things were just so coincidental. A black demon sect cultivator who owed a great deal of debts and was forced to take a risk and trade with Grandmaster Yao. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. On the third day after this black demon sect cultivator paid off his debts, several other black demon sect cultivators arrived at Grandmaster Yao's dwelling. As a result, they discovered that they couldn't see Grandmaster Yao at all. The ones who received them were 2 large and strong fellows that stood guard outside the hall. They were at least 10 feet tall and their bodies were as hard as iron. Even with the largest servant clothes on their bodies, they were still tight enough to show off their muscles. No one doubted that those large fists of theirs could make a person unable to take care of themselves with a single punch. But since they had already arrived, they braced themselves and stepped forwards, expressing that they wanted to trade spirit plant materials with Grandmaster Yao. Unexpectedly, although the 2 large fellows had fierce appearances, Their attitudes were actually quite gentle. After asking about the materials and their requirements, they took their storage rings and one of them turned and walked into the hall. Soon, the large fellow returned the storage rings to them. The Grand Master said that your materials are quite good. If you have more in the future, you can continue trading with him. After looking through the items in the storage rings, the several people were overjoyed. They nodded like chickens pecking at rice, little stars shining in their eyes. They thought that with Grandmaster Yao here, who would want to sell to those bloodsuckers from the alchemy division, Grandmaster Yao's reputation soon spread throughout the Black Demon sect. He became the gospel of all the cultivators who had a massive amount of spirit plant materials in their hand. For a time, the hall was like a marketplace. If it weren't for the two large fellows standing guard, the hall's doors would have collapsed. TSK, this physique, this tall and strong, I think they're barbarians. I heard that only in the Qin and Zhao nations, in the northernmost and bitterly cold lands, do these barbarians live. They are born with incomparably great strength and are the best servants. Each one is worth a great deal. Servants? Only Grandmaster Yao can afford to use them. Looking at their rich blood vitality, their mortal bodies must be ridiculously powerful. Even if we go up, we might not be their match. That's right, these two barbarians are indeed masters. Finally, from the two large barbarian fellows, the Black Demon sect cultivators came to a conclusion. Grandmaster Yao had hidden his depths and his wealth was terrifying. Chapter 419. Grandmaster Yao had returned and recklessly purchased spirit plant materials, stirring up the Black Demon sect. For a time, he was in the limelight, dazzling to the extreme. Such a great change gave one the feeling that if Grandmaster Yao kept such a high profile, could it be that he had obtained great harvests during his seclusion? The several stewards of the dungeon gathered together once more. After a short discussion, they quickly came to a conclusion. Although Grandmaster Yao hadn't asked for people from the dungeon, they should still take the initiative. If the Grandmaster didn't want them, they could send them over. Not only did they have to send them, but they had to send the best quality ones. Steward Su Xing, I will leave this matter to you. You must make sure Grandmaster Yao is satisfied. The chief steward smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Su Xing frowned inwardly, but he maintained a light expression. Yes, I will handle it. The chief steward shivered as he stood up. That's all for today. Disperse. Su Xing was the last to leave. The subordinate waiting outside revealed a worried expression. Steward, why did you take on this matter? Grandmaster Yao isn't easy to serve. The slightest mistake could cause an accident. Su Xing smiled. That old fellow doesn't like me and is looking for a chance to beat me up. How could I refuse? He rubbed his temples, revealing a bit of helplessness. Let's go. Rather than complaining here, we might as well hurry up and select people. Only if Grandmaster Yao is satisfied can we smoothly complete our task. The next day, Su Xing brought several dungeon cultivators to deliver 12 unconscious criminals. These were all the finest products of the dungeon, and each one had a decent cultivation. 2 of them were even at the Divine Soul realm. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am the dungeon steward Su Xing. Today, I have delivered a batch of criminals for Grandmaster Yao to experiment on. I ask that you pass on a message. Su Xing smiled and cupped his hands together. Tuba hesitated for a moment. Steward Su, please wait a moment. I will immediately inform the Grandmaster. At this time, a black-robed figure walked out from the hall. Tuba hurriedly fell to his knees and respectfully said, Grandmaster, Steward Su Xing wishes to see you. Su Xing's face was filled with respect. Su Xing greets Grandmaster. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. He didn't think he would run into this person here. He swept his eyes over the unconscious prisoner behind him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He knew why this person had come. He lightly said, Steward Su is considerate. Su Xing hurriedly said, You flatter me. This is what the dungeon should do. These people deserve to die. To be able to help Grandmaster concoct pills before they die is their honor. At this moment, this person's expression stiffened and his eyes widened in shock. However, in the blink of an eye, he returned to normal. Master, you have a myriad of matters to attend to every day, so we won't disturb you any longer. If Master needs anything in the future, just let the dungeon know. As he spoke, Su Xing respectfully bowed and was about to turn around and leave. Qin Yu suddenly said, "Hold on." His indifferent gaze fell on Su Xing. This old man just so happens to have something to ask Steward Su. Since you're here today, why don't we discuss it in the palace? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Su Xing's forehead. He felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his mind, and he couldn't say anything to refuse. Qin Yu turned and walked back into the main hall. Su Xing hesitated for a second and sighed inwardly. Then, he clenched his teeth and followed. Behind him, the cultivators from the dungeon revealed looks of surprise. They couldn't figure out why Steward Su wanted to tangle with old freak Yao. But since Su Xing had already agreed, they naturally didn't dare to say anything. They drew back to the side and waited. In the main hall, Qin Yu stopped and turned around. His eyes were cold, as if he could see through everyone's hearts. Su Xing braced himself and cupped his hands together. What instructions does Grandmaster have? As long as it's something that I can do, I will definitely not shirk. Qin Yu sneered. It seems I underestimated Steward Su. You actually have the means to discover my identity. Su Xing stiffened. He squeezed out a smile. What does Grandmaster mean by this? I really don't understand. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pulled down his black robes. His bones crackled and he was restored to his original height. Now, Steward Su, do you understand? Su Xing dripped with sweat and his complexion paled. Qin Yu's actions had undoubtedly pushed matters into an irreversible situation. He clenched his teeth and suppressed his fear. A fierce look appeared on his face. There are still people from the dungeon outside. I cannot conceal this matter. If you kill me, you will definitely be suspected. Qin Yu smiled. Grandmaster Yao's status in the Black Demon sect isn't ordinary at all. When I killed Fei Jin and the others, no one came to investigate. Steward Su, do you think I should gamble on my luck? Perhaps no one will care if you die here. Su Xing's complexion paled even further. He fell to his knees. Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. I swear that I will not reveal a single word of fellow Taoist's identity, otherwise I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Qin Yu shook his head. If oaths were useful, then the world would be at peace. He pointed out a finger and a faint purple light flowed out from his fingertip. Do not resist. Otherwise, you should know that I am confident I can instantly kill you. Schwa with a flick of his finger, the purple light submerged between Su Xing's eyebrows. His body violently trembled, and a mass of purple light appeared in his soul space. Faintly, the phantom of a moon appeared within this purple light. Su Xing's heart was filled with bitterness, but his movements were fast. He fell to his knees and said, "Subordinate greets master." Qin Yu sneered. Just because I won't kill you now doesn't mean you can live on. First, tell me, how did you discover my identity? Su Xing trembled. He hurriedly said, reporting to master, I had a lucky chance in my early years and inadvertently awakened my bloodline, making me extremely sensitive to auras. When I was in the dungeon, I had a deep impression of master. Just now I inadvertently smelled a similar aura, thus I had my suspicions. Humph! If I hadn't sensed anything, would you have turned around and sold me out to the Black Demon sect? Su Xing began to sweat profusely. This Qin Yu's eyes turned cold. But it was unknown what he thought of. He frowned and scattered the killing intent in his heart. He coldly said, Remember, if you dare to say even half a word more, I can extinguish your soul with a single thought. He waved his hand. Su Xing kowtowed again and again, as if he had been granted amnesty. He crawled up, took several steps back, and then hurried away. Qin Yu watched him leave, feeling a bit helpless. This Su Xing was a cruel and merciless man who had killed countless people. According to his original intentions, he should have already killed him. But in the Black Demon sect, Su Xing could be considered a top figure. In addition, Fei Jin and the others had already died. If he killed him again, it might arouse suspicion, so he decided to let this person live for a bit longer. When there was a chance in the future, he would quietly die. Su Xing left the hall. Without a word, he led his subordinates towards the dungeon. His complexion was dark and gloomy. He never imagined that by sending several prisoners here as experimental materials, he would end up losing his life. In particular, as he thought about how he had taken the initiative to deliver himself to the Black Demon sect, Su Xing's heart was filled with regret. He cursed the 18 generations of women that had beaten him up dozens of times. No, I can feel that this surname Ning's killing intent towards me hasn't disappeared yet. He's afraid of stirring up trouble, so he's temporarily spared me. But if he has a chance in the future, he will definitely kill me. I cannot wait here to die, I must save myself. Su Xing's complexion was cloudy and his eyes were fierce. If you want me to die, then I will expose you first. At that time, I will ask the masters of the sect to save me. I don't believe I can't break your seal. As soon as this thought appeared, he couldn't help but scream out in pain. His complexion paled and his body swayed several times before he didn't fall over. Steward, what's wrong? Several subordinates were panic-stricken. Su Xing's eyes were filled with fear. I'm fine. You can all leave. I am resting today, so no one is to disturb me. He turned and hurried away, the fear in his heart becoming increasingly heavy. Just now, he had only thought of exposing Ning Fan when the purple energy in his soul space had covered his soul. Although it was only a slight contact, it had directly corroded his soul, causing a pain that reached deep into his mind. Now, Steward Su really believed it. If he dared to do anything, he feared that his soul would be erased before he could even speak. No wonder this surname Ning dared to let him go. It was because he had absolute confidence in himself. Damn it all. The purple energy in his soul space trembled, frightening Su Xing so much that he quickly scattered his thoughts. As he discovered that he couldn't even curse, he wanted to cry without tears. If I can't expose him, then I can only flatter him. I have to let this surname Ning know that I am loyal and devoted to him, and that I am useful. Only then will I have a chance to live. But this surname Ning's cultivation is high and his methods are ruthless. Even that old freak Yao was tricked by him, and everything he accumulated in his life fell into his hand. What can I possibly do to move him? Su Xing's thoughts raced. It was unknown what he was thinking, but after a moment of hesitation, his eyes became firm. I don't have much time left. Even if I don't have absolute confidence in myself, I can only give it a try. He turned and hurried back, catching up to his subordinates that hadn't gone too far. Ignoring their confused expressions, he hurried back to the dungeon. An hour later, Su Xing returned to the main hall once more. He brought a young prisoner with him. This person had a dull expression and saliva dripped down from the corners of his mouth, as if his mind had been damaged. Tuba and Tutu had already learned of Su Xing's situation from Qin Yu. A mocking light flashed in the latter's eyes. Steward Su, why have you returned? Su Xing smiled. I have an important matter that requires me to see the Grandmaster. I ask the two of you to pass on a message for me. Tutu sneered. The Grandmaster is very busy, so how could he have the time to casually see anyone? We will pass on this matter. You can leave first. He could see that Qin Yu didn't like Su Xing at all. It was possible that Qin Yu would kill him someday, so he naturally didn't place him in his eyes. Su Xing anxiously said, I really have an important matter. It might be of great benefit to the Grandmaster. Tuba raised a hand to stop Tudu. He asked, Steward Su, are you speaking the truth? Su Xing hesitated for a moment and then nodded. It seemed that this surname Ning didn't want to see him at all. This wasn't a good thing. He could only try his luck. Tuba nodded. Steward Su, please wait a moment. I will go in and pass on the message. Soon, Tuba walked out of the main hall. Su Xing looked at him expectantly and nodded. The Grand Master has allowed you to enter. Steward Su, please. Su Xing was overjoyed. Thank you, fellow Taoist. He brought the mentally disabled prisoner into the main hall and soon vanished from sight. Tuda curled his lips. Why help him pass on the message? This person is definitely here to beg for mercy from His Highness. Tuba shouted out loud, Shut up! Don't forget where this is. If you stir up trouble and threaten His Highness, you won't be able to redeem yourself even if you die 100 times. Tuda's complexion changed. He cautiously looked around and didn't find anything wrong. Only then did he let out a breath of relief. He dryly smiled and said, I was too careless. There won't be a second time. Humph. Tuba's complexion relaxed. I think that Su Xing really does have some matters to attend to. You and I are only the Grandmaster's servants, so we shouldn't make decisions for the Grandmaster in order to avoid delaying matters. Tuda didn't say anything, but looking at his complexion, it was clear he didn't agree. There were two sides to the conversation. Qin Yu glanced at the mentally disabled prisoner behind Su Xing and frowned. Could it be that he was wrong? Was this Su Xing not here to express his loyalty? This thought flashed in his mind. He coldly said, Su Xing, what are you doing here? Su Xing respectfully knelt to the ground. Master, this subordinate has come to give this person to you. Qin Yu was stunned. He really didn't know what to do. He could understand this Su Xing's thoughts. If he wanted to give him treasures and beauties, then why would he give him a fool? Could it be that this Su Xing was probing him? Qin Yu's complexion sank. He coldly said, My time is precious and I don't have time to waste with you. Clearly state your purpose for coming here. Otherwise you will suffer. Su Xing was frightened. Master, please calm your anger. This cultivator is a remnant of the giant monster sect. A giant monster sect cultivator. As he spoke, he carefully looked at Qin Yu. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't care, he relaxed and continued to say, Master should know that the reason the Black Demon sect took such a huge risk to destroy the giant monster sect was because they wanted to obtain the monster-raising mystic art. This subordinate suspects that the monster-raising mystic art is on this person's body. Qin Yu's complexion changed. What nonsense are you spouting? The Black Demon sect has clearly already found the monster-raising mystic art. Su Xing quickly said, This subordinate knows, but I suspect that what the Black Demon sect obtained is a fake monster-raising mystic art. The real one is here. Qin Yu frowned. What evidence do you have? Su Xing gulped. This subordinate hasn't obtained concrete evidence. But, Master's strength is profound, so you should be able to examine this person's condition. Naturally, you will be able to sense that something is wrong. Qin Yu glanced at him. Su Xing shouldn't dare to lie to him. He swept out his divine sense and looked at the mentally disabled prisoner. After several breaths of time, his expression changed. He stood up and stepped in front of this person. Qin Yu pointed a finger between the prisoner's eyebrows. Chapter 420. Humph! Qin Yu coldly snorted. The purple moon in his soul space shined brightly and the idiot screamed out in pain, fear in his eyes. Soon, this person's eyes turned hazy once more. Qin Yu's divine sense broke through his body like a hot knife through butter, capturing a dissipating remnant soul. Su Xing looked at the motionless Qin Yu. His eyes turned, revealing a bit of intelligence. If I were you, I'd stay still. Qin Yu didn't open his eyes, his voice cold. Su Xing's body stiffened. He let out a hollow laugh and retreated far away, completely giving up on any other thoughts. A moment later, Qin Yu drew back his finger. The mentally retarded prisoner trembled and slumped to the ground. Thank you for saving me." After saying that, he breathed his last. Su Xing's mouth went dry. Although this surnamed Ning wasn't surnamed Yao, his methods were just as ruthless. Qin Yu coldly sneered. "The one who killed him wasn't me, the soul hiding art. Instead, I helped him escape." At this time, a complete law formula appeared in Qin Yu's mind. This was the monster-raising mystic art that the Black Demon sect had been scheming to obtain. It turned out that when the giant monster sect's mountain gate was broken through, an elder had risked his life to fuse with the monster-raising mystic art and then used a secret technique to place a remnant soul into a disciple's body. Therefore, this disciple's mind was damaged, and he looked the way he did before. The Black Demon sect had gone through a great deal of trouble, not even hesitating to destroy their sect and commit endless slaughter. But in the end, the monster-raising mystic art had fallen into his hands. In particular, as he thought about how the Black Demon sect had also obtained a portion of the monster-raising mystic art, if it really was in his possession, was there even a need to mention the other portion? Qin Yu revealed a mocking look. Not only had the Black Demon sect obtained nothing, but if they weren't careful, they might even suffer a great loss. Although he had only briefly probed it, this monster-raising mystic art was truly worthy of being something that the Black Demon sect would recklessly take action for. Qin Yu was able to judge just how precious it was. To be able to obtain the monster-raising mystic art was a completely pleasant surprise. This Su Xing had performed a great merit. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He coldly said, "Su Xing, I originally decided that I would find a chance to eliminate you in the future to prevent any future troubles. But since you have offered your treasure to me today, I will give you a chance to live. Work hard in the future. As long as you are loyal, I will spare your life." Su Xing was overjoyed. He knelt down and bowed repeatedly. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Leave." "Yes, I will take my leave." Su Xing walked backwards. As he walked out of the hall, he nodded at Tuba and Tutu and then left with light footstep. Tutu frowned. This boy, could it be that he really has a method to convince the Grandmaster? At this time, Qin Yu's sound transmission echoed in their ears. "I need to go into seclusion for the time being. Leave the pills and other items in the main hall. If anyone comes to trade for spirit plants, you can deal with them as you see fit." "Yes, Master." The two of them bowed. When they straightened their bodies, Tuba looked embarrassed and let out a long breath. "That was close," Tuba ruthlessly glared at him. "If Grandmaster is able to immediately go into seclusion, then it absolutely isn't a minor matter. Remember this from now on, do you hear me?" Tuda's face was covered in dust as he nodded repeatedly. In the chamber, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. He lifted a hand and activated the array formation, isolating the aura of the outside world and preventing others from spying on him. After doing this, he closed his eyes and completely immersed himself in the monster-raising mystic art. Before the heavens and earth were formed, there was a great monster that rampaged through the world. Its might was unimaginable, able to destroy the heavens and earth with a single thought. I inadvertently obtained a fossil skeleton, and after meditating on it for hundreds of thousands of years, I finally made some progress. Now, my lifespan is nearing its end and I am powerless to experiment with this method. I hope that those who obtain it in the future will use it wisely and not allow my hundreds of thousands of years of hard work to be buried in dust. The opening was a simple introduction that roughly explained the origin of the monster-raising mystic art. Following that was the main text of the monster-raising mystic art. The first sentence left Qin Yu's heart shaking. "Gather the blood essence of 10,000 beasts in the world, gather the undying remnant souls of the world, fuse the soul and blood into one body, and one can obtain a transcendent great monster." 6 hours later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. His face was filled with shock and he remained silent for a long time. If the five-element mountain was the most profound cultivation method he had ever seen, then this monster-raising mystic art could be said to be a supreme cultivation method tailored for monster beasts. By relying on this method to raise a monster beast, one could complete it step by step. Finally, one could harvest a peerless great monster with monstrous strength. There was even a chance that this great monster would return to its ancestral state, becoming a terrifying existence that possessed endless might before the world was formed. Of course, this sort of cultivation wasn't simple. One needed to collect the souls and blood of countless powerful monster beasts. The blood was used to be swallowed by the monster beast to strengthen itself, and the soul was used to summon the undying soul of the ancestral monster that existed between the heavens and earth. As for the ancestral monster beast, it was mentioned in the monster-raising mystic art. It was a transcendent monster that existed before the world was formed. Devouring the blood of monster beasts was relatively simple. One only needed to constantly hunt down powerful monster beasts. What was difficult was summoning the soul of the ancestral monster. This was because this step required the support of a mystical treasure that worked together with the monster-raising mystic art. Qin Yu's complexion became a bit strange. He carefully rummaged through his memories regarding this treasure. After a long time, he took out his storage ring and probed it with his divine sense. Soon, with a flash of light, a heavily corroded bell appeared. Qin Yu placed it in front of him. Although it was a bit lacking, if he were to wash away the traces of corrosion and then repair the damage, this bell actually looked similar to the supreme treasure mentioned in the monster-raising mystic art. It was the one needed to summon the soul of the ancestral monster. Was there really such a coincidence? Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He stimulated the monster-raising mystic art and a wisp of aura was drawn out, falling onto the broken bell. It rang without any wind. The clear ringing of the bell spread through the air. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly felt countless terrifying auras scattered through the world. These auras were broken and incomplete, each one extremely fragmented. Even so, he could sense that they were like majestic mountains that pierced into the clouds, so majestic that he couldn't see the end. A deep roar sounded out in Qin Yu's ears, penetrating straight into his soul space. It violently shook his soul, nearly causing it to disintegrate. A crescent purple moon trembled, sprinkling down a rich purple light. Bathed in this light, Qin Yu's soul was barely able to stabilize. Even so, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His soul had been damaged. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He grasped the broken bell and withdrew the aura of the monster-raising mystic art. The ringing of the bell came to an abrupt end. That roar just now, the ancestral monster, born from the pre-celestial earth, the supreme ruler of all monsters, it really existed. Just now, Qin Yu had clearly felt the soul fragments scattered throughout the world by the ancestral monster. He stared at the broken bell in his hand. Even if he threw it on the side of the road, he wouldn't even bat an eye at it. He was filled with disbelief. Soul-summoning bell. This was the most precious supreme treasure of the soul mentioned in the monster-raising mystic art, the incomparable soul-summoning bell. Qin Yu was shocked. Where did his luck come from? He had found a skeleton in the infinite realm and even obtained this supreme treasure. Didn't that mean that the monster-raising mystic art was fated with him? Didn't that mean that it should have belonged to him? The most difficult thing to solve was summoning the soul of the ancestral monster. But now, that wasn't a problem at all. The difficulty of cultivating the monster-raising mystic art had dropped by over 10 times. In other words, before long, Qin Yu would be able to obtain a peerless great monster with monstrous and terrifying might. Ha 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 ha! Qin Yu laughed out loud. Indeed, when luck came, you couldn't stop it. He cultivated the 5-element mountain and now, he also had the monster-raising mystic art. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely grow into an existence that could control the world with a wave of his hand. So what if it was the immortal sect? There would be a day when they would pay the price. Qin Yu suppressed the excitement in his heart and carefully put away the soul-summoning bell. This supreme treasure of the soul gave off a feeling that it was far too fragile. Of course, this was only an illusion. Even if Qin Yu attacked with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to damage it in the slightest. The heaven-bestowed monster-raising mystic art had all the conditions to cultivate it. Qin Yu had no reason to refuse, and he didn't even need to prepare monster beasts. The purple-back blue-wing ants were obtained from Immortal Eclipse Valley in the past. They had helped him a great deal, but unfortunately, they couldn't keep up with his speed of growth and gradually lost the chance to appear. But now that he had the monster-raising mystic art, it seemed that the day of their glory wasn't too far away. Of course, the name purple-back blue-wing ants wasn't too appropriate. They should be called Enyang twin ants now, but it wouldn't be long before they would have a brand new name. Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to cultivate. With the help of pills, the damage to his soul was soon restored. He stood up and left. "Greetings, Grandmaster Yao." Several Black Demon sect disciples happened to be exchanging spirit plant. They quickly bowed. Qin Yu nodded. Without stopping, he soon vanished from sight. An hour later, Qin Yu's complexion darkened. He walked out from the Black Demon Sect's exchange hall. This was the place where all Black Demon Sect cultivators exchanged for sect treasures. And the things they exchanged for were contribution points to the sect. Thanks to Grandmaster Yao, Qin Yu had a great deal of contribution points to use. Unfortunately, he had come in high spirits, but in the end he hadn't obtained anything. In order to raise monster beasts using the monster-raising mystic art, one needed the blood and soul of powerful monster beasts. The Black Demon Sect originally had a great deal of monster beast souls and blood in reserve, but when he came to exchange today, he was told that all high-level monster beast souls and blood had been sealed off by the sect and he could no longer exchange for them. It seemed that the fake monster-raising mystic art that the Black Demon Sect obtained had been made with excellent craftsmanship. It should have followed the highest standards of 9 truths and 1 falsehood. The high-level figures of the Black Demon Sect should also know the importance of high-level monster beast souls and blood. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Luckily, the giant monster sect's counterfeit methods were brilliant, otherwise how could they have deceived the high-level figures of the Black Demon Sect? In the end, they had left the real monster-raising mystic art to him. Thinking of this, most of the gloominess in his heart dissipated. Qin Yu didn't stay any longer and soon returned to his dwelling. The monster-raising mystic art wasn't enough to raise a peerless monster beast soul and blood. It also required other treasures to help raise one's own monster beast foundation. Only with a strong foundation could one smoothly fuse and swallow the soul and blood. Since he couldn't find high-level monster beast souls and blood for the time being, he might as well prepare some pills to enhance the talent of the purple-back blue-wing ants. Once he obtained the soul and blood in the future, he would be able to easily absorb them. However, the Black Demon Sect's actions of sealing off high-level monster beast souls and blood gave Qin Yu a wake-up call. If he recklessly purchased all sorts of monster beast cultivation pills and materials needed to refine them, he feared the Black Demon Sect would discover him. Thus, he absolutely couldn't do the work of purchasing materials, or rather, he couldn't do it himself. Qin Yu took out a jade slip. The monster-raising mystic art recorded the pills needed for the first step of raising a monster beast. He listed them one at a time, as well as the required materials. He immersed his divine sense in it for a long time before taking it back. He rubbed his temples, a smile on his face. Then there was no problem. Qin Yu divided the materials he needed into 3 portions. He would purchase 1 portion himself, because these materials could be used in refining demon pills, and no one would be able to pick out the wrong ones. The second portion would be for Tuba or Tutu to shrink their bodies and change their appearances before leaving the Black Demon Sect to purchase them. The last portion would be given to Su Xing. Now that this person's life was in his grasp, he absolutely wouldn't dare to betray him. Moreover, he had been in the Black Demon sect for many years and had many connections. It shouldn't be too difficult to quietly collect some materials. With these three methods working together, as long as he was careful he shouldn't be discovered. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He directly summoned Su Xing. On the way over, he had already called Tuba in. This was because, comparatively speaking, Tuba had a calm personality and was more suitable for this task. Tuba, take my token and change your appearance before leaving the Black Demon sect. Secretly collect the materials in this jade slip. Remember, you must be careful not to arouse the attention of others. Be careful when you do things. If you discover something is wrong, go a bit further away before collecting. Tuba knelt down on one knee and received the jade slip with both hands. Your Highness, rest assured that I will be careful. He didn't ask anything else. He simply turned and left. Chapter 421. Soon, Su Xing hurried over. He respectfully bowed. Subordinate greets master. Qin Yu lightly said, I have something for you to do. A month later, Tuba returned to the Black Demon sect with a travel-worn face. He handed a storage ring to Qin Yu. From what he said, it seemed that there were people secretly paying attention to the various materials on the list. Luckily for him, Qin Yu had reminded him, and he had stopped buying them. It was only after he was tens of thousands of miles away that he quietly finished. You've done well. You've worked hard. You can rest well after this. Yes, Your Highness. Qin Yu watched to believe. He inspected the materials in the storage ring, a satisfied expression on his face. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to obtain the soul and blood of high-level monster beasts. Otherwise it would have been even more perfect if Tuba had bought them all. Qin Yu shook his head and put away the storage ring. He stood up and walked deeper into the hall. Since all the materials had been gathered, he could begin refining them. Several days later, Qin Yu looked at the purple-back blue-wing ants in front of him. He could feel the powerful aura they emitted, and his eyes lit up with joy. These were truly worthy of being the pills recorded in the monster-raising mystic art. They were specially used to cultivate the foundation of monster beasts. After using them, the aura of the purple-back blue-wing ants was at least twice as strong as before. There were still many pills that could be used later, but the increase wouldn't be as great. With a thought, all the purple-back blue-wing ants flew into the Imperial Spirit Bag under the lead of the Ant King. Qin Yu looked down. His Imperial Spirit Bag was a bit outdated. If he had a chance in the future, he would need to find a high-level Imperial Spirit magic tool. This would be more beneficial to the growth of the purple-back blue-wing ant. He placed the cultivating pills into the Imperial Spirit Bag and ordered the Ant King to swallow them as needed. Before he found the soul and blood of high-level monster beasts, this matter would come to an end. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then walked towards the alchemy room. Recently, there had been an endless stream of cultivators coming to the Black Demon sect to trade spirit plants, and they had found many precious seeds. There weren't many pills left for Tuba and Tutu, so he needed to refine another batch to replenish them. Time passed a day at a time. Grandmaster Yao's purchasing operation didn't seem to stop at all. The vast majority of the Black Demon sect's spirit plant materials were taken away by him. Unknowingly, this touched upon the interests of some people. For instance, in the alchemy division, Grandmaster Jiang Taisho was ranked third. In the Black Demon sect, he was the only alchemy grandmaster that dabbled in spirit plant alchemy. Most of the spirit plants that were purchased in the past ended up in his hands. Compared to demonic path pills, pills refined from spirit plants might have a slightly weaker medicinal efficacy, but their attributes were much milder. Moreover, there were fewer side effects, so they could be sold for a decent price. Of course, Grandmaster Jiang only sold 30% of the spirit plant pills in the Black Demon sect. The rest was sold elsewhere through secret channels. Therefore, on the surface, Grandmaster Jiang didn't profit much from buying at a low price. However, only he knew how much he actually earned. Originally, Jiang Taisho didn't care much about Grandmaster Yao's sudden attack and sweeping away all the spirit plant materials in the market. Many people had tried to get a share of the pie from him, but in the end they all ended up badly battered and bleeding. It was said that this surnamed Yao had a mysterious background, but so what? Spirit plant elixirs were not that easy to refine. But this time, things were unexpected. This was because as time passed, many spirit plants and pills began to appear in the exchange items that Grandmaster Yao paid. Grandmaster Jiang managed to obtain some. After inspecting the quality, his heart sank. These pills were of high quality. They were even much better than the ones he refined. Although he didn't know how the low-key and unremarkable Grandmaster Yao had suddenly transformed into such a formidable spirit plant alchemy master, Grandmaster Jiang was well aware that if he continued to do as he pleased, this massive wealth would be completely taken away by others. Honorable Master, we cannot wait any longer. Please make a decision as soon as possible. An alchemy disciple anxiously said. Grandmaster Jiang sucked in a deep breath. Grandmaster Yao's status is different. Even if he is in the wrong here, I still need to give him some face. Purple Spring, take this old man's visiting card and request a meeting with Grandmaster Yao. Tell him that this matter should end here. His tone was light and confident. After his initial anger, Grandmaster Jiang soon composed himself. This was because he was the third-ranked Grandmaster of the Alchemy Division. As for the demonic path, the strong were always respected. After the disciple named Purple Spring took the visiting card, he confidently walked towards Grandmaster Yao's dwelling. But just as he expressed his intentions, before he could even think of a proper stance, he suddenly shivered. He looked up to see that the two originally warm and gentle fellows in front of him now had eyes as cold as the winter winds. Where did this disgraceful thing come from? You actually dare to pass on a message to my Grandmaster? Hurry up and scram, otherwise we brothers will send you on your way. Tuba viciously shouted. His fists were clenched so tightly that they emitted crackling sounds. Purple Spring was enraged. How insolent! I brought my honorable master's visiting card here to represent my honorable master's dignity. The third-ranked Grandmaster Jiang of the Alchemy Division is not someone that you two lowly servants can insult. Today, Grandmaster Yao must give my honorable master an explanation for this matter. Tutu diabolically grinned. He reached out a hand and grabbed the stomping Purple Spring. If it weren't for my Grandmaster's orders not to casually kill people, then I would have eaten 3 of you in a single bite. Scram out of my sight. With a slap, several teeth flew out. Purple Spring's barely handsome face immediately swelled up like a pig's head. Muddy ga the lamp. Purple Spring covered his face and staggered away. Soon, this matter was like a hurricane that spread through the entire Black Demon sect at an astonishing speed. Grandmaster Yao's subordinate barbarians had attacked Grandmaster Jiang's disciple, and because of spirit plant materials, both sides had a conflict of interest. I already knew that Grandmaster Yao purchasing spirit plant materials at a high price would definitely make some people unhappy. Grandmaster Jiang, he is the third-ranked alchemy Grandmaster of my Black Demon sect. Now that he has lost face, how could he possibly give up? I heard that Grandmaster Yao's status isn't ordinary. The various figures in the sect are quite tolerant of him. Rumors are just rumors. Grandmaster Jiang's strength is real. Grandmaster Yao might be in deep trouble this time. As the entire Black Demon sect was in an uproar, Qin Yu had just finished refining pills. As he heard Tutu and Tuba's nervous reports, he thought for a moment and lightly said, "It's fine. I already expected this. If anyone is dissatisfied with this, then feel free to jump out." There was only a year left until the grand event of the Demonic Path's Demon Ascension Gate. It had to be known that even though the Black Demon sect was one of the 13 direct descendant branches of the Demonic Path, not every cultivator in the sect had the qualifications to participate. He could take advantage of this chance to make a name for himself and also plan to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Demon Ascension Gate. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He actually looked forward to Grandmaster Jiang's revenge. Purple Spring's face was swollen. He knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. Those two barbarians clearly knew that this disciple brought your greeting card, and yet they still dared to attack me so heavily. It's clear that they don't put Honorable Master in their eyes at all. It doesn't matter if a disciple is wronged, but Honorable Master's face cannot be allowed to be blasphemed in the least. In the Grand Hall, all the disciples were filled with anger. A tall youth stepped forwards and said, "Honorable Master, these two mere barbarians know your status, so how could they dare to be so insolent? In this disciple's opinion, this matter must have been secretly instigated by Grandmaster Yao and they have ill intentions." "That's right, it must be that surname Yao who had those two purposely cause Master to lose face. To step on Master's name and ascend the stage, that surname Yao sure has gut. We cannot forgive him so easily. Honorable Master, we must make them pay a sufficient price for this matter." In the seat of honor, Grandmaster Jiang was expressionless. He lifted a hand and the entire Grand Hall immediately fell silent. He lightly said, "In consideration of the fact that we are both alchemy grandmasters of the sect, there is a bit of camaraderie between us, so I didn't want to go too far. But since Grandmaster Yao doesn't want to give me any leeway, I have no choice but to suppress him." Grandmaster Jiang lifted a hand and took out a jade slip. "Grandmaster Yao likes to purchase spirit plants, especially all sorts of precious spirit plant seeds, right? Then, I will give him a chance to make a great harvest. Purple Spring, take this jade slip to the sect's Internal Affairs Division and tell them that I will use this as a gambling stake to challenge Grandmaster Yao. Both sides will use their own methods to determine victory or defeat in alchemy." Grandmaster Jiang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He continued to say, "Moreover, tell the Internal Affairs Division that if I am lucky enough to win, I want Grandmaster Yao to agree to a condition of mine. From then on, he will never refine a single spirit plant pill for the rest of his life." Purple Spring was overjoyed. He received the jade slip with both hands and excitedly rushed out of the Grand Hall. "Surname Yao, you dare to have your servant hit me? You're finished this time." Soon, under the purposeful propaganda of some people, news that Grandmaster Jiang had informed the Internal Affairs Division and challenged Grandmaster Yao to a gambling fight spread through the entire Black Demon sect at an astonishing speed. This caused the demonic cultivators that were paying attention to this matter to be shocked. If Grandmaster Jiang was able to counterattack so quickly, it was clear that he was truly enraged. Not long after, information about the gambling stake spread out from the Internal Affairs Division through unknown channels. 17 kinds of spirit plant seed. This included the Skyheart Lotus, 9 nether grass, unnamed flower, and other rare and nearly extinct spirit plants. As for the rest, they were all treasures that could only be found through a stroke of luck. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that these 17 seeds were priceless. If they were exchanged for spirit stones, they would be worth at least 100 million spirit stones, or even 1 billion. Because they were far too rare, if someone wanted them, no matter how high the price was, they could only choose to accept it. The Black Demon sect's gambling fight rules stated that if the challenger lost, all of the gambling stake would belong to the challenged cultivator. And if the challenged lost, besides agreeing to the challenger's reasonable conditions, they would also have to pay half of the gambling stake to the challenger. In other words, if Grandmaster Yao lost, he wouldn't be able to refine spirit plant pills in the future. Moreover, he would have to pay a massive amount of spirit stones as compensation. As for why it didn't count, and how many benefits Grandmaster Yao would obtain if he won facing the third-ranked master of the Black Demon sect, the legendary unfathomably deep Grandmaster Jiang, the chances of him winning were far, far too low. At the very least, the vast majority of Black Demon Sect cultivators had similar thoughts. This also caused the Black Demon Sect to open up an internal betting pool. The odds for Grandmaster Jiang was 10-1, and Grandmaster Yao's odds reached an astonishing 1-5. In an important area of the Black Demon Sect, in a heavily guarded temple, several elders who were in charge of the sect's daily affairs were holding a regular meeting. Some people opposed and some people agreed. Although there were some arguments, the atmosphere was still good. Besides a personnel appointment that was temporarily set aside due to the fierce competition between both sides, over a dozen other topics were passed in an hour. That is all for today's topics. I'll have to trouble fellow elders. If there is nothing else, we will disperse. At the end of the long table, a brown-robed chief elder with spots all over his face smiled. An elder to the left said, "Chief, I have a matter to discuss. Today there is a gambling fight occurring in the sect. The initiator is the alchemy room's Jiang Taisho, and the one being challenged is Yao Bin. The gambling stake is extremely high. Once victory and defeat are decided, the loser will suffer grievous losses. Do you think we should intervene?" The several other elders had calm expressions. It was clear they already knew of this matter. At this time, a curious light shined in their eyes. Jiang Taisho was formidable. Although he was only ranked third in the sect in alchemy, they all knew that this was because he was hiding his true strength. This person's true alchemy skills were formidable. He had refined 7th-grade pills more than once, and even the sect master had secretly asked him to refine several furnaces of pills for them. Chapter 422. Yao Bin. The chief elder frowned, a bit of impatience in his eyes. Before this, he had heard people mention that several disciples had died under his hand. But as he thought of the sect master's reminder, he hesitated for a moment and asked, "What is the cause of this?" The elder didn't conceal anything. He completely explained the results of his investigation. To them, this matter wasn't a secret. What Jiang Taisho and Yao Bin were fighting for was the benefits of spirit plant materials. The chief elder's complexion darkened. He coldly coughed and said, "The sect also needs the spirit plant pills that Jiang Taisho refined. Yao Bin has indeed gone a bit too far this time." With a few words, the elders understood what the chief elder was thinking. It seemed that he was starting to feel impatient with Yao Bin, who hadn't performed well this entire time. Following that, there was no need to continue discussing the matter. The meeting ended and the elders dispersed. After the elder who mentioned this matter returned to his dwelling, he smiled. He took out his handphone and dialed a number. After the call connected, he said, "It's fine." On the other side, as Grandmaster Jiang listened to the dial tone, he smiled. Since the chief elder no longer tolerated him, he no longer had any scruples. He called over a disciple and whispered some orders. The disciple nodded again and again, bowing and hurrying away. Soon, rumors began to spread through the Black Demon sect that Grandmaster Yao didn't want to fight. Moreover, as time passed, the rumors grew louder and louder. Although one could choose not to accept a challenge, in the demonic path where one slaughtered as they pleased, avoiding a challenge was an extremely shameful matter. Unless there was a great disparity in strength and there was no chance of victory, no one would choose to retreat in the face of a challenge. Grandmaster Yao didn't respond on the first day, but there were already Black Demon sect cultivators who frowned. On the second, third, and fourth days of silence, the Black Demon sect cultivators revealed looks of disdain. In fact, the number of people that came to trade spirit plant materials dropped by 70 to 80%. The small number of cultivators that came to trade didn't have their usual respectful demeanor. Although they didn't dare to openly reveal anything, there was still a bit of disdain in their eyes. This caused Tutu, who was responsible for receiving guests, to fly into a rage. His complexion became increasingly ugly. If it weren't for Qin Yu's strict orders not to act recklessly, he would have already erupted. Although Tuba's complexion was gloomy, For better or worse he managed to maintain his composure. With his understanding of His Highness, he knew that His Highness wasn't a cowardly person. He and Tudu had already reported this matter to their superiors. His Highness appeared calm and confident. Moreover, with His Highness's strength, there was no reason for him to avoid the battle. Just how revered was the status of the Nine-Realm Holy Land's Saint's son? To be able to obtain this status was enough to prove just how powerful His Highness was. Tuba, why hasn't the Grandmaster come out yet? Tuda scratched his head, an anxious look on his face. Tuda said in a deep voice, "Others might not know, but how can you and I not know?" Grandmaster had been cultivating in seclusion all this time and was completely unaware of what was happening outside. When the Grandmaster comes out of seclusion, he will naturally let those who are jumping up and down know why the slap is so resounding. Tuda said sullenly, "I know, but I can't help it. Who does Jiang think he is? How dare you challenge our master? If I wasn't afraid of bringing trouble to the great master, I would have rushed over right now and twisted this bastard's neck." "Calm down." Tuda's voice suddenly paused and a happy expression appeared on his face. "Grandmaster has come out of seclusion." He let out a long breath of relief. The stifling feeling in his chest instantly disappeared. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he and Tudu were both enraged by the way the outside world looked at His Highness. Tudu was overjoyed. "Let's go. Let's inform the Grandmaster. These people's good days are about to come to an end." At this time, a figure walked out from the entrance of the hall. A black robe covered his entire body. This was Qin Yu, who had borrowed the name of Grandmaster Yao. He lightly said, "There's no need for you to inform me. I have already seen the notice from the Internal Affairs Division." He looked up at the bright and beautiful sun above his head. His lips curved up in a smile. "I never thought that some people would be so impatient. They only went into seclusion for a few days, and yet they stirred up such a great ruckus." After cultivating the 5-element mountain for over 2 years, Qin Yu had finally reached small success in the path of metal, and his cultivation had risen to the 8th level of Divine Soul. The joy of making a breakthrough lingered in his heart, completely unaffected by this matter. But, since someone had offered him a precious spirit plant seed, if he didn't accept it, then he would be letting down their good intentions. Using alchemy to decide victory or defeat. Qin Yu's smile widened. It had to be known that in this world, the one thing he feared the least was alchemy. This Grandmaster Jiang had chosen the one thing he relied on the most to challenge him. His luck was far too good. Qin Yu stepped out. He didn't look back, but he seemed to see the hesitation on Tuba and Tuda's faces. He lightly said, "This sort of reversal is wonderful at every moment. Do you two want to miss it?" "We don't." The two were overjoyed. They strode forwards, their long legs rumbling as they chased after him. Tuba hesitated for a moment. Then, he flipped his hand and took out 2 large black crystal sunglasses. He handed one to Tudu and the two of them put them on. Immediately, their slaughter intent erupted and their auras rose by 100%. As they followed behind Qin Yu, they were no different from 2 evil stars. As they walked towards the Internal Affairs Division, they attracted the stunned gazes of countless Black Demon sect cultivators. Grandmaster Yao had appeared and was heading straight for the Internal Affairs Division. This news instantly ignited the emotions of everyone in the Black Demon sect. Their breathing deepened and their faces filled with excitement. After being a turtle for so long, they finally couldn't bear it any longer. That's right, they had to be like a man and accept the bet. Even if they lost, they wouldn't have anything at all. At most they would have to shoulder a massive debt, but that was still better than being looked down upon by others for the rest of their lives. Of course, these thoughts contained a thick sense of schadenfreude. Purple Spring had an excited expression. "Honorable Master, that surname Yao has appeared. He's hurrying towards the Internal Affairs Division." Grandmaster Zhang's eyebrows arched up, a bit of surprise in his eyes. I thought that Grandmaster Yao was prepared to endure some humiliation, but I didn't think he would have a bit of bravery. If so, I can't bear to see him like this." The numerous disciples immediately began to flatter him like a tide. "Teacher is magnanimous and magnanimous, but this little rascal is seeking his own destruction. That surname Yao has brought this upon himself. Teacher is benevolent, but you must not be soft-hearted towards those who offend your dignity." Grandmaster Jiang sighed. "Whatever, the bet has already been made. At most, I will make him lose a bit more gracefully in the competition. After all, Grandmaster Yao and I are both alchemists. In the Black Demon sect, we should support each other. Why are we in such a rush to torture each other?" Internal Affairs Division. Although Grandmaster Yao's reputation had been ruined and the situation was far from good, there were still remnants of his fierce aura. The cultivators here didn't dare to be negligent. An Internal Affairs Division elder appeared. He invited Qin Yu in and offered some refreshment. Then, with a worried expression, he said, "Grandmaster Yao, this matter is far too reckless. Grandmaster Jiang is not someone you should provoke." Qin Yu laid down his teacup. He lightly said, "I know, but since things have come to this, what use is there in saying this? I ask Elder to pass on a message that I accept the bet." The Internal Affairs Division elder shook his head. "Ah. Very well, we will immediately inform Grandmaster Jiang. I wonder when Grandmaster Yao will arrange the bet?" After a moment of hesitation, he added, "According to the rules, you must compete with Grandmaster Jiang within a month of agreeing to the bet." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "Then let's do it today." The Internal Affairs Division elder was surprised. Isn't this a bit too hasty?" Qin Yu said, "I've already made everyone wait for many days. Now that I have some free time, let's do it earlier." "What, is there something wrong with that?" The Internal Affairs Division elder dryly laughed. "That's not it. Grandmaster Yao, please wait here for a moment. I will immediately go and ask." He stood up and hurried away. Grandmaster Jiang laid down his handphone, a playful smile on his face. This Grandmaster Yao seemed to be very confident. Perhaps he had obtained some harvests from his seclusion. Then let this old man trample all of your confidence beneath my feet and crush it into dregs. The Internal Affairs Division elder returned with a smile. Grandmaster Jiang has already agreed. The Internal Affairs Division will immediately make arrangements. The match will be held in 2 hours. I wish Grandmaster Yao the best of luck." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Thank you for your kind words." Without staying any longer, he bid his farewells and left the Internal Affairs Division. Outside, the towering figures of Tuba and Tutu had already attracted the attention of many cultivators. As they saw Qin Yu appear, their eyes brightened. "Let's go." Qin Yu walked away. Tuba and Tutu respectfully followed. The crowd drew back like a tide, revealing a path. For some unknown reason, at this moment, many Black Demon sect cultivators that looked down on Grandmaster Yao for not daring to accept the challenge discovered that they couldn't reveal the least bit of disdain. It was like Grandmaster Yao had an indescribable temperament about him that made others feel awe and awe. The Internal Affairs Division elder watched Qin Yu leave. Then, he suddenly frowned, hesitation in his eyes. He could feel that Grandmaster Yao didn't seem to fear him at all. And at this moment, not fearing him represented the greatest confidence in his heart. Could it be that he was confident he could win this bet? His eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter, a tangled look on his face. It had to be known that he had placed a considerable bet in the sex betting pool. He originally wanted to make some extra money, but no. The reason he had placed this bet was because he had inadvertently obtained some hints from some great figure's words. Grandmaster Jiang's alchemy skills were far greater than what he had revealed so far. Even if he had some methods, once Grandmaster Jiang attacked with his full strength, there would be no chance of victory. Thinking like this, the Internal Affairs Division elder dispelled his hesitation. What he didn't know was that he had already missed the final chance to avoid losses. As for whether or not this Internal Affairs Division elder would ruthlessly slap himself in the face several times and weep in pain, that wasn't something they needed to worry about. The bet between Jiang and Yao, two alchemy grandmasters, would be held today, 2 hours from now. The Internal Affairs Division spread out this news at the fastest speed possible. The Black Demon Sect cultivators were all shocked. Then, some hurriedly went back to their work, some simply put off their work, and some even rushed over. What nonsense, who had nothing better to do all day just waiting for you two to compete. But this was a battle between two alchemy grandmasters, especially when the stakes were expensive. As long as there was a chance, no one was willing to miss it. Cough cough, of course there were other reasons. This was such a good chance to earn spirit stones. Everyone here was a smart person, so no one wanted to miss it. More or less, everyone had placed a bet. When it involved their own pockets, it was hard not to care about it. 2 hours from now, the competition would begin. Qin didn't want to waste any more time. He casually found a resting pavilion and sat down to enjoy the scenery. Tuba hesitated for a long time. He respectfully said, "Grandmaster, there is something I don't know whether or not I should say." Qin smiled. "You've already said it. Do you want to leave the other half hanging in suspense?" Tuba awkwardly smiled. In the Black Demon Sect, there is someone who has opened a bet on the result of your bet with that surnamed Jiang fellow. Your odds are 1-5. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He flipped his hand and took out a storage ring. "What are you doing here? Change your appearance and immediately place a bet. Put down all the spirit stones inside. Do you need me to tell you how to place a bet?" Tuba grinned. This subordinate understands. He received the storage ring with both hands and ran away, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Humph humph. You dare to look down on His Highness? Then I'll make you vomit blood." With a flip of his hand, Tuba took out another storage ring. Although the Titan race didn't cultivate magic power, over the countless years, there had been a constant flow of outside cultivators that entered and they had accumulated an astonishing amount of wealth. He had originally prepared it for His Highness to use, but now it seemed he could increase it several times over first. An hour later, Tuba returned with an exquisite jade pendant and returned the storage ring. "Grandmaster, the bet has been placed. Once the result of the bet comes out, you can withdraw it with this." Qin flicked his sleeves and put away the storage ring. He smiled. He loved betting the most. In the future, when he raised the purple-back blue-wing ants, he would need an astonishing amount of high-level monster beast souls and blood. If he hunted them himself, it would be far too difficult and his speed would be too slow. Thus, it was much more convenient to purchase them. Thus, the more spirit stones he had, the better it was. This was a completely unexpected harvest. Thinking of this, Qin nodded at Tuba, a gratified expression on his face. Chapter 423. Qin put away his phone. "Let's go." Tuba and Tuta both revealed looks of excitement. Although they didn't know where Qin confidence came from, they still had no idea. However, they did not doubt it at all. Since His Highness was so confident, he would definitely be able to do it. "Jiang, you won't be able to cry later." As the competition venue, Heavenly Worship Hall had long been filled with a dense crowd. The Internal Affairs Division sold tickets for cultivators below the Protector rank for 100 spirit stones per ticket. They earned so much that their fingers went soft. Of course, a single heavenweight temple wasn't enough to satisfy the needs of the cultivators watching the battle. Thus, the Internal Affairs Division set up a synchronized projection. 10 spirit stones could buy a standing ticket. Currently, the large square was also surging with people. A rough count estimated that there were probably thousands of people. Although Qin had only brought Tuba and Tuta with him, these two 10-foot-tall fellows wore black slave robes that clung tightly to their bodies, revealing their bulging muscles. In addition to the giant black sunglasses that rested on their noses, the aura they exuded was enough to instantly kill all minions. They were simply walking eye magnets. Thus, just as the three of them stepped out from the small transmission array, they were discovered by sharp-eyed black demon sect cultivators. Then, countless eyes gathered on them. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but just as the three of them entered the square, a series of flashes of light appeared from a small transmission array across from them. Grandmaster Jiang was the first to step out. Behind him were a dozen or so elite disciples. Purple Spring had fully recovered from his injuries. Now, his vicious eyes covered the three of them. If looks could kill, Qin Yu, Tuba, and Tutu would have already been chopped into meat paste by swords, spears, and axes. The eyes of countless cultivators in the square lit up. Grandmaster Jiang smiled. "Grandmaster Yao, it's been a while." Qin Yu lightly said, "Grandmaster Jiang, there is no need for today's dispute to begin with. If Grandmaster Yao can hand over these two cheap servants to my disciples to deal with, I can cancel this bet." Grandmaster Jiang's eyes flashed. "I am very sincere, there's no need." Qin Yu interrupted. He turned and walked towards Heavenway Temple. "How dare you? How dare you offend my master? Yao Bin, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're courting death. You're not qualified to go against my master." When the disciples saw Grandmaster Jiang being humiliated, their anger soared to the sky and they couldn't help but roar. Tuba and Tutu stopped at the same time. They turned to look at them, their eyes icy cold and their bodies erupted with a terrifying killing intent that left one in despair. "Those who disrespect our Grandmaster shall die." In an instant, it was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood had descended. The roaring and cursing people trembled, and their faces paled. Uncontrollably, fear appeared in their eyes. Qin Yu didn't turn around. He lightly said, "There will be results soon. Why waste your saliva here?" Tuba and Tutu restrained their auras. "Yes, Grandmaster." He followed behind respectfully. The crowd was utterly shocked by the sight. Although many people had heard that Grandmaster Yao had two powerful barbarians as his subordinates, it wasn't until this moment that they realized just how powerful these two barbarians were. This aura was enough to crush all divine souls. Didn't that mean that each one of them had strength comparable to an ordinary blue sea? What was even more terrifying was the murderous aura emanating from the two barbarians. Only a terrifying character that had experienced countless slaughters and walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood could temper such a terrifying killing intent. With this killing intent combined, even a cultivator with strength similar to the two barbarians wouldn't be their match. At this moment, countless eyes looked at the back of the black-robed figure, awe in their eyes. Not to mention anything else, just subduing these two powerful barbarians was enough to earn everyone's admiration. Without strength, it was impossible to accomplish such a feat. Could it be that Grandmaster Yao was a hidden blue sea powerhouse? Grandmaster Jiang's complexion changed for a moment before he composed himself. He lightly coughed and swept out with his divine sense, awakening the disciples beneath him. He lightly said, "At this moment, I am actually looking forward to this competition a bit." His calm voice, supported by magic power, clearly spread into the ears of every cultivator present. Everyone could feel the faint pressure that sprinkled down from his voice. Blue Sea Realm. Moreover, he had to be at least at the revered Blue Sea Realm, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to accomplish this so easily. Grandmaster Jiang himself was actually a revered Blue Sea super powerhouse. This was beyond everyone's expectations, but they soon became excited. Everyone knew that refining pills also had high cultivation requirements for an alchemist. Grandmaster Jiang's boundary was deep, so it was clear that his alchemy skills were also astonishing. It seemed that Grandmaster Yao's unfathomable depths had stimulated Grandmaster Jiang. This competition really left everyone looking forward to it. Grandmaster Jiang was expressionless as he walked towards Heavenweight Temple. Behind him were over a dozen elite disciples, all of them covered in dirt and grime. Their hearts were filled with anger and hatred. They had actually been frightened by two mere barbarian slaves. This was truly shameful. Once their honorable master obtained victory, they would definitely think of a way to imprison these two barbarians and torture them to death in order to dispel the hatred in their hearts. Tuba and Tuta's eruption of killing intent as well as Grandmaster Jiang's counterattack had already aroused the attention of those within Heavenweight Temple. The several great figures sitting in their seats with their eyes closed, waiting for the competition to begin, suddenly opened their eyes, a bit of shock on their faces. They glanced at each other and then stood up, walking to the entrance of the temple to greet them. In the world of cultivators, strength was status. In the demonic path, this was the highest standard. Since Grandmaster Jiang and Grandmaster Yao were strong enough, they naturally had to give them the respect they deserve. Grandmaster Jiang, Grandmaster Yao, you two have finally arrived. Among the several people, a middle-aged man smiled. Looking at where he stood, it was clear that this person had the highest status. Jiang Taisho cupped his hands together. Elder Su. Qin Yu nodded. Everyone greeted each other, speaking nonsense. But, from the small details of their conversation, it was possible to see which side they were leaning towards. For instance, at the start, Elder Su first greeted Jiang Taisho. It had to be known that Qin Yu had entered Heavenweight Temple a step earlier than him. As this fell into the eyes of everyone in the temple, the cultivators who had placed their bets let out a sigh of relief. Grandmaster Jiang was indeed superior. They had already won this bet. Elder Su coughed. Grandmaster Jiang, Grandmaster Yao, it's getting late. If you two are ready, then let's begin the gambling match. Grandmaster Jiang smiled, not speaking. Qin Yu naturally wouldn't oppose this. That's good. Then let's ask the Internal Affairs Division's Elder Zhou to preside over the match. Let us all go to the viewing platform. Elder Su smiled and left with the others. The Internal Affairs Division's Elder Zhou was an old man with grizzled hair. He solemnly said, Grandmasters, the content of your gambling match today is the Tao of Alchemy. Then, please choose your topic. He clapped his hands and two Internal Affairs Division disciples carried out a round disc. Grandmasters, please place your hands on it. Countless streams of light howled around the disc, as if it were a beautiful nebula. Grandmaster Jiang stepped forwards. He casually pointed a finger at the disc, and a beam of light flew out. Grandmaster Yao, it's your turn. Qin Yu didn't know what this disc was, but he wouldn't reveal it right now. He also casually pointed a finger. A second beam of light flew out. Elder Zhou flicked his sleeves and the two beams of light fused together. After wriggling for a moment, they turned into two large characters. Detoxify. Pa! The characters scattered, turning back into beams of light that flew back into the disc. Elder Zhou waved his hand and two Internal Affairs Division disciples carried the disc away. Two lords, the topic of your gambling match today is to detoxify. Elder Zhou flipped his hand and took out a jade slip. This is the procedure of the gambling match. We will choose felons of the same level in the sect and place a similar poison on them. Whichever Grandmaster can detoxify the poison first will be the victor. Of course, the premise is that the two Grandmasters must rely on their own methods to detoxify the poison and cannot rely on anything else, otherwise they will be judged to have lost. This sort of gambling match could determine victory and defeat without harming the participating cultivators. This was a rule established long ago by the Black Demon sect to avoid unnecessary internal losses. Wait a moment. Jiang Taisho's eyes flashed. I feel that this sort of competition is a bit unfair. After all, there are countless poisons in the world, and it is impossible for anyone to completely control them. If one were to encounter a familiar poison, even if one's strength is inferior to their opponent, they might still be able to easily win. Moreover, everyone's physiques are different. Even if they suffer the same poison, There are differences in the difficulty of treating it. Elder Zhou frowned. Grandmaster Jiang's meaning is? Jiang Taisho smiled. It's simple. Grandmaster Yao and I will personally test the poison. Victory and defeat will not be determined by how quickly we detoxify the poison. As long as we can detoxify the poison within a quarter hour, then we will smoothly enter the next poison test. This will continue until one side is unable to detoxify the poison or admits defeat. This sort of gambling match is undoubtedly fairer. Of course, there are some risks. If one's strength isn't high enough, they might be injured by the poison. But, I wonder if Grandmaster Yao dares to accept? The conflict in the square had caused Grandmaster Jiang to be truly angered. This surname Yao didn't know how to appreciate favors. Today, he would teach him an unforgettable lesson. Whoosh! There was an uproar in Heavenweight Temple. Many Black Demon sect cultivators revealed shocked expressions before becoming even more excited. No one thought that Grandmaster Jiang's methods would be so swift and fierce. Not only did he want to determine victory and defeat, but he also wanted to kill someone. It had to be known that demonic path poisons weren't something that could be provoked. If one wasn't careful, even an alchemy grandmaster would suffer excruciating pain if the poison invaded their body. This, Elder Zhou revealed an awkward expression. The Internal Affairs Division was responsible for all internal affairs of the sect. Preventing the sect's cultivators from suffering unnecessary losses was one of his duties to begin with. A strange light flashed in Elder Su's eyes. He lightly said, Elder Zhou, if the person who proposed the gambling match makes a request and the opponent doesn't object, then changing the rules is also permitted. There have been precedents in the sect before, so there is no need for you to feel awkward. Elder Zhou cupped his hands together. Yes, I understand. He stood up and looked at Qin Yu. He solemnly said, Grandmaster Yao, you are aware of Grandmaster Jiang's request. I wonder if you agree? Qin Yu's complexion became strange. He looked at Jiang Taisho and saw his carefree expression. His lips couldn't help but twitch. This person, was he looking to die? His silence caused Grandmaster Jiang's smile to become even brighter. Grandmaster Yao, there is no need to be afraid. If you think it is inappropriate, I won't force you. Qin Yu was silent for several more breaths of time. He coughed and said, Since Grandmaster Jiang says this, then I can only risk my life to accompany you. Qin Yu didn't have much confidence. It was as if he were forced to agree, but he didn't want to lose face. This caused Grandmaster Jiang's lips to curl up in a mocking smile, revealing a bit of satisfaction. As this expression fell into Qin Yu's eyes, a light smile appeared on his face hidden beneath his black robes. Since someone was seeking death, if he didn't give them a push, how could he be worthy of Grandmaster Jiang's intelligence? Elder Zhou sighed inwardly, but his complexion didn't change at all. He said, Since the two Grandmasters have agreed to change the rules of the competition, then the method of the competition will be confirmed. He lifted a hand and said, Add the poison. A sealing jade pagoda was brought into the hall and placed on a long table. Elder Zhou carefully tore open the first layer of sealing talismans. 2 dark lights flew out, each wrapped in a drop of grayish-brown liquid. Elder Zhou drew back several steps and gestured with his hand. 2 Grandmasters, please inspect them. If there are no objections, then the gambling match will officially begin. Grandmaster Jiang smiled. It looks like my luck isn't bad. The first bet is the Taint Soul Knight. I have studied it before, so I can tell whether it is real or fake with a single glance, so there is no need to inspect it again. The reason he was showing off was to show everyone that his proposal was fairer. Otherwise, if he directly used the Taint Soul Knight as the gambling match, he would have already taken the advantage. He glanced at Qin Yu from the corner of his eyes. What caused Grandmaster Jiang to frown was that Qin Yu didn't seem to hear his words at all. He walked forwards and swallowed a drop of the Taint Soul Knight. This sort of performance was simply not putting him in his eyes at all. Grandmaster Jiang was enraged. He sneered inwardly. I'll let you be arrogant for now, but I'll make sure you suffer later. The good show had only just begun. He lifted a hand, took the taint soul knight, and swallowed it. Many black demon sect cultivators in the hall gulped. This was the demonic path's taint soul knight that was specially used to corrode the soul. Although it couldn't be considered an extreme poison, once one was infected, it was extremely troublesome to remove. Moreover, this poison had an extremely strong infectivity. Once it wasn't thoroughly removed, it would invade the soul and one would have to suffer the pain of being corroded for the rest of their life. Seeing the two people swallow it without blinking, the psychological impact of this scene was intense. Less than 3 minutes passed. Grandmaster Jiang opened his eyes and lightly said, I have already detoxified the poison. An internal affairs division cultivator immediately stepped forwards, using a special poison detecting treasure to inspect the poison. After several breaths of time, a blue light lit up, indicating that the poison had been completely eliminated. And not too far away, Grandmaster Yao was still silent, as if he were painstakingly forcing out the poison. If it weren't for the rules being changed, Grandmaster Jiang would have already won. It looks like the result of today's gambling fight has already been decided. Those with great reputations live up to their reputation. For Grandmaster Jiang to be ranked third, his strength is truly unfathomable. Grandmaster Jiang lightly smiled. It's no matter. The time isn't up yet, so let's wait a little longer. After another 3 minutes, Grandmaster Yao let out a long breath. I have also detoxified the poison. He was also tested. There was no poison at all. Elder Zhou said, Grandmasters, does anyone admit defeat? Otherwise, the gambling fight will continue. Seeing that no one responded, he lifted a hand and pointed. From the first level of the Jade Pagoda, 2 more dark lights flew out. This time, the dark lights wrapped around 2 leaves that were nearly identical in shape and size. They were verdant and glistening, as if they were made of some sort of jade. Just by looking at them, one could feel the powerful vitality contained within. Fallen leaf. A black demon sect cultivator cried out involuntarily. In the crowd, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There were a few people that didn't know what this was, but after they heard the explanation, they all revealed looks of fear. In a land of extreme heat and extreme cold, because of a lucky chance, a strange plant could grow. It was bred by the heavens and earth, and after thousands of years of growth, all of its essence energy would gather into the tallest leaf. Afterwards, the main body would wither and die. This leaf was called the fallen leaf. #####. Chapter 424. Hidden beneath this slightly sentimental name was a fatal annihilation attribute. This was because once a lost leaf was touched, it would use a different method to parasitize the host, treating the host as the main body that gave birth to it. It would plunder away all of the host's strength until the host finally died. As for the parasitic method of the lost leaf, in the world of cultivators, it was similar to a type of spreading poison, or perhaps it was called a poison bug. Grandmaster Jiang revealed a dignified expression. I never thought there would be a lost leaf on the first level. This is a bit difficult. Although he said this, he remained calm, clearly not afraid at all. At this time, his eyes fell on Qin Yu. Although he didn't say anything, a bit of disdain rose up in his heart, floating in the air. Grandmaster Yao stuffily coughed. He hesitated for a second and then reached out to grab the dark light. As his palm touched the lost leaf, it emitted a low cry of joy. It trembled for a moment before turning into liquid that fused into his flesh and blood. As Grandmaster Jiang saw this, his lips curled up in a smile. 5 minutes later, Grandmaster Jiang successfully dispelled the poison and forced out the lost leaf that had fused into his body. This method was inconceivably high. There were cries of alarm in Heavenweight Temple and countless eyes filled with awe. Grandmaster Yao was even worse off this time. It took him 11 minutes to unravel the lost leaf, and as he did so, the lost leaf was also destroyed. This speed, this quality. It was on a completely different level from Grandmaster Zhang's. Grandmaster Yao, in order to save your face, you should admit defeat now. Otherwise, if this continues, I fear you will be even more embarrassed. One of Jiang Taisho's disciples loudly said. It seemed as if he were sincerely considering things for Grandmaster Yao, but in this current situation, his intentions were truly sinister. As expected, Grandmaster Yao shouted out in anger, "How insolent! A mere junior actually dares to mock me." Grandmaster Jiang shook his head. He lightly said, "Yunhai, do not be rude to Grandmaster Yao. Grandmaster Yao's alchemy cultivation is unfathomably deep, and he hasn't even brought out his true level yet. It's hard to say what the result of this gambling fight will be." He looked over. "Grandmaster Yao, although the poison on the first level isn't bad, the threat it poses to us is limited. If we don't switch to an even fiercer poison, I fear it will be difficult to determine victory or defeat in a short period of time. How about I ask Elder Zhou to open the sealed pagoda's second level?" Grandmaster Yao said, "I have no objections." Many Black Demon sect cultivators in Heavenweight Temple cursed him for being an idiot. They never thought that this surname Yao would be so stupid that he didn't even realize he had fallen into someone else's trap. He was done for. Grandmaster Jiang was all smiles. "How delightful!" He turned and said, "Elder Zhou, please open the second floor." Elder Zhou sighed inwardly and nodded. "Very well. Grandmasters, please wait a moment." After several breaths of time, with a flick of his sleeves, the seal on the second level of the sealed pagoda was lifted. Two increasingly rich masses of dark light flew out. Poison of temptation. This is truly worthy of being the sect's sealed poison pagoda. Even the second level contains such a terrifying poison. If it were you or me, I'm afraid that if we were to come into contact with it, we would only be able to howl and wait for death. 7 minutes later, Grandmaster Jiang opened his eyes. "I have detoxified the poison." As for Grandmaster Yao, he used a full 13 minutes. He also used a pill that he refined himself to barely resolve the poison within the time limit. An alchemist's job was to refine pills. Thus, the pills that they refine themselves could be used in the duel. It could not be considered as relying on external objects. Grandmaster Yao's methods are excellent. Jiang Taisho praised. I ask Elder Zhou to continue. The fourth poison, heart-eroding grasp. This was a type of poison that caused terrifying damage to the mortal body. Its attributes were fierce and overbearing. If one didn't control it, it could instantly corrode a person's body into a puddle of stinky mucus. Grandmaster Jiang used 10 minutes to detoxify the poison. This time, Grandmaster Yao only used 8 minutes. Everyone was surprised and immediately thought that he had run into some dog's hit luck. It was clear that this surname Yao had come into contact with heart-eroding grass before, thus he was able to detoxify the poison in such a short period of time. This couldn't be counted at all. The fifth poison, Dark Night Nether. This was a poison that was formulated by a demonic path alchemist. It was a mixture of several different poisons that mutually reinforced and restrained each other. Finally, it evolved into this poison. It was extremely troublesome to deal with. Grandmaster Jiang used 12 minutes. Grandmaster Yao. 15 minutes. That's right, he had held back a bit to detoxify the poison and had even taken several pills. If it weren't for the fact that he had inspected the pills and confirmed that they were personally refined by Grandmaster Yao, he would have already been judged defeated. Grandmaster Jiang frowned. He lightly said, "It looks like it won't be easy to decide victory or defeat on the second level. Grandmaster Yao, how about you and I open the third level of the sealed pagoda?" After a long period of silence, Grandmaster Yao reluctantly nodded. This time, the unsealing speed was much slower. Grandmaster Yao sat down cross-legged, as if he were making use of this time to restore the losses in his body. This formed a sharp contrast with the indifferent Grandmaster Jiang, who was standing there with his hands behind his back. The Black Demon sect cultivators in the hall revealed sneers. In this sort of overwhelming disadvantage, he still wanted to stubbornly persist. He simply didn't know what he was doing. With a humming sound, the third level of the sealed pagoda was unsealed. Elder Zhou had a solemn expression. He lifted a hand and pointed downwards. A barrier of light fell down, covering the sealed pagoda. After finishing this, his complexion relaxed a little. He said, "Two Grandmasters, after reaching the third level of the sealed pagoda, the damaging abilities of the poisons will be extremely terrifying. If you don't have full confidence in yourself, then I advise you to admit defeat in order to avoid suffering too much or even losing your life." Most of these words were said to Grandmaster Yao. But Grandmaster Yao would rather die than lose face, and didn't respond at all. Elder Zhou simply didn't say anything more. The gambling match continues. The sixth bet, 7-colored rainbow. This poison spread through the air, and was colorless and odorless. Even ordinary magic power barriers couldn't completely block it out. The reason it was given such a name was that when one was poisoned, 7 colors would gradually appear on their body. If one were to take one every day, they wouldn't feel any pain or discomfort at all. In fact, they would even feel energetic. But once 7 days passed and the 7 colors gathered together, they would instantly die from the poison. Grandmaster Jiang was clearly much more cautious. He first took out several pills and had them examined by the Internal Affairs Division. Then, he took out the 7-colored rainbow and swallowed it into his body. 11 minutes later, with the help of a pill, Grandmaster Jiang opened his eyes and let out a long breath. His complexion was a bit pale and his eyes revealed a bit of exhaustion. It was clear that dispelling the poison this time wasn't easy for him. However, Grandmaster Jiang still felt a bit of pride in his heart. It had to be known that this was the 7-colored rainbow. With the help of a single pill, he had used 11 minutes to dispel the poison. This result was extremely fierce. Jiang Taisho swept his eyes around. As he looked at the motionless Grandmaster Yao, his lips curved up in a smile. This gambling match should be over. Once he was infected with the 7-colored rainbow poison, even if that surname Yao didn't hesitate to pay any price to ask the powerhouses of the sect to help him dispel it, he would still lose most of his life. Afterwards, with a few more arrangements, even if he didn't lose his life, that surname Yao's life would be completely ruined. But at this time, there was a loud exhale. Grandmaster Yao's voice sounded out, "I have dispelled the poison." He had actually only used a single pill. Grandmaster Jiang's eyes widened in shock. An Internal Affairs Division cultivator hurried forwards to inspect Grandmaster Yao's body. Indeed, the 7-colored rainbow poison had disappeared. Let alone Grandmaster Jiang, no one in the hall could have imagined this result. "Is this a familiar poison again? I heard that Grandmaster Yao has always tortured prisoners for fun and that he likes to use living people to experiment. It's possible that he has used the 7-colored rainbow before. What luck! Otherwise, the gambling match would have ended here and we could have happily gone to the betting booth to collect our spirit stones. This is only a matter of time. I don't believe that he can always be so lucky. In the end, what people rely on is their own strength. For instance, Grandmaster Jiang Taisho." The hall was abuzz with discussion. Grandmaster Yao coldly snorted but didn't say anything, as if he were tacitly agreeing with everyone's speculations. Grandmaster Jiang relaxed a little. Since this was only a coincidence, he would just have to spend a bit more effort. He gestured with his hand, "Elder Zhou, please continue." His tone was a bit stiff, no longer as calm as before. No matter how it was said, this surname Yao had managed to last until now, far surpassing his expectations. The 7th poison, blue sky highest heavens. This was a strange poison that followed a meteor from beyond the heavens and fell to the earth. After the strange substance within fused with the spiritual strength of the world, it formed a strange poison. The word strange indicated that this poison was extremely rare and didn't have any conventional methods of dispelling it. Grandmaster Jiang swallowed down 3 pills. Then, with a dignified expression, he swallowed the blue sky highest heavens. Just as the poison entered his body, Grandmaster Jiang's complexion changed. He swallowed down another 4 detoxification pills, and only then did his rapidly paling face regain a bit of color. Even so, Grandmaster Jiang had to use 10 pills and spend 13 minutes before he was able to dispel the poison. This time, he was absolutely safe. The blue sky highest heavens was an incomparably rare poison. Even if this surname Yao liked to use poison to torture prisoners, he still wouldn't use this poison. Although he had suffered a bit, the blue sky highest heavens was far more difficult to deal with than the 7-colored rainbow. Once it entered the body, and couldn't be completely removed, it would form a deposit of poison. At that time, it would be impossible to completely dispel it. Although he wouldn't die in a short period of time, he would be entangled by this poison for the rest of his life. He would constantly have to withstand the pain of the poison invading his body. This sort of life was the greatest form of torture, until his vitality dried up and the poison completely erupted. Only then would he be able to escape death. Thinking of this, Grandmaster Jiang's eyes turned cold. This surname Yao had brought about his own destruction. If he had admitted defeat earlier, he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Jiang Taisho didn't think that from the very beginning, today's events had been painstakingly arranged by him. Ordering his disciples to humiliate Grandmaster Yao in front of everyone was also one of his methods to prevent him from admitting defeat midway. Now that he had such hypocritical thoughts, it was just too disgusting. The 15th minute. As the last several breaths of time passed, Grandmaster Jiang's disciples revealed smiles ahead of time. In the hall, the cultivators who were placing their bets wore joyful expressions too. But at this time, a voice that caused their moods to darken suddenly sounded out. "Cough cough, my poison has been dispelled." The Internal Affairs Division cultivator responsible for keeping time looked down at the hourglass. There were still several grains of sand remaining, not falling down. He sighed inwardly at how good his luck was. He said in a low voice, "Within the allotted time." As usual, he checked the remaining poison. As the blue lights lit up, there were sighs in the grand hall. Many eyes gathered on Grandmaster Yao, all of them filled with resentment. "You've already pushed the line twice. How come you're like a roly-poly doll, so difficult to push down? It would have been better if you had admitted defeat, but why did you have to stubbornly persist like this? Even if you were uncomfortable, we would still have to suffer along with you." This sort of high and low mood was hard to bear. Jiang Taisho frowned. His eyes turned cold and gloomy. He stared at Grandmaster Yao several times and suddenly said, "Grandmaster, Yao has hidden his strength well. I admire you, I admire you." His words were icy cold, but also filled with vigilance. The resentful cultivators in the grand hall were startled, revealing a bit of surprise. This was just another stroke of luck. Why did Grandmaster Jiang place so much importance on him? Suddenly, a black demon sect cultivator said, "Grandmaster Yao doesn't seem to have eaten a single pill." Everyone was stunned. When Grandmaster Jiang had dispelled the poison, they had been completely focused on watching and hadn't noticed this point. If he hadn't used a single pill to unravel the blue sky highest heavens poison, then didn't that mean that Grandmaster Yao's detoxification methods were far superior to Grandmaster Jiang's? Then all of this had been an act? No wonder Grandmaster Jiang had such a solemn expression. The cultivators in the grand hall were all dumbfounded. They had just been thinking that they would at most go and pick up the spirit stones later, but in just a short period of time, they had gone for wool and come home shorn. They couldn't even keep their capital. Grandmaster Yao sneered. Grandmaster Jiang, to be able to force me to use my true abilities, you aren't too bad. Then, he changed the topic. If you admit defeat now, there is still time. Otherwise, if you encounter an even more fierce poison later, it will be too late for regret. Jiang Taisho's heart sank. At this time, on the viewing platform, Elder Su coughed. In the early years, Grandmaster Yao was once poisoned by the blue sky highest heavens. There aren't many people in the sect that know of this matter, and I only happened to hear the chief elder mention it once. Thinking about it, it must be because of this that Grandmaster Yao was able to easily dispel the poison. His luck is truly excellent. He faintly smiled. Grandmaster Yao, I think you won't mind if I speak of this matter, right? After all, in a gambling fight, there must be a certain degree of fairness. Grandmaster Yao coldly snorted, his teeth clenched. But he didn't dare to turn hostile with Elder Su. His breathing became heavier and heavier. Jiang Taisho's complexion relaxed. So that's how it is. I thought that Grandmaster Yao really was a peerless expert, but it turns out that this empty city stratagem was just good luck. But I wonder just how long Grandmaster Yao's good luck can last? Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu revealed a mocking smile. As he thought, Elder Su knew that Grandmaster Yao had been poisoned by the blue sky highest heavens. This was indeed a coincidence. Qin Yu had refined Grandmaster Yao's soul and had completely accepted this painful memory of the past. Now that he had taken it out and lured Elder Su to speak, it really dispelled Jiang Taisho's suspicions. If it weren't for this, he would have been able to dispel the blue sky highest heavens. If that were the case, that old fellow Jiang would likely begin to suspect something. What should he do next? But now that things had come to this, it was about time things came to an end. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He said in a low voice, "The poisons of the third level are only SOSO. Since victory and defeat cannot be decided, I propose that we open the fourth level of the sealed pagoda." With these words, the entire hall fell silent. On the viewing platform, Elder Su also revealed a look of surprise. It had to be known that the poisons of the sealed pagoda increased in strength with each level, but every 3 levels was a different step. The fourth level of the sealed pagoda belonged to a completely different level. The might of the poisons was so terrifying that even a blue sea realm cultivator wouldn't dare to come in contact with them. To open the fourth level, was this surname Yao crazy? After Grandmaster Jiang recovered from his shock, a trace of understanding appeared in his heart. This surname Yao wanted to drag him down with him. Or, in other words, he wanted to force him to give up and use a draw as the result. After all, the poisons of the fourth level were far too terrifying. Within the entire Black Demon sect, there were only an extremely small number of people that had come into contact with poisons of this level. He sneered inwardly. This surname Yao had made a good plan, but unfortunately, he had missed out on the cards in his hands. Today, even if he had to suffer heavy losses, he would eliminate him. Good, I agree. Elder Zhou, please open the fourth level of the sealed pagoda. Grandmaster Zhang's voice was loud and clear. The entire hall fell deathly silent. For the fastest and most accurate novel reading, please visit Chapter 425. Elder Su sighed. He stood up and said, "The poisons of the fourth level of the sealed pagoda are incomparably dangerous. Even if you guard against them carefully, there is still a chance of accidents occurring." He turned and ordered, "Have everyone below the Blue Sea Realm withdraw from the main hall and wait in the plaza for the final result of the gambling fight." Perhaps everyone was a little unwilling to obey this order, but no one expressed any objections. They all started to leave. After all, compared to the safety of his life, watching the show and the like was nothing. Soon, the entire square was filled with loud chatter. After learning that the sealed pagoda was about to open the fourth level, countless cultivators were shocked. The sealed pagoda was an extremely terrifying treasure of the Black Demon sect. Or, it was more accurate to say that it was something that a poison master of the demonic path had placed in the Black Demon sect many years ago. How many poisons were there in the sealed pagoda? Perhaps not even the sect master or chief elder would be able to answer this question. But this didn't affect the incomparably terrifying status of the sealed pagoda in the hearts of the Black Demon sect disciples. 3,200 years ago, the Black Demon sect suffered a sect-destroying calamity. At that time, a group of the sect's powerhouses had been delayed outside. Just as the mountain gate was about to be broken and their teachings were about to be destroyed, the chief elder at that time used himself as a sacrifice to forcefully open the 7th level of the sealed pagoda. It was rumored that at that time, a phantom of a world had descended. After several breaths of time, the Black Demon sect hadn't been damaged at all. But all the cultivators that had been covered by the world phantom had vanished without a trace. As for it being a rumor, that was because almost none of the cultivators who witnessed this scene had survived. All life within 3,000 miles of the Black Demon sect had been exterminated. The 4th level of the sealed pagoda. I heard that this layer of poison can easily kill a blue sea cultivator. This is too terrifying. The two masters actually dared to use their bodies to test the 4th layer of poison. Wonderful! This is too wonderful! Soon, news of this matter spread out at an astonishing speed. It was like a bomb that caused a great storm in the Black Demon sect. Some of the experts from the sect who didn't care much about this matter were also shocked. After a moment of hesitation, they stood up and went straight to Heavenly Worship Hall. Today's gambling fight had already surpassed its original meaning. Two alchemists that dared to touch the 4th level of the sealed pagoda had aroused their attention. Elder Lee. Elder Nan is here too. Elder Hu, long time no see. More and more people arrived at the Heavenly Worship Hall, but most of them greeted the crowd and nodded at them before sitting on the viewing platform in silence. Elder Zhou's authority was insufficient. He invited the chief elder as well as the other two leaders of the Internal Affairs Division. Only with the three of them together could they open the seal on the 4th level of the sealed pagoda. The unsealing speed was very slow. Based on the current situation, it would take at least 1 to 4 hours before it could be opened. Grandmaster Jiang could no longer maintain the demeanor of an expert. He sat cross-legged on the ground, seizing the time to heal the injuries in his body. Even if he had a trump card and was confident in dealing with the 4th layer of poison, he didn't dare to be careless. Otherwise, if he was not careful, not only would he lose the competition, he might even lose his life. Grandmaster Jiang tried his best to resolve the burning pain in his heart and lungs caused by the invasion of the poison. He helplessly thought to himself, he had actually been forced to this step by this surname Yao? He was so angry that he felt his teeth itch. After an hour, Elder Zhou and the others exchanged glances with each other and began to form hand seals with serious expressions on their faces. The sealed pagoda lightly trembled. A layer of green light appeared, completely covering it. Just one look at this green color was enough to make one's scalp go numb and feel a bone-deep fear. Poison. An extremely terrifying poison. In the Grand Hall, many Black Demon sect masters saw the 4th level of the sealed pagoda open for the first time. Their pupils shrank. Their divine senses were incomparably powerful. They could faintly feel the destructive strength contained within this green light. If at this moment this green light were to explode, their backs tightened and their eyes became even more dignified. They had a much clearer understanding of the sealed pagoda. Elder Zhou let out a long breath. His back was already soaked with sweat. All right. Perhaps because he was too nervous just now, his voice was a bit hoarse. This green light is the sealed pagoda's self-isolation. It won't allow the poison to leak out. But, just in case, let's speed things up. Elder Zhou said in a low voice, Grandmasters, is it too late to change your mind? Otherwise, I will have to take out the poison. Jiang Taisho coldly sneered. I will absolutely not withdraw, But Grandmaster Yao, you should be careful not to play too big and end up losing yourself. Without the crowd of sect cultivators around him, he no longer needed to disguise his attitude. After all, those that had the qualifications to remain in the Grand Hall were well aware of the entanglement of interests between him and that surname Yao. Grandmaster Yao clenched his jaws. You want me to admit defeat? Dream on. Good. Elder Zhou, please take out the poison. Jiang Taisho's eyes blazed with a cold light. Elder Zhou didn't dare to delay any longer. It was hard to imagine a method of isolating poison with poison. If something were to leak out, then it would be far more troublesome. He lifted his hand and grasped out. The green light rippled like water and 2 stones flew out. These were really 2 extremely ordinary stones. Each one was the size of a knuckle and their surface was ash gray. There were traces of weathering, of course. This was absolutely only an appearance. On the viewing platform, the Black Demon Sect powerhouses all held their breath. Magic power revolved within their bodies, locking up all their pores and isolating themselves from the outside world. Elder Zhou and the other 2 had already drawn back dozens of feet the moment the stones were taken out. They raised their magic power barriers, their expressions as if they were facing a great enemy. Hold on. Grandmaster Yao suddenly said, it's just a trivial poison. So what if it comes from the 4th level of the sealed pagoda? I am confident I can resolve it. But today, I still have important arrangements to make, so I don't have time to waste with you. Grandmaster Jiang, do you dare to take out another poison and swallow both at the same time to determine victory or defeat? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Grand Hall widened their eyes. A single 4th level poison was already terrifying enough. Yet, this surname Yao actually took the initiative to ask for 2, and to swallow both at the same time. Did this surname Yao want to commit suicide? Grandmaster Jiang was startled. His complexion darkened. This surname Yao was definitely doing this to force him to retreat. His thoughts raced. Grandmaster Jiang clenched his teeth and angrily said, What does 2 poisons count for? Grandmaster Yao, do you dare to challenge 3 poisons together with me? Surname Yao, since you are seeking death, then let me send you on your way. This time, even if I have to use up all my cards, I will make sure you die without a grave. Dying without a grave wasn't just a description, but a fact. If a corpse contained 3 poisons of the sealed pagoda's 4th level, then no matter where it was buried, it would be a malignant tumor. The surrounding area for hundreds of miles would suffer a calamity. It would be burned to ashes, sealed in a jar, and tossed deep into the sea. This was the only way to deal with it. Grandmaster Yao's voice was sharp. Jiang Taisho, do you not want to live? Good, let's see who can survive. Take out 3 poisons. Elder Su said, do as the 2 grandmasters say. Elder Zhou hurriedly nodded. He raised his magic power shield and carefully approached. He lifted his hand and 4 more items flew out from the sealed pagoda's 4th level. 2 stalks of grass, 2 wildflowers. They looked the same as pebbles. They looked ordinary without any abnormalities at all. Moreover, the 2 stalks of grass were incomparably green, and the 2 wildflowers even had faint traces of crystal, as if they had just been plucked from the ground. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. This sealed pagoda's 4th level was very strange. It actually spat out these common things. If it weren't for everyone in the hall being on guard, he feared he would have thought of this as a senseless prank. Looking at the sealed pagoda that was covered in an oily green light, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Grandmaster Jiang took a deep breath. He lifted his hand and pulled the pebbles, grass, and wildflowers to his side. As if they could feel the aura of life coming from his body, the pebbles, grass, and wildflowers all trembled at the same time. They turned into 3 tricolored gases of gray, blue, and red that flowed through his head and instantly submerged into his body. His body trembled and a dreadful gray color appeared between his eyebrows. Then, it spread out at an astonishing speed, covering his entire body in the blink of an eye. Jiang Taisho's entire body seemed to turn into a statue. If it weren't for the violent fluctuations of aura coming out from his body, one would have thought he had died. But soon, traces of a dark red color appeared on Jiang Taisho's flesh and blood. The cold and stiff gray surface of his body began to tremble. This dark red color was like hidden knives within his body, cutting through his gray skin. Dark red blood flowed out from the cracks in his body, but strangely, it didn't fall to the ground. Instead, beads of blood floated around him. As blood flowed out, the gray color on Jiang Taisho's body gradually faded away, restoring his original skin color. Elder Su relaxed a little, and a bit of praise appeared in his eyes. Jiang Taisho was truly worthy of being an alchemy grandmaster that had obtained the approval of the sect master. His strength was truly unfathomable. Without mentioning anything else, just this method of forcing out the 3 poisons from the sealed pagoda was enough to give him the qualifications to rank as the #1 alchemist in the Black Demon sect. As for Yao Bin, Elder Su's eyes were indifferent, but he felt a bit of disdain in his heart. This person might be strong, but his origins were also mysterious. Even so what? In these past years, his performance in the sect had been mediocre, and the several alchemy grandmasters were ranked near the bottom. But now, he actually dared to move against Jiang Taisho's spirit plant transactions. He didn't know that this was the sect master's tacit approval, that the sect would divide the profits, that the chief elder would receive benefits, and that he would also receive a sum of hush money. If he didn't know anything and yet he dared to recklessly move against Jiang Taisho, then what was this other than seeking death? Did he really think that by relying on his groundless background, he could rampage through the sect? The Black Demon sect powerhouses in the hall all revealed looks of admiration. Jiang Taisho truly lived up to his reputation. In today's gambling fight, it was already a foregone conclusion that he would be the #1 alchemist in the sect. Some people looked at Grandmaster Yao. He seemed to be scared silly. He stared at the 3 poisons in front of him, not moving at all. A mocking look appeared in his eyes. Was there any use in waiting? Now that the gambling fight had begun, even if he wanted to admit defeat, it was already too late. After several glances, no one paid any more attention to him. In their eyes, this person that would soon become a corpse was already worthless. As for Jiang Taisho, what method could they use to establish a relationship with him? Such an alchemy grandmaster, such a detoxification grandmaster, there was no one that didn't want to be on good terms with him. The 14th minute. He let out a deep breath. Grandmaster Jiang's eyelids trembled as he struggled to open them. His entire body had thinned and his complexion was as white as paper. His aura was extremely weak. His eyes were filled with exhaustion, but even more so, there was endless pride in them. The reason was simple. He, Jiang Taisho, was the only alchemist in the entire Black Demon sect that could resolve the 3 poisons of the sealed pagoda's 4th level. Outside his body, the floating beads of blood began to tremble. They began to self-destruct, turning into powder along with the poisons within. For the fastest and most error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 426. Jiang Taisho's eyes flashed with heartache and fear. Then, he looked at Grandmaster Yao, and his lips curved up in a smile. What is Grandmaster Yao waiting for? Even if you admit defeat, I will still have you swallow these 3 poisons. A gambling fight must be fair, right? Elder Su stood up. He said, Grandmaster Yao, the last gambling fight was proposed by you. Since Grandmaster Jiang has already completed it, you have no reason to refuse. This was a naked threat. In the hall, there was a chorus of agreement. Everyone looked at Grandmaster Yao with cold indifference. The time limit was approaching. This surname Yao would lose without a doubt, and in today's situation, if he lost, he would die. If this surname Yao died, it would give them a chance to be on good terms with Jiang Taisho. That would be perfect. There's still 1 minute. Elder Zhou said, a bit of regret in his eyes. Yao Bin could be considered an alchemy grandmaster with considerable strength. If he were to die like this in internal strife, that would be too much of a pity. But since this matter was already decided, he could only maintain his silence. Time slowly passed. The hall gradually quieted down. All eyes gathered on him, an invisible pressure that nearly caused the air to freeze. Jiang Taisho smiled, his eyes icy cold. He wanted to use Yao Bin's death today to sound the alarm for everyone. The spirit plant trade could only be done by him. Whoever wanted to interfere would die. The final 20 seconds. Grandmaster Yao finally moved. He lightly sighed, a bit of helplessness in his voice. He lifted a hand and pulled the stones, grass, and wildflowers to his side. The three objects turned into streams of energy that fused into his body through his nose and mouth. As he breathed, his hands turned a deathly gray. Elder Su secretly sneered. This surname Yao was quite tactful. If he had stubbornly refused to swallow the poisons, then their attacks wouldn't have been too gentle. He lightly coughed and said, Grandmaster Yao can be considered a trustworthy person. He used his own life to complete the gambling fight agreement. Then, I hope that Grandmaster Jiang can show mercy and not bring disaster to Grandmaster Yao's family and friends. Jiang Taisho shook his head and sighed. I don't want to cause casualties to my fellow disciples, but Grandmaster Yao has gone too far, so I have no choice but to fight back. Elder Su, rest assured that I will not implicate you in this matter. Let this matter end with Grandmaster Yao's death. This was what he ought to do. Since he had already obtained the final victory and put the enemy to death, there was no harm in showing a little bit of mercy. What's more, that surnamed Yao was a loner. How could he possibly have any relatives or friends? The hall was filled with praise. Everyone expressed their admiration towards Grandmaster Jiang's broad-mindedness and character. There were even some people who subtly sent out invitations. For example, they just so happened to have some spirit medicines, and because they respected the Grandmaster, they were willing to send them to the Grandmaster's palace to help him recover as soon as possible. The situation was peaceful, and all the killing intent and solemnity were swept away in an instant. Everyone's face was brimming with smiles. Elder Zhou secretly shook his head. He waved his hand and had the cultivators from the Internal Affairs Division put on protective suits to deal with Grandmaster Yao's corpse. With so much poison contained within, it was naturally impossible to casually bury it. Fortunately, the sect had experience in dealing with similar situations, so it should be fine as long as they were careful. For Internal Affairs Division cultivators wearing thick protective suits gulped as they carefully reached out towards Grandmaster Yao's corpse. The corpse suddenly opened its eyes and said without expression, "What do you want to do?" The 4 Internal Affairs Division cultivators were frightened. They cried out as they scrambled backwards. They had never heard of a person that died from poison turning into a zombie before. This movement instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. As they looked at the resurrected Grandmaster Yao, everyone had wonderful complexions. The hourglass fell into Grandmaster Yao's hands. He looked down and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, there's still a grain of sand left. In other words, I haven't lost yet. Isn't that right, Elder Zhou? Elder Zhou awoke from his reverie, his eyes filled with shock. He took a deep breath and said, "As long as there's a grain of sand left, then it's within the stipulated time limit." Grandmaster Yao shook the hourglass. As the grains of sand collided with the bottle, they emitted a faint sound that grated on the ears. Luckily, there's only 1 grain of sand left. He looked up at the stunned Jiang Taisho and faintly smiled. Grandmaster Jiang, you seem to be celebrating too early. Impossible. How could you possibly still be alive? Jiang Taisho nearly went crazy. He had used his greatest trump card to resolve 3 poisons, so what did this surname Yao rely on to do so? Grandmaster Yao lightly said, "But I am indeed still alive." There was silence in the hall. Everyone was silent. This sudden turn of events caused them to be unable to react for a moment. Elder Su's heart shook. He looked at Grandmaster Yao and squeezed out a smile. Grandmaster Yao's methods are amazing. You were actually able to resist 3 poisons of the sealed pagoda's 4th level. I truly admire you. However, although Grandmaster has woken up within the time limit, I can see that your flesh and blood is still gray. The poisons have yet to be resolved. Then, in the end, Grandmaster Jiang has won this gambling fight. Jiang Taisho took a deep breath. He clenched his teeth and said, "That's right, I still won." He hadn't been able to kill this surname Yao and had even used his own trump card. Even if he could obtain some compensation, the difference was far too great. This was a great loss. At this time, there were disagreements in the hall. Although Grandmaster Yao was defeated, he was still honorable. To be able to suppress 3 poisons of the sealed pagoda's 4th level, this method is amazing enough. To be able to witness such a marvelous battle between 2 Grandmasters today, this trip really wasn't made in vain. He hadn't died, and he had suppressed the poisons. These 2 points were enough to change their attitude. Grandmaster Yao could also invest in him. Jiang Taisho's complexion paled and his face darkened like rain. How could he not feel the change in these people's attitudes? Although he didn't say anything, he was cursing several hundred times in his heart. Grandmaster Yao lightly said, "Elder Su, I discovered that your eyesight isn't very good. Just now you said that I died and now you say that I lost." Beneath the black robes, his eyes were cold. "As a sect elder, I am responsible for handling a portion of the sect's affairs. If my eyes aren't useful, then I am truly worried." The hall fell silent once more. These words weren't just impolite, they were a direct slap to the face. Moreover, the one being slapped was Elder Su. Who didn't know that this surname Su was a trusted aide of the chief elder? Was Grandmaster Yao not afraid of stirring up trouble for himself? Elder Su's complexion darkened. "I indeed didn't see clearly before, but the facts are before my eyes. Does Grandmaster Yao wish to deny it?" Grandmaster Yao sneered. He lifted a hand. "Elder Su, are you talking about this?" His 5 fingers moved and the surface of his skin instantly shattered. Bits and pieces of skin fell through the cracks of his fingers, revealing incomparably white skin. There was no sign of being poisoned at all. "Elder Su, did you see it clearly? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can have the Internal Affairs Division verify it and see whether or not I am right." Grandmaster Yao coldly said. Elder Su sucked in a deep breath. "Elder Zhou." An Internal Affairs Division cultivator stepped forwards, giving the green light. Grandmaster Yao lightly said, "Elder Su, I recommend that you take a light-avoiding pill. It might be able to cure your eye disease." Those who had eyes but couldn't see were born with a natural fear of light. Even if their eyes were tightly shut, they would still cry without end. The light-avoiding pill was born for this reason. "You!" Elder Su was enraged. But it was unknown what he was thinking, but he didn't say anything. Grandmaster Yao stepped forwards. He wasn't as tall as Jiang Taisho, but at this time he gave off the feeling that he was looking down at him. Jiang Taisho's complexion stiffened. His body shivered, as if he had guessed what he was going to say. Admit defeat. He could only admit defeat. This surname Yao bastard. This bastard was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Everything that had happened before had been fake. It was laughable that he had been miserably deceived. Not only had he taken the initiative to deliver precious spirit plant seeds, but he had even used his greatest trump card. Jiang Taisho already expected that his reputation would fall to the ground and that this surname Yao would use him as a stepping stone. Unwillingness, resentment, all of this crazily gnawed at Jiang Taisho's heart. But he still maintained his calm and didn't let his anger overwhelm his mind. He had to admit defeat in the gambling fight. Even if he suffered a crushing defeat, even if he was ridiculed, it was still better than dying on the spot. He couldn't be goaded by this surname Yao. If he continued the gambling fight, he would definitely die. Grandmaster Yao walked forwards. Before he could speak, Grandmaster Jiang let out a deep breath and said, "I admit defeat." His eyes revealed a mocking look. "Even if you put on such an act, so what? I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, there are infinite possibilities. What does a momentary victory and defeat matter? Let's just wait and see." "Surname Yao, are you stunned and disappointed right now?" But what left Jiang Taisho puzzled was that this surname, Yao, didn't seem disappointed at all. Instead, beneath his black robes, his eyes turned strange. As if he were watching some joke? "This surname Yao bastard, you are still trying to goad me into fighting? If you want to mock me, then mock me. I absolutely won't fall for your tricks." Grandmaster Yao suddenly said, "Grandmaster Jiang, do you think that I will mock you and goad you into continuing the gambling fight with me? Right now, are you praising your own calm and decisiveness, or are you even trying to see my disappointed expression when I fail to achieve my goal?" Jiang Taisho fiercely looked up. "What do you mean?" Grandmaster Yao smiled. "I don't mean anything. I just want to remind Grandmaster Jiang not to be too confident in yourself. It's better to check everything first." A chill suddenly gushed out from the depths of his heart. Jiang Taisho stiffened and his eyes subconsciously widened. He fiercely threw himself forwards, snatching away the poison detection magic tool that the Internal Affairs Division cultivators used and placing it on his body. Green light. Jiang Taisho clenched his teeth. That damned Yao Bin. He actually dared to tease him. At this time, 3 consecutive beeps sounded out from the detection magic tool. The green light began to flash faster and faster. Then, a trace of blood red appeared, cleanly erasing all of the green light. Jiang Taisho grasped his neck with both hands. Breathing became incomparably difficult. His eyes were filled with despair and hatred. He struggled to walk towards Grandmaster Yao, but after several steps he froze in place. A deep and cold gray color filled with despair surged out like a tsunami. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered his flesh and blood. Then, with light cracking sounds, his corpse broke into countless pieces. Dead in the deathly silence of the hall, Grandmaster Yao swept his eyes around and said, "Don't blame me for not reminding everyone, but as long as the host is alive, this poison can spread through the air. So, those that approached Grandmaster Jiang just now, you had best hurry up and check yourself, otherwise it will be too late." Everyone was thrown into chaos. Those that were closest to Grandmaster Jiang just now, the ones that spoke the most warmly, all had green faces. Grandmaster Yao cupped his hands together. "Elder Zhou, please remember to have the Internal Affairs Division cultivators send over the gambling stakes I won. Goodbye." Tuba and Tutu had excited expressions, their nostrils nearly reaching the heavens. They looked down at the chaotic crowd, their eyes filled with disdain. Chapter 427. The gambling match at Heavenweight Temple came to an end. Grandmaster Yao had the last laugh. Jiang Taisho's body had turned to ash, and the entire Black Demon sect was filled with mourning. According to statistics, dozens of Dao companions had turned against each other because their families had gone bankrupt. As for the number of lovers that broke up, it was impossible to calculate. The culprit who had caused all this was receiving the biggest profit of his life through opportunistic means. "Greetings, Grandmaster Yao." The fat middle-aged cultivator smiled, his face full of joy and joy. He presented a jade box with both hands. "This is Grandmaster's earnings from participating in the betting. The total is 857,250,000 spirit stones. This lowly one has taken the liberty of gathering 860 million spirit stones for Grandmaster. I ask Grandmaster to take a look." Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat and he revealed a stunned expression. Although he knew he would make a great profit this time, he never imagined it would be such a terrifying number. The odds were 1/5. Even if he increased it by 5 times, it was still far from this number. "Grandmaster Yao, is there something wrong?" The fat cultivator nervously asked. Could it be that his actions weren't enough to cause this surname Yao to be dissatisfied? But what he gave now was the greatest sincerity within his authority. It wasn't that he couldn't ask for more, but he would need to apply to the higher-ups. Qin Yu regained his composure. He waved his hand. No, I was just thinking of something else. Since that's the case, I will accept it. Inside the jade box were 9 completely black cards. Runes flowed around them, exuding a mysterious and noble aura. These spirit stone cards were issued by the demonic sect and had absolute authority throughout the entire land of divinity and demons. They could be used anywhere and were the most convenient. Qin Yu swept through them with his divine sense. There weren't any problems with the number of spirit stones. He smiled. With this terrifying amount of spirit stones, it would be much easier to purchase the souls and blood of high-level monster beasts in the future. The cultivator in charge of the betting seemed simple and honest, but the truth was that his thoughts were clear. He simply stood up and bid his farewells. Grandmaster Yao, the transaction between us has been completed. If there is nothing else, I will bid my farewells. Take care. Qin Yu played around with the jade box. He casually placed it on the table. Tuba, come in. Tuba strode in and fell to his knees. Your Highness. So many spirit stones. Is it because of you? Yes, Your Highness. Where did it come from? Tuba grinned. Your Highness should know that our Titan race doesn't use spirit stones for cultivation. After staying in the infinite realm for so many years, we slowly accumulated some. The great shaman told me to take it with me and hand it to you when you need it. This time, there was a bet, so I acted on my own accord. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Qin Yu smiled. These spirit stones will indeed be useful to me in the future. Consider me owing your Titan race a favor. Tuba was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Highness. Before he came here, he had been reminded by the great priest that making Her Highness have a good impression of the giant tribe was the best way to save the tribe. There was no need to mention anything else. Otherwise, it would only make Her Highness feel pressured and annoyed. Qin Yu tapped his finger on the table. His eyes flashed. Tuba, there is something I need you to do. A moment later, a puzzled Tuba left the palace and rushed straight to Jiang Taisho's residence. Although he didn't understand why Her Highness would shelter the people around Jiang Taisho, he didn't ask. Her Highness had his own reasons for doing this. Putting away the jade box, Qin Yu leaned back in his chair. He closed his eyes and whispered, It seems that the Black Demon sect hasn't made a decision on how to proceed with the agreement. This has given me a chance to learn the truth. 3 days later, as Qin Yu was cultivating, Tuba came in to report that Elder Su had arrived. Qin Yu opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. He hadn't gone into seclusion to cultivate because he had been waiting for this matter. Have him wait in the main hall for a moment. I'll tidy up and come. After a moment, Qin Yu stepped into the main hall. He lightly said, Elder Su, may I ask why you have come here today? Although his attitude was a bit cold, he was at least calm and not directly aggressive. This caused Su Song's heart to relax and his expression to become calm. Greetings, Grandmaster Yao. The reason I came here today is because I hope to discuss with Grandmaster about the transaction of spirit plant materials. Qin Yu nodded. I have already expected this. There is no need to be in a hurry. Let's discuss this after drinking a cup of tea. He clapped his hands. 2 beautiful maids lowered their heads and walked into the main hall, each of them offering a cup of hot tea. Su Song didn't know what this surname Yao was planning, but his expression didn't change. He lowered his head and took a sip, praising, Good tea. Qin Yu lightly said, The tea is good, but for it to have such a taste, it is all thanks to these 2 maids. Their tea brewing skills are superb. Su Song had long since put away his contempt for Yao Bin. He clearly wouldn't say such things for no reason. He looked up at the 2 maids. Soon, the hand holding the teacup tightened and a gloomy light appeared in Su Song's eyes. Qin Yu smiled. You can leave. After the two maids left, he continued to say, It seems that Elder Su also knows those two. Su Song slowly said, Those two maids seem to have been Grandmaster Jiang's people in the past. That's right. In the gambling match at Heavenweight Hall, Grandmaster Jiang lost his life. Every time I think about it, I feel uneasy and guilty. Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do to change the situation. I could only take in some of Grandmaster Jiang's old followers so that they won't be bullied. Su Song was silent for a long time. He sighed. Grandmaster Yao's wisdom surpasses that of others. You should have already guessed the true purpose of my visit today. I wonder if Grandmaster has an answer. Qin Yu put down his teacup. It's the same as before. The conditions that Jiang Taisho agreed to in the past are still as before. In addition, I can give Chief Elder an additional 10% of the profit. As he spoke, there was a flash of light in his hand. He took out a card and placed it on the table. This is a little token of my appreciation. I ask Elder Su to accept it and say a few good words for me. Su Song hesitated for a moment. He forced a smile. Grandmaster Yao's methods are good. I admire you. I believe that the sect should accept this result. Here, I congratulate Grandmaster in advance. I hope that you will have a boundless source of wealth in the future. Su Song casually took the card and swept it with his divine sense. He was a bit more satisfied. This surname Yao wasn't someone who didn't know when to back down. After speaking a few more words, Qin Yu personally stood up and sent Su Song out of the hall. He turned and sat back down. After drinking several more mouthfuls of tea, he frowned, a thoughtful expression on his face. For the time being, the matter of Jiang Taisho's death had been suppressed. But, because of this matter, it was a fact that he had offended the chief elder and the others. Compared to these people, his current strength was still a bit weak. It was best for him to find a way to increase his own strength. Like this, even if something unexpected happened in the future, he would have something to rely on. Qin Yu didn't think that he could sit back and relax just because of the gambling match at Heavenweight Hall. In front of a true powerhouse, the strength he displayed was nothing at all. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He left behind a sentence and then entered the training chamber. He flipped his hand and took out a storage ring. With a flick of his sleeve, a brilliant light sprinkled down. Countless blue veins appeared, piling up in a corner of the chamber. These blue veins were the harvests that Qin Yu had obtained in the infinite realm. They were the materials he used to refine the superstorm flow. After being suppressed by the rules of the infinite realm and struggling to survive, the terrifying life form in the mountain valley still possessed a terrifying strength. In its peak, it was absolutely inconceivable. With the materials provided by that terrifying life form, refining the superstorm flow was more than enough to become a terrifying hidden card in Qin Yu's hands. Although this hidden card could only be used once, it should be enough to protect himself. He lifted his hand and a blue vein flew out, falling into his hand. He raised his hand and a bead of blood condensed on his fingertip, pouring it into the vein. A day later, a pale-faced Qin Yu looked at the several dozen blue veins that he had finished refining. He bitterly smiled. The materials provided by that terrifying life form were truly incomparably powerful. Now that he had cultivated the undying true demon body, his blood essence was incomparably powerful. Even after spending an entire day, he was only able to refine this much. The difficulty of this far surpassed his imagination. Optimistically estimating, if he wanted to refine this superstorm flow, he would need at least 2 to 3 months of sleepless nights. Indeed, a hidden card wasn't so easy to obtain. Qin Yu shook his head. He swallowed down a pill and closed his eyes to refine it, restoring the blood essence he had lost. Luckily, the undying true demon body recovered at an extremely fast rate. If it were anyone else, they would likely be holding onto a pile of blue veins and weeping bitterly. A month later, Qin Yu hurriedly left seclusion. He refined several furnaces of pills to exchange for spirit plant materials and then rushed into his training chamber. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months passed. Within the chamber, Qin Yu rapidly formed hand seals with his hands. A blue vein in front of him flashed with a bright red light and a rich infernal energy tumbled around it. Suddenly, there was a humming sound. The tumbling infernal energy stabilized and turned pitch black, as if it were forged from some sort of metal. Success! Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised. He took a deep breath and flicked his sleeves, taking out the dense blue veins. There were exactly 1024 of them. At this time, these blue veins seemed to produce some sort of response. They automatically flew up and floated above Qin Yu's head. Roar! With a tyrannical roar, the phantom of a giant beast appeared from between these blue veins. This was that terrifying life form from the infinite realm's mountain valley. It reared its head back and roared. Although it was only a phantom, it released an aura that made one's heart race. Space violently fluctuated and tiny cracks rapidly appeared. Par, giant runes appeared on the walls of the training chamber before they began to shatter. The array formation that sealed the chamber simply couldn't withstand the strength of this phantom. Qin Yu's complexion changed. With a thought, the giant beast phantom emitted an unwilling roar before disappearing from sight. The 1024 refined blue veins were taken into the token space. The terrifying aura rapidly dissipated. Qin Yu looked at the chamber that seemed to have experienced a great calamity. His smile grew wider and wider until he finally threw his head back and laughed out loud. Billowing waves of laughter reverberated through the chamber. Superstorm Flow. This was truly Superstorm Flow. Its strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. It could actually summon a phantom that possessed a portion of the terrifying life form's strength. Although he couldn't test the true might of this Superstorm Flow, even if he used his knees to feel it, he knew just how savage it was. Qin Yu had an intuition that once he detonated this Superstorm Flow, anyone below the Calamity Immortal Realm who touched it would die. Great hidden card. Super great hidden card. But after his excitement passed, Qin Yu began to worry. This Superstorm Flow was somewhat different from the ones he had refined before. If he wanted to detonate it, he needed to provide enough blood vitality. According to Qin Yu's estimation, if he really did detonate it, he would be sucked dry. Perhaps he wouldn't die, but there was over a 90% chance he would become a piece of wood that couldn't move. This was a bit awkward. It was true that Superstorm Flow could save his life, but if he really did destroy his enemy, Qin Yu would become a piece of meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yu still couldn't find a way to solve this problem. The only way was if his undying true demon body could advance again in a short period of time. But this was clearly impossible. I used it for nearly 3 months and lost several barrels of blood. Now you're telling me that after using it, there is an 80% chance I'll die. Qin Yu was annoyed. He clenched his teeth and said, since just relying on Superstorm Flow isn't enough, I'll have to add some other methods. Thinking about it, Qin Yu discovered that although he had many good things and his cultivation methods were heaven-defying, it was impossible for his strength to rise so much in a short period of time. Only the monster-raising mystic art had a chance. If he could obtain enough high-level monster beast souls and blood to complete the first stage of breeding, the purpleback bluewing ants would become much stronger. At that time, even if he activated Superstorm Flow, he could use its strength to escape. The Black Demon sect had obtained the fake monster-raising mystic art and had begun to restrict high-level monster beast souls and blood. But now, as the #1 alchemist in the Black Demon sect, it shouldn't be a problem for him to obtain some souls and blood to experiment with pills, right? Qin Yu's thoughts raced. Soon, his eyes brightened as he came up with a plan. The next day, Tuba took several spirit stone cards that Qin Yu gave him and left the Black Demon sect, changing his appearance once more. At nearly the same time, Qin Yu arrived at the exchange hall and requested to purchase several high-level monster beast souls and blood. As expected, a duty elder of the exchange hall soon appeared and invited him into the inner hall to discuss the details. After the guest and host were seated, the duty elder smiled and said, "Grandmaster Yao, may I ask why you wish to exchange for high-level monster beast souls and blood?" His eyes flashed. He casually said, "If I'm not wrong, it seems that Grandmaster came to the exchange hall not too long ago to inquire about high-level monster beast souls and blood." Qin Yu's voice was low and deep, faintly revealing a bit of dissatisfaction. "I need high-level monster beast souls and blood to experiment with pills. When I inquired before, I was told that the sect had already prohibited me from exchanging for them. I didn't think too much about it, but when I sent people out to buy them, they couldn't. With no other choice, I could only make another trip and ask when you will be able to resume exchanging for them." In the past, he had indeed sent Tubo with his token to go out of the Black Demon sect to purchase the materials needed to refine pills. If the duty elder had investigated this, then it would match up. And indeed, most of the vigilance in the duty elder's eyes faded away. His smile became even more cordial. "So it's like this." He hesitated for a moment and said, "I won't hide it from Grandmaster. Recently, because of some matters in the sect, we need to consume a massive amount of high-level monster beast souls and blood. So, we won't be able to restore the supply in a short period of time." Qin Yu's voice was ice-cold. "Will my research come to a halt because of this?" The duty elder waved his hand. "Grandmaster, there is no need to worry. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't dare to agree. But Grandmaster's strength is outstanding. If you make a breakthrough in your research, it will be greatly beneficial to my Black Demon sect. So, I will immediately report this. If Grandmaster doesn't need too much, perhaps he can apply. At least 4 types of high-level monster beast souls and blood. Otherwise, there is no way for me to continue my experiment," Qin Yu slowly said after a moment of thought. The duty elder revealed an awkward expression. "This, very well, I will try my best." A moment later, the duty elder returned, a smile on his face. "Grandmaster Yao, the application has been approved. The 4 types of high-level monster beast souls and blood are here. As for their information and serial numbers, they are all in the jade slips inside." As he spoke, he placed a silver-white metal storage box on the table. Qin Yu opened it and examined it. After determining that there was nothing wrong, he said, "Today, I owe Elder a favor. If there is anything you need me for in the future, feel free to ask." The duty elder's smile became even brighter. "Then, I must thank Grandmaster." He didn't stay any longer. After paying for the exchange, Qin Yu left the great exchange hall. Beneath the black robes, he revealed a puzzled expression. He thought that there would be some twists and turns during the exchange process. Even if the Black Demon sect agreed, they would still reduce the number of exchanges. He never imagined that things would go so smoothly. Did the Black Demon sect really place such importance on him, the actual #1 alchemist? Or was there some other secret to this? Shaking his head, Qin Yu suppressed the confusion in his heart. No matter what was said, it was a fact that he had obtained 4 types of high-level monster beast souls and blood. Somewhere in the Black Demon sect's forbidden land. The chief elder cupped his hands together. "Sect Master, why did you agree to exchange for the high-level monster beast souls and blood for Yao Bin? You must know that the second step of training has reached a critical moment and there isn't much left in the sect's inventory." Demonic energy lingered around him. One could faintly see a figure sitting cross-legged. He slowly opened his eyes and a sharp light flashed in them. "The hidden dangers in my body have never been completely removed. In the past, I obtained a method that might be able to solve this problem once and for all. But this method requires the use of several types of highly toxic poisons. If I am a little careless, the consequences will be even more severe. That is why I have delayed it until today. The chief elder was overjoyed. Sect Master's intention is to borrow Yao Bin's hand to help you eliminate the worries of the poison. That's wonderful. If Sect Master can be completely healed, my Black Demon sect will be as stable as Mount Tai. This matter still requires some preparations. Do not disturb me during this time. The Black Demon sect Master's voice was calm, not allowing any refusal. Take care of Yao Bin. Do not allow any accidents. The chief elder bowed. Yes.